Chapter 1060. 1060 Chapter 1060 Yang Potyin. It had been almost an hour since Wu Qingkong entered, but he still failed and was teleported out. Even Wu Qingkong failed. Can we even pass the Tiangang cave? That's right, this is too difficult. It can't be that he can't even pass the 5 giants, right? That's not necessarily true. Tianshu cave doesn't test pure combat power. Many people around sighed. Even Wu Qingkong could not pass it. It was too difficult. Wu Qingkong carried his sword and flew to the side. He sat in the air looking calm. I'll try. The pure spatial spirit's body was surrounded by clouds and mist as he stepped into the sky and entered the rising sky cave. However, no one thought highly of the pure spirit. Even Wu Qingkong failed, so no one thought that the pure spirit could pass. However, after nearly an hour, a cry of surprise came from the exit of Tianshu cave. It's a success, the pure spatial spirit has succeeded. The exclamations rose and fell. What? The pure spatial spirit had succeeded? Let's go take a look. Immediately, the figures flew to the other side of the mountain. Even Goddess Tan Xiang Jun Yu Wu Qingkong, and the others could not help but fly to the other side of the mountain. When he flew over, he saw Qing Junling standing in the air. The pure void spirit had actually passed through the Tiangang cave. Buzz. Buzz. At this time, 2 beams of light flew down from the white jade palace in the sky and turned into 2 white-robed elders. They were the 2 elders of the Xianxia Academy. Ah, Miss Jing Kongling, congratulations on obtaining a spot to enter the marrow cleansing pool. Here's a token for you. The marrow cleansing pool will be opened in half a month. You can use this token to enter the pool. An elder laughed as he took out a token and passed it to Jing Kongling. Many thanks, senior. Jing Kongling thanked him and took the token. Countless people looked at Jing Kongling with envy. This was the token that allowed one to enter the marrow cleansing pool. Yin Bupo, Master Shui Luo Junyu and the others were even more envious. They were all people who had the ambition to become emperors, and the marrow cleansing pool could save them a lot of time. Wu Qingkong's eyes were filled with fire as he looked at Jing Kongling with possessiveness. Everyone knew that Wu Qingkong was a pursuer of Jing Kongling, but Jing Kongling did not seem to be interested in him. Sister Kongling, congratulations. Goddess Tan Xiang smiled and walked towards Jing Kongling to congratulate him. Fairy Tan Xiang didn't feel much about the marrow cleansing pool. She cultivated the Tao of inscriptions, so the strength of her physical body didn't matter much. The pure spatial spirit was also quite happy. At first she didn't expect to pass. Then everyone returned to the entrance of the Tianshu cave. A tall and straight figure stepped in. It's him, Di Shen. Many people's eyes moved. After defeating Blood Luo Zi last time, Di Shen's fame had increased and he had attracted a lot of attention. Many people were watching and guessing whether the Emperor God could pass through the Tiangang cave. It shouldn't be possible to pass. The pure spatial spirit is a special case. I really don't know what conditions are required to pass the Tianshu cave. It's too difficult to pass through the Tianshu cave. According to this ratio, there are less than 10 people in the world who can pass through it. Indeed, the Xianxia Academy had long known that not many could pass, so they opened the marrow cleansing pool. Otherwise, if anyone could pass, the Xianxia Academy would have suffered a great loss. Some people were chatting and waiting. Suddenly, he passed. The Emperor God passed. Another cry of surprise rang out. What? You passed? How is that possible? A group of people was shocked and hurriedly flew over to take a look. As expected, they saw the Emperor God's figure at the exit of Tianshu cave. The Emperor God had really passed through the Tiangang cave. This Emperor God is amazing. Some people sighed and began to re-examine the Emperor Gods. The Emperor God had first defeated Blood Luo Zi, and now he had passed through Tianshu cave. It was amazing. Naturally, many people thought of the name Lu Ming. Anyone who knew about the East Baron's proud sons of heaven knew that the number 1 in the East Baron was Lu Ming, not the Emperor God. Even Wu Qingkong's eyes shot out 2 beams of sword light as he stared at Di Shen. No wonder he's the Emperor God, the strongest junior of DE. In the crowd, Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. The Emperor God was indeed very powerful and had amazing talent. He had comprehended 3 kinds of intent realms and even had a terrifying intent realm like space intent realm. In the War of Providence, Lu Ming had relied on the combination of the Tao of inscription to barely suppress the Emperor gods. In Lu Ming's heart he had never underestimated the Emperor gods. Now more than a year and a half had passed and the Emperor god had become even more terrifying. The two old men flew down from the white jade palace above and looked at the Emperor god in surprise. Another person passed, and it was indeed beyond the expectations of the Xianxia Academy. Young Master Dishan, please take this token. You can enter the marrow cleansing pool to cultivate with it. An old man gave the Emperor god a token. The Emperor god took it and thanked the old man. Yang Patian has come. Suddenly a cry of surprise came from the front. What? Yang Patian, one of the 5 magnates, has arrived. The crowd exclaimed in shock. Then they all charged forward. In the air a young man stepped through the air. This young man had his hands behind his back and his hair was loose. He was tall and burly and his eyes were bright and full of wildness. Step by step he walked very slowly, but he exuded a supreme majesty. Everyone felt a huge pressure on their hearts. Wu Qingkong, Junyu and the other heaven's favorites looked serious. The Emperor God's eyes were filled with fighting intent. Yang Patian, like the Emperor God, had also cultivated space intent. So this is Yang Patian, one of the top 5 young warriors. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at Yang Patian. Yang Patian gave him a very strong pressure. He had a feeling that this person was very strong and very dangerous. Yang Patian stepped on the air and walked into the Tianshu cave without looking at the crowd. He then disappeared. Let's go to the exit. Yang Patian should be able to pass through the Tiangang cave. Many people flew towards the exit of Tianshu cave. Even the 2 elders from Xianxia Academy didn't leave. Instead they waited at the exit. Half an hour later, a tall figure stepped out of the Tianshu cave's exit. Yang Patian. He had indeed passed through the Tiangang cave. Amazing, amazing. The 5 magnates should all be able to pass through the Tiangang cave. That's right. The 5 magnates are too terrifying. In the past, they were all heaven's favorites that only appeared once in 1,000 years. But now there are 5 of them in this generation. Many people sighed. The 5 magnates were the pinnacle of all heaven's favorites in the central continent. The ultimate goal of all the young people was really powerful. It was a sure thing that they would become supreme martial artists. In the future it was also very likely that they would break through to the emperor realm. Could be said that they were all young emperors. I should also try. Lu Ming smiled. He came to the entrance and stepped in. Lu Ming did not attract much attention when he stepped into the Tianshu cave. Even if some people saw Lu Ming entering, they only regarded him as a small fry and did not take him seriously at all. Chapter 1061. 1061. Lu Ming passed. After Yang Patian received the token from the World Book Academy's elder, many people returned to the entrance of Tianshu cave. After Yang Patian put away the token, he directly stepped into the air and left as if there was nothing worth his attention here. Someone else went in. Who is it? I wanted to go in and give it a try. I don't know. I don't know him. He's just a small fry. I think he'll be out in less than 2 minutes. What an exciting day. 3 people passed the Tiangang cave in a row. Yeah, but the strongest group of people have already entered. There shouldn't be anyone else who will pass. Many people were chatting casually, planning to wait for Lu Ming to fail and be teleported out. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes had passed and Lu Ming still had not come out. Nest, that guy can actually hold on for so long. Strange. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe he'll come out in a while. However, Lu Ming still did not come out after waiting for a long time. They could not help but look at each other. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the Tianshu cave, the surrounding environment changed. He came to a platform. A formation. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This Tiangang cave had an extremely powerful formation. No, my cultivation. At this moment, Lu Ming was shocked to find that his cultivation level was dropping rapidly. From the spiritual god realm to the spirit embryo realm, then to the spirit ocean, then to the king realm, and then to the grandmaster realm. In the end, Lu Ming's cultivation level dropped to 9th grade warrior realm before it stopped. His domain 2nd and 3rd bloodlines were all sealed. Only the bloodline of the 9 dragons had not been sealed. The The combat strength he could exert was actually similar to when he was in 9th grade warrior realm. There was a long spear stuck in the ground beside Lu Ming. In front of the platform a figure condensed. It was a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back. Judging from his aura, he was at the One Dan Master realm. That long spear is a weapon for you. If you can defeat me, you will be able to move on to the next stage. The middle-aged man said coldly. Then he unsheathed his sword. A sharp sword light cut through the air, making an ear-piercing whistling sound and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out the long spear beside him. He shook the long spear and cast the fire gun technique. Whoosh! The long spear turned into a rainbow light and arrived first. It pierced through the middle of the middle-aged man's eyebrows and killed him. The middle-aged man's figure collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Is this a test of my combat strength when I'm in 9th grade warrior realm? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. In the next moment, 3 figures appeared in front of the platform. They were 3 middle-aged men with the same cultivation and were all at the 1st grade master realm. The 3 of them unsheathed their swords at the same time and charged at Lu Ming. He shook his long spear and fought with the 3 middle-aged men. In a short while he had killed the 3 men. When Lu Ming was in the 9th grade warrior realm, it was not difficult for him to kill a 1st grade master realm martial artist. After killing the 3 of them, the surroundings changed again. Lu Ming appeared on another platform. My cultivation has reached the 9th grade master realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He realized that his cultivation had reached the 9th grade master realm. Another middle-aged man appeared in front of him. He looked the same as the previous man, but his cultivation was completely different. The aura that this middle-aged man was emitting was clearly at the 1st grade Great Martial Master realm. As expected, it was testing Lu Ming's combat ability at each stage. There was nothing much to say. The 2 of them started fighting and Lu Ming killed the middle-aged man in one move. In the next moment, 3 1st grade Great Martial Master middle-aged men appeared. They were also killed by Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the 9th grade Grandmaster realm, while the opponent he faced was a 1st grade martial arts Grandmaster. The result was the same. Lu Ming overcame all difficulties and passed this round. In the next round, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the Half-Step King realm, and his opponent was at the 1st level of the Martial King realm. At this time, Lu Ming discovered that he could use the power of his 2nd bloodline, but it could only exert the power of a Half-Step King. Lu Ming spent some time in this battle. This was because the further one advanced, the more difficult it was to cross realms and fight. However, Lu Ming still managed to clear it. Then Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to peak tier king while his opponent became at the 1st level of the spiritual ocean tier. This battle took even more time, but he still made it through. After that, it was the great circle of the spirit sea realm and the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. Also passed. However, when Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the great circle of the spirit embryo realm and he fought against the 1st level of the spiritual god realm, he finally met with a real challenge. In the beginning, when he was facing a 1st level spiritual god, Lu Ming could still be more relaxed and kill him in the end. However, he encountered a huge challenge when he fought against the 3 1st level spiritual god realm experts. Lu Ming did his best to fight against 3 1st level spiritual god realm experts. This battle lasted for half an hour. Lu Ming finally managed to kill the 3 1st level spiritual god realm experts with great difficulty. He was also severely injured. This is too difficult. If it's this difficult, how did the pure spatial spirit pass? How did the emperor god pass? Lu Ming was speechless. It was hard to say for Yang Padian, but Lu Ming was certain that it was impossible for the pure space spirit and the emperor god to kill 3 1st level spiritual god realm experts when they were at the perfected spirit embryo realm. Everyone faces a different situation in Tianshu Cave. Could it be that I'm unlucky and have encountered a difficult one? Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. At this moment, the surrounding environment changed. Lu Ming discovered that there was a cave in front of him and bright light was shining from the cave. Lu Ming had passed through the Tianshu Cave's exit. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that his cultivation had recovered to the 1st level of the spiritual god realm and the injuries he had suffered earlier had also healed. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward. As soon as he went out, he saw some people outside the cave staring at him with wide eyes, their faces full of disbelief. There were undoubtedly more people guarding the entrance of the Xianxia cave, but at this time some people were already impatient. Who is it? Why didn't he come out after so long? I've been waiting for an hour. Yeah, who went in just now? Could he be another second-grade heaven's favorite? I didn't see it just now. No, I've never seen that person before. I don't know him. You don't know him? He's just a small fish and he was able to go in for so long. Could it be that he'll pass? Impossible, it's impossible to pass. At this moment, a cry of disbelief came from the direction of the Xianxia cave's exit. Passed. Someone else passed. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? The voice was clearly transmitted over, causing the people at the entrance of Xianxia cave to be dumbfounded and look at each other. He actually passed. Who is it? Let's go and take a look. Almost everyone flew toward the Xianxia cave's exit. They were all surprised to see Lu Ming. This was because no one really knew who he was. They had never seen him before. Lu Ming looked around with a bitter smile, a simple and honest smile on his tanned face. Are they from the East Continent? Someone asked the Divine Emperor. No, I've never seen him before. The Emperor God shook his head. He is also not from our northern plains. The ones who spoke were a few burly young men who were carrying maces and axes on their backs and seemed to be mad. These were the heaven's favorites from northern plains. Chapter 1062. 1062. It would be a waste to give it to you. He is not from Eastern Barren Territory or Northern Plains, he is definitely not from Western Desert. Could he be a heaven's favorite from Southern Nether? Impossible. No one from the Southern Underworld has come here. The crowd around them continued to discuss and guess Lu Ming's identity. However, they could not guess that no one knew Lu Ming. The Xianxia cave is very mysterious. It doesn't necessarily mean that only the strongest heaven's favorites can pass through it. Some ordinary geniuses can pass through it if they are lucky. Someone said. As soon as he said this, the crowd's eyes were filled with different expressions. Some people looked at Lu Ming with a burning gaze. Buzz. Buzz. Two white-haired elders descended from the sky. They were the two elders of the Xianxia Academy. The two elders were also very surprised to see Lu Ming. They had thought that after Yang Patian no one would be able to clear the Tianggang cave. They did not expect that someone would be able to. Young friend, take this token. In half a month, the marrow cleansing pool will open. You can use this token to enter the pool. An elder took out a token and passed it to Lu Ming. Many thanks, senior. Lu Ming took the token and thanked him with cupped fists. The two old men smiled and turned to leave. Many people looked at the token in Lu Ming's hand with burning eyes. Among them Wu Qingkong, Shui Luozi and the other second-grade geniuses were the most excited. Excuse me please. Lu Ming put away the token and smiled. He squeezed out of the crowd and walked toward the Wanxiang Jade Wall. He was no longer interested in who would challenge the Xianxia cave next. In the crowd, Blood Luozi's gaze was fixed on Lu Ming's back. Dandan, how's the research going? When he came to the Wanxiang Jade, he found that Dandan was still walking around and observing seriously. There's already some progress. Little brat, don't disturb this lord. After a while, this lord will definitely give you a big surprise. After saying that, he ignored Lu Ming and continued his research. This guy. Lu Ming smiled and ignored her. He looked for a suitable jade wall and continued to comprehend. The myriad image jade wall was all-encompassing and could really find anything. Before long, Lu Ming found an extremely mysterious jade wall. In front of this jade wall, Lu Ming could comprehend the profound principles of the concept of fire. Lu Ming studied it carefully. With his current level of comprehension, he had gained a lot. In just a few days, Lu Ming's concept of fire had gained a lot. He felt that he could make a breakthrough at any time and reach the lower tier of level 4. Lu Ming was overjoyed and continued to comprehend. After another 3 days, Lu Ming's concept of fire really broke through in one go and reached level 4 lower tier. This trip to the Xianxia Academy was worth it. He had gained a lot. Young hero, my young master would like to see you. At this moment, a young lady walked to Lu Ming's side with a sweet smile. Who is your young master? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Young master will know when you get there. It's on that mountain peak not far away. The woman pointed to a mountain peak in the east. All right, I'll go with you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and followed the young woman, flying toward the mountain peak. The mountain was only 100 miles away from the Wanxiang Jade Wall. There were 2 figures on the mountain peak. One of them was actually a blood luo master, while the other was an old man in a blood-red robe. He must be a master from Cold Blood Hall. Seeing Lu Ming, Shui Luozi smiled. Haha, how should I address you, brother? I'm from the mountains, so even if I tell you, Brother Shui won't know. I wonder why Brother Shui has called me here? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Oh, it's very simple. I want to buy your token to enter the marrow cleansing pool. How many raw stones do you need? You can name a price. Blood Luozi said. As expected, it's because of this matter. Lu Ming sneered in his heart. The moment he saw Blood Luozi, he guessed that he was looking for him because of the token in his hand. Brother Shui, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I don't have any plans to sell the token. Lu Ming smiled. Blood Luozi's face darkened at Lu Ming's refusal. You better think about it. The quota for the marrow cleansing pool is of little use to you. It'll only be a waste. Only in my hands will you be able to bring out the greatest effect. Zhou Xian said. There was a threatening tone in his voice. He looked at Lu Ming with a hint of disdain. He meant that it was a waste for Lu Ming to have the quota for the marrow cleansing pool. Whether I waste my time or not is my own business. There's no need for Brother Shui to worry. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lu Ming said coldly and turned to leave. Boom. All of a sudden, a terrifying and powerful aura rose up and a strong pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. It was Shui Luozi. At this moment, Shui Luozi's eyes were cold as he said, Kid, you have to give it to me even if you don't want to. It's a pure waste of a heavenly treasure to keep it on you. It can only display its greatest effect on me, you know? It'll only be of the greatest use on you. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He looked at Blood Luozi in disdain and said, First, you were defeated by Lu Shaoqing and then you were defeated by the divine emperors. How can a loser like you act so high and mighty? In my opinion, it's a real waste to give you the spot. How audacious. Shui Luozi roared with a cold look. Kid, I was going to buy it from you with raw stones, but it seems like I don't have to. Just hand it over or you'll know the consequences. The old man beside Blood Luozi also stared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. That old man was definitely an expert. A terrifying expert. He gave Lu Ming a very dangerous feeling. However, Lu Ming was not afraid because he was in the Xianxia Academy. Idiot. Therefore, Lu Ming looked at Blood Luozi in disdain and said, You think this is Cold Blood Hall? This is the Xianxia Academy and the Emperor is in charge. I'm afraid the Emperor has seen what you've done. Do you still want to rob it? You. Shui Luozi gritted his teeth. Indeed, this was the Xianxia Academy. Lu Ming had obtained the quota to enter the marrow cleansing pool through the Tianshu cave. If Lu Ming gave the quota to him, the Xianxia Academy might not care. But if they wanted to snatch it, the Xianxia Academy would not sit by and do nothing. He thought that with his status, Lu Ming, this kid who appeared out of nowhere, would definitely be scared to death. He would give him face and give him the token obediently. He did not expect Lu Ming to not give him any face at all. Kid, you can't hide in Xianxia Academy forever. You'd better leave yourself a way out. The old man coldly spoke. This was a blatant threat. It meant that if Lu Ming left the Xianxia Academy, no one could protect him. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered. He was too lazy to say more. He ignored Blood Luozi and the elder and turned to leave. This made the old man and Blood Luozi so angry that their faces turned green. They were actually ignored by Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked toward the Wanxiang Jade Wall but was stopped by another person on the way. Wu Qingkong from the Heavenly Martial Sword Sect. He carried a long sword on his back, his posture as straight as a sword, and stood in front of Lu Ming. Chapter 1063. 1063 Chapter 1063 Perfected Physical Body. Your Excellency, what's the matter? Lu Ming asked coldly. Hand over your token and give me the quota for the marrow cleansing pool. Wu Qingkong went straight to the point. Lu Ming sneered. It was indeed because of the quota for the marrow cleansing pool. These people really treated him as a soft persimmon. Jing Kongling had the floating mountain sect behind him, and Yang Patian was someone they didn't dare to offend. The Emperor God had displayed great combat strength, and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was behind him. They didn't even look for him, but instead they looked for him. There was no doubt that Lu Ming, this person who had suddenly appeared, had become highly sought after. Idiot! Lu Ming did not bother with Wu Qingkong. He took a step forward and, like a stream of light, arrived at the nature jade wall in an instant. He continued to look for the corresponding jade wall to comprehend. Wu Qingkong's eyes were sharp and cold as he looked in the direction where Lu Ming had left. Lu Ming was very displeased. If these guys continued to pester him, Lu Ming did not mind using thunderous means to teach them a lesson. He continued to search for jade pieces. Not long after, Lu Ming found a jade piece with a profound thunder concept and studied it in detail. Time flowed like water. Half a month had passed since Lu Ming passed through the Tianshu cave. At this moment, someone came to inform Lu Ming that the marrow cleansing pool had been opened and he could enter. Lu Ming followed the person and flew over many mountains. They came to a small hill. When he arrived, he realized that Jing Kongling, Di Shen, and Yang Patian had already arrived. Seeing Lu Ming, Qing Junling smiled. The divine emperor sized Lu Ming up curiously. Yang Patian, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back and did not even look at Lu Ming. "All right, open the marrow cleansing pool." There were a few white-haired old men here. The mental energy fire between their eyebrows jumped and runes appeared, entering the hill. Ka-ka. The hill split open, revealing an ancient bluestone road that led to the front. "Go, the marrow cleansing pool is just ahead. You only have 3 days. Once the 3 days are up, you must come out." An old man reminded, and everyone nodded. Yang Patian took the lead and walked towards the ancient bluestone road. After that, Di Shen, Jing Kongling, and Lu Ming stepped onto the ancient road and moved forward. After stepping on the ancient road, a place full of spiritual qi appeared in front of them. On the ground there were 9 pools which were covered with a faint mist like 9 celestial pools. This was the marrow cleansing pool. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He did not expect that there would be 9 marrow cleansing pools. However, the area wasn't large. Each bite was only a few meters in radius. The 4 of them each chose one and walked over, stepping into the marrow cleansing pool one after another. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the marrow cleansing pool, he immediately felt a mysterious power in the surroundings that continuously drilled into his body. It was the pool water. It was the power transformed from the pool water. The water in the marrow cleansing pool had a mysterious power. Of course, it was not just the water. The entire marrow cleansing pool had a field energy that aided the water to permeate every part of Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming could feel that his physical body was improving rapidly. Initially, Lu Ming's physical body had already reached the 9th rank. At this moment he was constantly climbing toward the peak of the 9th rank. "It's so comfortable." Lu Ming sighed. Originally, cleansing one's meridians and marrow was an extremely painful thing. However, there was no pain at all here. Instead, he felt comfortable all over. Lu Ming could clearly feel that the impurities and dirt in his body were being cleared by a kind of wonderful energy. It made his body purer and dustless. Time passed by quickly. 3 days passed just like that. Voila! Lu Ming rushed to the marrow cleansing pool with a burning gaze. So good. Lu Ming felt refreshed and his body was empty. Right now his body was simply perfect with perfect lines. His body seemed to be made of stainless divine gold, powerful and pure. Complete grade 9. Complete grade. Is this the limit of the physical body? Lu Ming felt it carefully and his face was filled with joy. He had a feeling that his physical body had reached perfection and had reached a limit. It was impossible for him to improve it any further. If it continued to rise, it would no longer be a mortal body but a whole new level. Jing Kongling, Di Shen, Yang Patian, and the others also came out of the marrow cleansing pool with smiles on their faces. Obviously they had also gained a great harvest. Yang Patian was the first to step out, and then the others came out of the marrow cleansing pool one after another. Outside, a few old men were still waiting. When they came out, the old men carved inscriptions and the hill returned to its original state. Boom, boom, boom. It was at this moment that 9 pillars of light shot up into the sky in the distance. The heavens and earth shook and it was extremely shocking. That's Everyone looked in that direction in shock because that was where the myriad elephant jade wall was. What was going on? Could this be the Holy Mansion? The Holy Mansion has opened. A few elders from the Xianxia Academy were excited and their voices trembled. Holy Mansion. Lu Ming and the rest were shocked. It was said that the 10,000 elephant jade wall had a great secret. It was connected to a divine treasury and a secret realm. It was very mysterious. 30,000 years ago, that divine treasury could still be opened occasionally, and supreme experts would enter to cultivate and comprehend the Tao. It contained great opportunities. However, 30,000 years ago, a terrifying war broke out in the central continent. There was a rebellion in the ancient Saint dynasty. That war directly weakened the power of the ancient Saint dynasty's Xie clan, and the central continent was split up by the various emperors. In that battle, the world's academies were also seriously affected. In the end, even the method to open the divine treasury was lost. From then on, no one had ever opened the divine treasury and the Saint Mansion. Could it be that it had opened again? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming and the rest rose into the air and flew in the direction of the myriad elephant jade wall. At this moment, Lu Ming saw beams of rainbow light flying out from the huge white jade palace in the sky. Beams of light flew out from all the peaks of the Xianxia Academy toward the Wanxiang Jade Wall. Very soon Lu Ming and the group arrived. At this moment, all of the Wanxiang Jade Walls glowed and inscriptions emerged. They gathered into 9 huge pillars of light that shot into the sky. Outside the 9 pillars of light, there were countless figures standing. Apparently, the heroes who were meditating on the myriad elephant jade wall had been expelled for some reason. Buzz. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, a little turtle leaped onto his shoulder. Dandan, what's going on? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Lu Ming, how is it? I've deciphered the secret of this place and activated the formation. Dandan sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming smugly. You did it. Lu Ming was a little speechless. In fact, he had already guessed that it might be because of Dandan. He did not expect that it was really Dandan who did it. This place is connected to a secret realm. It's amazing. Dandan sighed. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, more and more people appeared in the air. Some of the elders were exuding terrifying auras. Supreme martial artists. There are so many supreme martial artists. Lu Ming was all too familiar with this aura. It was the aura of a supreme. Some of them were martial arts supreme masters, while others were inscription Dao supreme masters. There were no less than 10 of them. Chapter 1064. 1064 The Secret Realm of Saint Mansion. The Xianxia Academy did indeed have people who cultivated the way of inscription and martial arts. Their strength was extremely powerful and unfathomable. There were also many whose auras were weaker than Supremes, but that was only in comparison. In fact, they were also extremely powerful and were definitely high-level spiritual gods. The Saint Mansion has opened. The Saint Mansion that hasn't been opened for 30,000 years has actually opened. The headmaster's decision is correct. The voices echoed in the sky. Buzz. Suddenly, an old man stepped out and rushed towards one of the light pillars. However, as soon as he rushed in, a look of horror appeared on his face and he let out a miserable scream. The next moment his body exploded and his body and soul were destroyed. Many people gasped and shivered. The old man was definitely a high-level spiritual god, but he had died just like that. What was going on? How could this be? It's said that anyone can enter the Holy Mansion, so why did Elder Wu die? A voice of disbelief was heard from the Xianxia Academy. 30,000 years ago, no matter if it was male or female, old or young, no matter how strong one's cultivation was, they could enter the Saint Mansion to find opportunities and cultivate there. But just now, why did that old man die? Has the rules of the Saint Mansion changed? Someone made a guess. Many people thought it was possible. After all, the Saint Mansion had been closed for 30,000 years. It was possible that the rules had changed. In this way, no one dared to act rashly. No one knew if they would die if they rushed in. After that, the Xianxia Academy sent experts to investigate and see what was going on. The news of the reopening of the Sage Mansion of the World Academy spread like a storm. Dandan, do you know what's going on? Lu Ming brought Dandan to a mountain peak 100 miles away and asked. According to my speculation, those 9 pillars of light are the spatial paths, the passages to the secret realm. However, these passages contain an aging array, which has a requirement for the age of the entrance. However, I haven't studied the specific age restrictions, so I'm not too sure. Dandan explained. There's an age requirement? That's strange. Lu Ming was a little surprised. According to the rumors, there was no age limit in this mystic realm 30,000 years ago. However, there was no point in overthinking. Lu Ming then cultivated while waiting for news. Lu Ming did not want to miss it if he could enter the secret realm. It was said that there were great opportunities in the secret realm. In the past, there were often ultimate powerhouses cultivating in there. If those ultimate powerhouses could leave something behind, it would be a great opportunity. That was because the strongest people in the world were all emperors. As time passed, more and more people came to the Xianxia Academy. Many major forces received the news and a large number of people rushed over. In fact, some of the overlord forces even sent their supreme martial artists. For example, the forces closest to the Xianxia Academy, such as the Floating Mountain, Cold Blood Hall, Sky Eagle Castle, Tianwu Sword Sect, Demon Mountain, and the Ji family. There were also many people from smaller forces. Even more geniuses had arrived. For a time, the world's academies were filled with strong people. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. At this time, the Xianxia Academy released news that they had already investigated the rules of the entrance to the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Only creatures under the age of 50 could enter. Those above the age of 50 would die if they entered. Moreover, the Xianxia Academy and the supreme leaders of the various forces had already discussed that anyone from the major forces could enter. However, because there were too many people who came to the Xianxia Academy, many of them were below the age of 50. It was obviously not feasible for so many people to enter. Therefore, the Xianxia Academy planned to conduct a screening. Only those whose combat strength had reached a certain level could enter. It was said that the secret realm of the Saint Mansion was very dangerous. If one didn't have enough combat power, they would die. A day later, a huge array rose in a huge square of the Xianxia Academy. This array was the selection place. Anyone under the age of 50 could come here to participate in the general selection. Only those who passed could enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. The square was surrounded by a sea of people. Countless people from all the major forces had gathered. Lu Ming was also among the crowd. There were some people standing in the sky. Many of them were old men and some of them looked young. Everyone knew that these people were the supreme being experts of the major forces. In this formation, puppets will be formed. You guys can enter and kill them. Every time you kill a puppet, there will be essence chi covering your body. At first it will be red, but as more and more essence chi is gathered, the color of your essence chi will change. Then it will be orange, yellow, green, and finally purple. Only when the color of the spiritual essence gathered in your body reaches yellow will you pass the test and enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. If you don't reach the yellow color, you will be eliminated. The test begins now. In the sky, an old man from the Xianxia Academy announced the selection rules. The rules were simple. They had to enter the formation, kill the puppets, and accumulate essence chi. Once the essence chi reached a certain standard, they would pass the test. As soon as the old man finished speaking, many people rushed into the formation. There were many young men, but most of them looked to be in their 30s or 40s. This time, those below the age of 50 could enter. Those who were 50 were half to one generation older than Lu Ming's generation. Naturally, there were more people. This formation could accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. However, a few minutes later, people were continuously being teleported out. They were covered in a layer of light, but they were all red. He had clearly been eliminated. These people haven't even reached the spirit embryo realm, so they naturally can't enter. Lu Ming shook his head. He could tell the cultivation of these people. More than 10 minutes later, more people were eliminated. Many of these people were covered in an orange glow, but they were still eliminated. Most of these people's cultivation was below the 6th level spirit embryo realm. After that, the people who were teleported out were all covered in yellow. These people all revealed looks of joy because they had succeeded. As long as the light on their bodies reached yellow, it would be considered a success. It seems that it's more or less enough to reach the 6th level spirit embryo realm and above. Lu Ming thought to himself. He realized that the people who had succeeded were generally at the 6th level spirit embryo realm or above. However, there were also young prodigies whose cultivation was below the 6th level spirit embryo realm, but their combat strength had obviously reached the 6th level spirit embryo realm or above. More than an hour later, the first batch of people who went in came out. The strongest few people were covered in purple light, which was extremely shocking. Lu Ming saw that Junyu and Shui Luozi were all covered in purple light. However, most of the people who were covered in purple light were in their 30s or 40s. These people had been cultivating for a long time and their combat strength was very strong. In the second batch, tens of thousands of people entered. From this, it could be seen how many people were gathered in Xianxia Academy. And this was only for those below the age of 50. If there was no age limit, the number of people would be terrifying. Lu Ming was also in the second group. Once he stepped into the formation, a puppet that looked like a demonic beast formed and pounced at him. Those below the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming threw a punch, turning all the puppets into dust. At the same time, red essence chi flew over and covered Lu Ming's body. Following that, more puppets were formed. However, they were too weak and were easily killed by Lu Ming. The light that enveloped Lu Ming's body also slowly solidified and brightened. Slowly, the strength of the puppets that appeared became stronger and stronger. They had reached the spirit embryo realm, but Lu Ming still dealt with them with a single punch. Chapter 1065. 1065 Chapter 1065 Entering the Secret Realm. A few minutes later, the glow covering Lu Ming's body had turned orange. Just wait until you pass. Lu Ming thought of this and slowed down. Lu Ming planned to pass the test. Entering the secret realm of the Saint Mansion and making a fortune quietly was the most important thing. If he was too dazzling, he was afraid that many people would target him. Lu Ming deliberately used his movement technique to avoid many puppets. After dragging it out for more than 10 minutes, the light on Lu Ming's body turned yellow. At this time, he deliberately let one of the demonic beasts scratch him. Then a ray of light shone on Lu Ming and he was teleported out. When Lu Ming went out, many eyes fell on him. As Lu Ming had passed the Tianshu cave previously, he naturally received a lot of attention. However, at this moment when they saw the glow on Lu Ming's body, they immediately caused a commotion. It's the kid who broke through the Tianshu cave. Why did he only hold on for so long? And why is he still emitting a yellow light? Like I said, he's just lucky. I guess he just happened to encounter something easy when he was challenging the Tianshu cave. It's said that in ancient times, someone passed the Tianshu cave without encountering anything. He's just lucky. He's trash. That's right, so this person is a weakling. I thought he was a rare heaven's favorite. I'll spit. All around them, pairs of disdainful eyes looked at Lu Ming and sneered at him. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He knew very well what was going on. Why should he care about other people's opinions? Lu Ming walked to the side and closed his eyes to rest. So you're a good-for-nothing. Shui Luozi sneered. Wu Qingkong's eyes were cold. The selection continued. More than 100,000 people participated in the selection. In the end, 20,000 people passed the selection and could enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Junyue, come up. Shui Luozi, come up. Kongling, come up. At this moment, the supremes of the major forces were summoning their heaven's favorites. Then Junyu, Shui Luozi, Jing Kongling, Wu Qingkong, and the other strongest heaven's favorites all flew up into the sky. What's this for? Someone was surprised. I know. It's said that 30,000 years ago, the strong people of the world's academies could get a rare treasure from the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, called the Saint Mansion Life Talisman. They would carry a piece of the Saint Mansion Life Talisman with them. If they were killed in the secret realm, the Life Talisman would save the wearer's life and let them resurrect outside the Saint Mansion secret realm. What? There's actually such a valuable treasure? That's right, but there aren't many of them left. I guess the major forces spent a lot of money to buy them from Xianxia Academy to protect the lives of their strongest geniuses. This is simply cheating. Many people sighed. They were both envious and helpless. With such a life talisman, he could be unscrupulous in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. He didn't have to worry about losing his life. In that case he could go to some dangerous places without worry. Naturally, Lu Ming heard everyone's discussion. He could only sigh. It was really good to have a big power as a backer. Very quickly, the various heavens favorites were distributed. Everyone, I can tell you that the secret realm of the Saint Mansion is divided into 9 areas, so there are 9 light pillars. Each light pillar will appear in a different area. Now each of the 9 forces has a light pillar. The other forces will follow the 9 forces in. Let's set off now. I'll say it again. Those who don't pass the screening are prohibited from entering. Otherwise, kill without mercy. A white-haired old man from the Xianxia Academy announced the rules. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He was extremely majestic. Everyone trembled. This was a supreme being and no one dared to disobey him. They immediately flew toward the Wanxiang Jade Wall. All of you follow us in. Some of the young men from the Sky Martial Sword faction pointed at a group of people. These people were from the smaller forces and had to enter with the 9 forces. This time, a total of 8 overlord forces had come, in addition to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Although the Valley of the Medicine Masters was not an overlord force, it had a good relationship with all the major forces and was very strong. It could be considered a major force and occupied the 9 pillars of light. The people from the small forces that were selected by the Sky Martial Sword faction followed the people from the Sky Martial Sword faction obediently and entered a light pillar. As expected, those below the age of 50 were fine. With a flash of light they disappeared. You guys come with us. The Demon Mountain experts pointed at a group of people and entered a light pillar. Each force selected a group of people and entered a pillar of light, disappearing. You guys follow me. A brawny man from Cold Blood Hall pointed at a group of people. Lu Ming was among them. No, we're following Cold Blood Hall. Why do I have a bad feeling? Someone said in a low voice. He was very afraid of Cold Blood Hall. Cold Blood Hall had always been known for their ruthlessness. What's wrong? You don't want to follow us? Then don't go in. What are you bunch of trash going in for? The man from Cold Blood Hall shouted coldly, his eyes cold. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward. He saw a cold gaze staring at him. It was Blood Luozi. Lu Ming sneered. There were no senior experts in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. If these people continued to push their luck, Lu Ming would not mind killing them. In the end, the chosen ones still followed Cold Blood Hall and entered the light pillar. This was a great opportunity, who would want to miss it? There was a flash of light. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself on flat ground. This area was very flat, but there was a huge mountain standing in the distance. From the top of the mountain, a ray of light was emitted, forming a light shield that covered a huge territory. Lu Ming and the rest were now in the light shield. My true essence is being suppressed. It's hard for me to even fly. Me too. It's that light barrier. It has a powerful suppressing effect. At this time, a series of voices came from the surroundings. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and saw many Cold Blood Hall members. There were also many people who had entered the light pillar with him. Those who entered the same pillar of light would appear together. Lu Ming gave it a try and realized that his essential core was indeed greatly suppressed. Even if he could fly, his speed was extremely slow. There's a treasure on the peak of that giant mountain. Let's go and take a look. Many people had their eyes on the mountain and rushed forward. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from the front. Light flickered and flames soared into the sky. Someone was turned into ashes in the flames. Formation, there's a great formation here. Someone shouted. Lu Ming also rushed forward and observed carefully. Indeed, the path leading to the mountain was filled with arrays and it was very dangerous. However, this further proved that there was a treasure up ahead. Otherwise, how could there be so many formations? Look, there are spirit herbs in front. Someone exclaimed. There was a small purple tree on a small hill in front of them. The small tree was crystal clear as if it was made of purple jade. One look and one could tell that it was extraordinary. There's more than one. Someone had found another spirit herb. On the way to the mountain they found a lot of spirit herbs, all of which were extraordinary. Some people speculated that they were all at least level 8 spirit herbs, And there might even be level 9 spirit herbs. Many people's eyes were burning. Chapter 1066. 1066 The Overbearing Cold Blood Hall. Finally, someone couldn't help but carefully identify the formation, looking for a gap in the formation and carefully move forward. However, the formation glowed and a few more people were killed in the formation. Everyone was finally afraid. Although spirit herbs were good, one had to be alive to enjoy them. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Many people wanted to retreat and leave this place to seek opportunities elsewhere. Buzz. Whoosh. Suddenly, a group of people in blood-red robes surrounded them. They were all Cold Blood Hall experts. "What are you guys doing? Why are you blocking our way?" Someone asked. "What are you doing? Since we let you come in with Cold Blood Hall, you should at least do something and make a difference. Otherwise, what's the point of you trash coming in? Go ahead and lead the way." A burly man said in a cold voice. This man was in his 40s, half a generation older than Lu Ming and the others. His qi and blood were surging and his aura was extremely powerful. His cultivation was unfathomable. This time he was the leader of the people from Cold Blood Hall. "What? You want us to explore the way for Cold Blood Hall with our lives? No, I won't agree to that." A man in his prime refused. There were formations in front of them. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went to scout the way for Cold Blood Hall? "You don't agree? Then die." Buzz. The brawny man from Cold Blood Hall took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of the man. The man wanted to resist, but he was enveloped by a terrifying force and could not move. Pucci. The brawny man from Cold Blood Hall stabbed his hand into the man's chest like a knife. The man let out a shrill scream and then, under everyone's horrified eyes, his body shriveled up and turned into a dry corpse. Cold Blood Hall's bloodthirsty technique. Someone's voice trembled and his face was filled with fear. "Now, are you guys going in or not?" The brawny man from Cold Blood Hall looked at the crowd coldly. Everyone's face turned pale. "I knew it. I wouldn't have a good ending if I followed Cold Blood Hall. I shouldn't have come in." Someone sighed. However, at this time it was useless to say anything more. The group of people could only move forward. "Brat, hurry up and go." Huang Kuei was among the Cold Blood Hall disciples and he had his eyes on Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Huang Kuei but did not make a move. Instead he walked forward with the others. Xue Luozi stared at Lu Ming and sneered, his eyes cold. "Hurry up. If you don't leave, kill." The brawny man shouted coldly. His name was Xue Feng and he was the top master of the previous generation in Cold Blood Hall. Many people gritted their teeth and stepped forward. Light flickered and a large array appeared. In an instant more than 10 people were killed. It's too dangerous. I'm just looking for death if I go up like this. I beg you, let me go." Some of them were trembling in fear and begging for mercy. "What is it called?" Some people were not fine. "If you keep shouting, I'll kill you right now." Xue Feng said maliciously. Sure enough, some people were fine. They didn't encounter the formation even after moving forward for 100 meters. This area was not completely filled with formations. There were some gaps that could be used to move forward. However, one needed to observe with good eyesight and not everyone could see it. Lu Ming's figure flickered and he continued to move forward for more than 100 meters, but nothing happened. This kid's luck is pretty good. Blood Luozi stared at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Previously, Lu Ming had refused to give him the opportunity to enter the marrow cleansing pool. As a result, he harbored a grudge against Lu Ming and had been looking for an opportunity to kill him. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the area and identified it carefully. With his eyesight he could naturally tell which places were gaps and there were no arrays. His figure flickered left and right mountains before he came to a small hill. There was a small purple tree growing here. It was only a meter tall and was like purple jade. Essence qi filled the air and it was very extraordinary. Purple gold tree. Lu Ming recognized the small tree. It was an upper 8th grade spiritual herb. If it was nurtured well, it could even bear purple gold fruits and evolve into a 9th grade spiritual herb. Lu Ming dug out the purplish gold tree and kept it. He would plant it in the mountain and river diagram when he had the time. "Hey kid, what are you doing? Who told you to keep the spirit herb? Quickly throw it out and give it to us. Huang Kuei had been staring at Lu Ming. When he saw that Lu Ming had put away the spirit herbs, he immediately shouted. Idiot! Lu Ming cast a glance at Huang Kuei and said indifferently. What did you just say? Kid, you're looking for death, you're dead, you know you're dead. Huang Kuei shouted angrily. Xue Feng and the others also looked at Lu Ming. Oh, come and kill me. Lu Ming pursed his lips. If you have the ability, don't come out. Huang Kuei looked at Lu Ming ferociously, his face flushed red. However, he did not dare to step forward. You cowardly rat. Lu Ming pursed his lips. His figure flashed and he went to another spiritual herb. Very soon he had also kept the other spiritual herb. No, he knows the Tao of inscription and can see the gaps in the formation. Xue Luozi roared as he saw through the situation. Lu Ming's movements were as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. He was so fast that it did not seem like he was trying his luck. Instead, he could see the gaps. Haha, this group of idiots. On his shoulder, Dandan laughed heartily, her eyes shining. There were so many spirit herbs here that he was almost drooling. During this period of time, Dandan had eaten a large amount of spirit herbs. He felt that he was constantly recovering. He had already recovered a little and remembered many things. When he saw the spirit herbs at this time, his eyes simply shone. Damn it! Xue Luozi, Huang Kuei, Xue Feng and the others gritted their teeth, wishing they could kill Lu Ming. Those who were lucky enough to survive the formation stopped moving. They did not need to fear cold-blood Hall people in the formation anyway. Lu Ming's figure flashed and at least 7 to 8 spiritual herbs entered his pocket. This group of trash, they really deserve to die. Use the sealing crystal. Xue Feng's killing intent flashed as a white crystal appeared in his hand. Senior brother Xue Feng, are we going to use the sealing crystal now? Xue Luozi and the others felt their hearts ache. In order for their disciples to enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion and obtain opportunities, the major forces had prepared many secret treasures. The sealing crystal was an extremely rare treasure. Once it was used, it could freeze a formation, making it unable to explode. It was the most practical way to explore some secret realms. Yes, that mountain is no small matter. There should be a great treasure inside. Xue Feng clenched his teeth and then squeezed the crystal. Instantly, the sealing crystal shattered and turned into a layer of white light that rushed forward. Wherever the white light passed, it was as if a layer of white frost had been laid on the ground. All the large arrays were frozen. It's the sealing crystal, the formation is sealed, let's charge. Buzz. Buzz. Those who were forced by cold blood Hall rose into the air and rushed into the depths of the mountain. You're looking for death. The cold blood Hall people shouted coldly and chased after the people from the small forces. A terrifying battle broke out in this area. Brat die. Huang Kuei was the first to charge at Lu Ming. His blood-red claw radiance was aimed at Lu Ming. The claw ray was as sharp as a knife, aimed at Lu Ming's heart. It wanted to devour Lu Ming's blood and suck him dry. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming moved and slapped him. Chapter 1067. 1067 Chapter 1067 Abusing Blood Luozi. Lu Ming smacked his palm and the space trembled violently. This palm seemed to be able to suppress the heavens. Before the palm reached him, Huang Kuei felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him, and he couldn't even breathe. No. At this moment he was panicking, shocked and afraid. Lu Ming's small palm was so big that it could cover the sky and the sun in his eyes. He wanted to scream but he couldn't. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on his body and a terrifying force exploded. Huang Kuei's entire body exploded into pieces. This time everyone was shocked. Huang Kuei was the second most outstanding talent among the younger generation in Cold Blood Hall, but he was killed by Lu Ming with one slap. Kid, you do have some strength. But how dare you kill the talents of Cold Blood Hall? You're courting death. Die. Xue Luozi roared. He stepped in the air and a blood-red light shot up into the sky. He clenched his fist in the air and a saber formed, slashing at Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had killed Huang Kuei with a single slap, Blood Luozi was still confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Huang Kuei was only at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, But he was already a spirit god. He could kill Huang Kuei with a snap of his fingers. He did not believe that Lu Ming, who had suddenly appeared, could be his match. Boom. Lu Ming made his move and it was still a slap. Boom. Blood Luo Zi's saber light was shattered by Lu Ming's palm. Bang. Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed toward Blood Luo Zi like a stream of light. Roar. 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 During this process, dragon roars rang out from Lu Ming's body continuously. Dragon energy burst out one after another and soon there were 5 bursts of dragon energy. Now that Lu Ming's physical body was complete rank 9, he was extremely powerful. Even if he used all his dragon energy, there would not be any scales on his skin. He could control everything. 5 dragon energies burst forth, and Lu Ming's strength increased rapidly. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck down with his palm. Selah. In Lu Ming's hands the space was torn like a rag. The terrifying power made Blood Luo Zi shiver. Not good. Shui Luo Zi was shocked. Blood vessels appeared above his head and turned into blood-winged bats. With a loud roar, the space surged toward Lu Ming like waves. However, Lu Ming's palm slashed across and the sound wave was split in half. A terrifying force exploded and slammed heavily on the blood-winged bat. With a shrill scream, the blood-winged bat was sent flying and blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. A second-grade heaven's favorite, Blood Luo Zi, was sent flying by Lu Ming with one move. His blood splattered across the sky. This was simply unbelievable. Who was this person? He was too terrifying. Previously, when he saw Lu Ming participating in the selection, he thought that Lu Ming was a weakling. Now it seemed that Lu Ming had clearly hidden his strength. His actual combat strength was simply terrifying. Kill. Lu Ming took a step in the air and used the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. His figure instantly appeared on top of the blood-winged bat's head and he stomped his feet. Boom. 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 The terrifying power exploded and the space was destroyed. The violent power hit Shui Luo Zi and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his body collapsed and he turned into a human. Bang. Lu Ming stomped hard on Blood Luo Zi's nose. His face caved in and he fell heavily to the ground, creating a huge pit. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Currently, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the middle stage of the first-level spiritual god realm, which was slightly higher than Shui Luo Zi's. In addition, his 5 types of intent realms were almost at the 4th-level lower tier. With the 5 bursts of dragon energy, the power was too strong. Moreover, after Lu Ming reached the spiritual god realm, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique was even more terrifying. He could completely crush the Blood Luo Zi without even having to activate his blood meridian. Stop. You're looking for death, kid. The Cold Blood Hall members reacted and charged at Lu Ming with furious roars. Those who dared to attack Lu Ming were all in their 40s or 50s. They had cultivated for 10 to 20 years more than Lu Ming and the rest, so their cultivation levels were very high. In an instant, 5 experts pounced on Lu Ming. 3 of them were 2nd-level spiritual god realm and 2 were 3rd-level spiritual god realm. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and 2 more bursts of dragon power erupted. The 9-dragon bloodline was now at divine level 7, and there were a total of 7 dragon powers, all of which were now erupting. Lu Ming's strength was extremely powerful. When he struck out with his palm, the world shook and the space shattered. Bang. 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 In an instant, Lu Ming threw out 5 palm strikes and exchanged a palm strike with each of the 5 experts. Bang. 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 The 3 second-level spiritual god realm men screamed as their bodies exploded. They were killed in one move. The 2 third-level spiritual god realm experts were also severely injured. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood and retreated rapidly, their eyes filled with fear. Around them, the eyes of the people from the small forces almost popped out. Initially, they thought that Lu Ming was a weakling. Now they knew that he was clearly a demon king. However, they were overjoyed. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more beneficial it would be for small forces like them. They would have a chance to escape from Cold Blood Hall. Swallow. Lu Ming's left palm clenched in the air and the devouring power burst forth. The blood essence and energy of the 3 first-level spiritual god realm experts that were killed were all devoured by Lu Ming. Lu Xiaoqing, you're Lu Xiaoqing. Blood Luozi was still alive and shouted. He had fought with Lu Ming before and recognized the devouring power. What? He's Lu Xiaoqing? Those who had heard of Lu Xiaoqing's name were shocked. Kill. Lu Ming stepped on the air and charged towards the two injured third-level spiritual god realm experts. The two of them were frightened and retreated at top speed. However, their speed could not be compared to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's body was like a stream of light, closing in on them at top speed. His palm pressed down on the void and struck at the two of them. The two of them tried their best to block, but it was still useless. The palm force pressed down and their arms exploded. Their chests caved in and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were barely breathing. Little thief, you're looking for death. Kill. Xue Feng roared. The other experts followed suit and pounced at Lu Ming. There were a few hundred people from Cold Blood Hall. Most of them were middle-aged strong men with strong cultivation and combat strength. Xue Feng was the most terrifying. Like a ray of blood light, he appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. With a punch, endless blood light flashed and spread, pressing down on Lu Ming. This attack was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's expression changed and he also threw a punch. The two fists collided. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was blasted away like a cannonball. He retreated 10,000 meters and smashed a first-level spiritual god expert into pieces. What powerful battle strength! Lu Ming felt his fist go numb and the blood in his body was in turmoil. He was a little shocked. Xue Feng's strength was beyond his imagination. No wonder he was the top talent of the last generation of Cold Blood Hall. How dare you kill an expert from Cold Blood Hall? No one can save you today. Xue Feng's killing intent was like a tide as he closed in on Lu Ming. Around him there were flashes of blood as other experts charged at Lu Ming. Die. Lu Xiaoqing, die. At this moment, Blood Luozi had already struggled to get up. He glared at Lu Ming, his eyes about to spew fire. He was actually abused so badly by Lu Ming. His nose bridge was stepped on by Lu Ming and was deeply pressed down. His face was beyond recognition. He, the Blood Luo Master, had never been humiliated like this. His hatred for Lu Ming could not be described with words. Chapter 1068. 1068 The Battle with the Last Generation Cold Blood Hall Experts. Kill. Xue Feng was still the fastest and he was the first to arrive. His fists were like blood diamonds, shining with a crystal-like luster. With a punch, the space was shattered and it was extremely terrifying. Fourth-level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. Xue Feng's cultivation should be at the fourth level of the spiritual god realm. He was a very powerful genius with unparalleled combat strength. Lu Ming's entire body was surrounded by the five-colored concept, increasing the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique. He threw a few punches in a row. Boom. Boom. The two fists collided and the sky shook. It was as if two gods were fighting. Then Lu Ming was once again sent flying far away. It seems like I have to use my third bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Xue Feng was too strong. Even if his talent was not as high as Xue Luozi's, it would not be lower than Huang Kuei's. He should have awakened a 7th-level divine-level bloodline. When he was young, he should have been a third-grade heaven's pride. If they were at the same level, Lu Ming could easily kill such a prodigy. However, Xue Feng's cultivation was too high. He was at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, which was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming. In the spiritual god realm, there was a huge gap between each level which was difficult to make up for, let alone a gap of 3 levels. Moreover, the opponent was also a top genius. Kill. Kill. In the surroundings, 3 men in their prime pounced over at the same time. Powerful auras filled the air. They were all 3rd-level spiritual gods. Moreover, these 3 people were a level higher than the 2 3rd-level spiritual gods from before. Bang. 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 Lu Ming threw out a punch and exchanged 3 blows with the 3 of them. The 4 of them retreated at the same time. Behind him, Xue Feng quickly charged over. Buzz. At this moment, the mountain peak in the distance trembled. A bright light spread out, shocking everyone. That is a door? Someone exclaimed. Everyone saw a door of light appear on the peak of the mountain. It was crystal clear and resplendent, emitting a brilliant light. Treasure, it must be a peerless treasure. Let's go. Some of the people from the small forces exclaimed. Then they rushed toward the mountain peak with blazing lights. Don't even think about it. Some Cold-Blood Hall people also rushed over. Brat, you're lucky. Xue Feng glared at Lu Ming fiercely. He actually let go of Lu Ming and rushed towards the mountain peak. Although Xue Feng's combat strength was strong, Lu Ming's combat strength had also exceeded his expectations. It would be very difficult for him to kill Lu Ming in a few moves. If the treasure was taken by the people from the small forces, it would not be worth it. Therefore he also rushed over. Charge. The other Cold-Blood Hall members also rushed over. Xue Luozi glared at Lu Ming coldly and followed the Cold-Blood Hall disciples. How can I leave when there's a treasure? Lu Ming smiled and rushed over as well. Although Xue Feng was powerful, he still had a trump card that he had not used. If he used it, he would definitely have no problem escaping. Therefore Lu Ming was not afraid at all. Buzz. Whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Everyone flew forward, and after flying for a while, they discovered that there was no formation in front of them. That can't be a medicinal garden, right? Lu Ming looked behind him. The area that he had just passed looked like a herb garden. That was why it was protected by an inscription array. As they continued forward, a huge group of palaces appeared in front of them. The palace complex seemed to occupy a large area, but it was very ancient and full of the aura of time. Many places had collapsed. The mountain was right in the middle of the palaces. It looked as if the mountain had fallen from the sky and crashed into the center of the palaces, crushing a large area. At this moment, the door of light on the mountain was even more resplendent. He could vaguely see a jade talisman floating in the light door. The light door was a strange phenomenon formed by the light emitted by the jade talisman. Treasure, it's definitely a treasure. Someone shouted greedily and rushed toward the palace. Get lost, you bunch of ants, you're looking for death. Die. Xue Feng shouted in anger as he continuously punched out. His fist radiance broke through the air and instantly, more than a dozen martial artists screamed as they were killed. The others were shocked and quickly avoided Xue Feng. However, there were many people from the other major forces and some of them were experts. After avoiding the blood seal, they didn't give up and continued to rush forward. A few hundred people rushed towards the mountain peak. Lu Ming followed behind at a steady pace. The palace complex was not dangerous and there were no formations either. The group flew over smoothly and arrived in front of the mountain. This mountain looked like a tiger lying there. It looked very lifelike, as if it was carved from a huge rock. On the peak of the mountain, there were strange lines protruding like petrified tree roots. What a strange shape, what a strange mountain. However, they didn't have much time to think about it. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the door of light and the jade talisman. The jade talisman was right on top of the tiger's head. Everyone flew towards the mountain peak. An intense battle had erupted. The Cold-Blood Hall's experts were extremely domineering. They charged at the people from the small forces, killing a large number of experts and staining Tiger Mountain with blood. No one noticed that the fresh blood that was scattered on the mountain had seeped into the mountain and disappeared, as if it had been devoured. This is the moment. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He used the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps and turned into a stream of light. He instantly surpassed the experts of Cold-Blood Hall and rushed toward the light door. Brat, you still dare to come? You're looking for death. Xue Feng bellowed and continuously swung his fists at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a few steps and dodged the fist radiance. Let's attack together and kill him. Blood Luozi shouted and ordered everyone to kill Lu Ming. Kill, kill, kill. Some of the Cold-Blood Hall disciples charged at Lu Ming, while the rest continued to rush at the light door. At this time, dozens of people from the other small forces had been killed. The remaining people were frightened and no longer dared to fight for it. They desperately retreated. Cold-Blood Hall had complete control of the battle. Xue Feng's speed was the fastest. Just as he was about to rush out of the light door, his eyes revealed a burning flame. This jade talisman was definitely a valuable treasure. It might be a powerful inheritance. Whoosh! At this moment, a dark light shot out from the mountain and swept towards Xue Feng. Xuefeng was shocked and immediately threw out a few punches to block the black light. A tree root, no, a vine. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He realized that the thing that attacked Xuefeng was a vine. Who dares to stop me? You're courting death. Xuefeng roared as he punched out with both fists, wanting to crush everything. At this moment, Lu Ming had already exchanged more than a dozen moves with the Cold Blood Hall people. There were more than a dozen people surrounding Lu Ming. There were a few powerful experts. Buzz. Buzz. Blood light filled the air as the experts of Cold Blood Hall activated their bloodlines. 3 of them had 5th-level divine-level bloodlines, and their cultivation was at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. They were the most powerful and had astonishing combat strength. These 3 were the main forces to fight against Lu Ming. Some of the others had 4th or 3rd level divine level bloodlines, and their cultivation levels were in the 2nd or 3rd tier of the spiritual god realm. They were the elites of Cold Blood Hall and had strong combat strength, but Lu Ming could handle them easily. They were mainly 3 experts with divine level rank 5 bloodlines. A 5th level divine level expert was already very talented and had powerful combat strength. In addition, his cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. When the 3 of them joined forces, their combat strength was naturally astonishing. Chapter 1069. 1069 Bloodthirsty Vine. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming was really angry. A drop of blood appeared on top of his head. It was the 3rd bloodline. The 3rd bloodline emerged and a trace of energy poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body suddenly burst out with a shocking killing intent. Lu Ming's jet black hair turned blood red in an instant. His eyes were like blood-red gemstones, filled with a terrifying murderous intent. Kill. Lu Ming's strength increased greatly after he borrowed a trace of the 3rd bloodline's energy. He struck out with his palm, and the saber in the hands of a 3rd-tier spiritual god expert with a 5th-level divine-level bloodline was shattered. Lu Ming's palm struck him and his body immediately exploded. Buzz. Above his head, the 3rd bloodline twisted and turned into a blood-red sword in Lu Ming's hand. His killing intent grew stronger and enveloped the dozen Cold Blood Hall experts. They shivered from head to toe. Whoosh. With a flash of blood-red light, the blood-red sword slashed out, cutting through the void. 4 to 5 spiritual god realm experts were cut into 2 by the sword and died one after another, including an expert in the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm who had awakened a 5th-level divine bloodline. Ah! The rest of the people screamed in fear and retreated frantically, distancing themselves from Lu Ming. Why would I? Not far away, Xuefeng, Xue Luozi and the others widened their eyes in shock. How could Lu Ming be so terrifying? His combat strength was too shocking. Lu Ming could even kill a 3rd-level spiritual god realm expert in seconds. Kill. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and his killing intent was like a tide. He held the combat sword and charged at the other Cold Blood Hall members like a god of death. He waved his sword and a few more heads flew up. Swallow. Then he clenched his left palm and the devouring power burst out, trying to devour the blood essence and vital essence of the Cold Blood Hall experts. This was because he discovered that there was a powerful force in the mountain that was also devouring the blood of the Cold Blood Hall members. Lu Ming was a step too late and only devoured a small amount. Most of the blood was devoured by the mountain. What's going on? Before Lu Ming could react, banging sounds could be heard from the mountain. The tree root-like protrusions that were spread on the mountain actually moved. The rocks exploded and turned into vines that whipped toward Lu Ming and the rest. Shrill screams were heard. Some Cold Blood Hall members were pierced by the vines and shriveled at a visible speed. The vines wriggled like straws, absorbing the blood. Bloodthirsty vine. This is the legendary bloodthirsty vine. Some Cold Blood Hall disciples exclaimed. It's actually the bloodthirsty vine. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It turned out that the protrusion on the mountain was the bloodthirsty vine's vine. It was probably because too much time had passed that the vine was covered with a layer of soil. The soil had turned into rocks, so everyone thought that it was rock at first. But it was the bloodthirsty vine. The bloodthirsty vine was a terrifying creature. It had appeared in ancient times and was almost extinct in recent times. Every time the bloodthirsty vine appeared, It would cause a catastrophe and bring about a bloody storm. This was because the bloodthirsty vine could constantly devour fresh blood. As long as it devoured fresh blood, the bloodthirsty vine's strength would continue to evil-avere. It was truly terrifying. Many Cold Blood Hall disciples turned pale with fear. Whoosh, whoosh. Some of the vines were even thicker than humans and were incomparably huge as they charged towards the crowd. Cold Blood Hall disciples were constantly killed and their blood was sucked dry. Among them, Xuefeng suffered the most attacks. Several thick vines surrounded him because his qi and blood were the most concentrated. Damn it! A blood leopard with 7 golden chakras appeared above Xuefeng's head. Xuefeng had a 7th-level divine-level bloodline. He had transformed into a blood leopard and had astonishing battle prowess. The blood leopard's claws slashed out and several spatial cracks appeared in the space, tearing apart a blood-colored vine. The other bloodthirsty vines were also severely injured. Lu Ming was also attacked by 2 vines. The blood-red sword gleams slashed and one of the vines was cut off. This bloodthirsty vine has just woken up and its combat strength is not strong. Let's join forces and kill it. Xuefeng shouted. Kill. All the Cold Blood Hall experts who had awakened their divine bloodlines activated their bloodlines and attacked the blood-red vines together. Boom. Boom. The energy shot out and the rumbling continued. The blood-red vines were blown apart and broken one by one. Some of the energy landed on the mountain, causing it to explode and rocks to fly everywhere. When the rocks on the mountain exploded, everyone was shocked to find that there were hairs under the rocks. Inside were bodies of flesh and blood. Those are demonic beasts. This time, everyone was clear in their hearts. This tiger-shaped mountain wasn't a huge mountain. It was clearly a huge demonic beast in the shape of a tiger. From the looks of it, the tiger-shaped demonic beast and the bloodthirsty vine had a great battle, and in the end both sides were injured. The tiger-shaped demonic beast was killed and fell into this group of palaces, while the bloodthirsty vine was also seriously injured and dying. It wrapped itself around the tiger-shaped demonic beast. After a long time, it had covered its body with a layer of rocks, looking like a mountain. But now, stimulated by the fresh blood, the bloodthirsty vine woke up again. Hurry up and get the jade talisman, then leave this place. Xuefeng roared. This was a bloodthirsty vine that had lived for an unknown amount of time. It had been sealed for such a long time, yet it could still wake up. It was too shocking and made people's hearts tremble. Xuefeng had a bad premonition and didn't dare to stay any longer. He wanted to take the jade talisman and leave this place as soon as possible. Squeak. At this moment an ear-piercing sound was heard. Boom. The mountain trembled and at the highest point of the mountain, a huge protrusion shook and rocks exploded. That was the main body of the bloodthirsty vine. The bloodthirsty vine was about to awaken completely. Just now it was only the vines that had moved. Just like an octopus, it had only moved its tentacles earlier, but now its main body was about to wake up. Xuefeng transformed into a blood leopard and pounced forward, blocking many of the vines. The other Cold Blood Hall disciples rushed toward the jade talisman. Whoosh! Lu Ming swung his sword and cut off a vine. He then used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and charged toward the jade talisman. Die! The blood sword slashed and a terrifying blood-red sword mark cut through the sky, cutting more than a dozen Cold Blood Hall experts in half. Little thief, I will kill you. Die! Xuefeng roared. His eyes were bloodshot. So many experts had been killed by Lu Ming. He wanted to vomit blood. Unfortunately, he was blocking a pile of vines alone and couldn't get away at all. Cold Blood Hall will be the ones to die today. Kill. Lu Ming said coldly and charged forward, killing a few more people. That damned Lu Shaoqing. In front of him, Xue Luozi was terrified. He gritted his teeth and rushed toward the jade talisman. He was only a few dozen meters away from the jade talisman. But at this moment, a few vines rushed out from the ground and whipped towards him. Damn it! He roared angrily, but he was blocked. Bang! Bang! The rocks exploded and more vines appeared around the jade talisman, blocking all the Cold Blood Hall experts. Lu Ming, leave the jade talisman to me. Dandan spread rumors to Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and threw her in the direction of the jade talisman. He stared at Blood Luozi. He took a step forward and charged at Shui Luozi. Chapter 1070. 1070 Peak First Level Spiritual God Realm. Damn it, stop him. Shocked, Blood Luozi quickly retreated and hid behind the other Cold Blood Hall experts. Lu Ming dashed forward and swept his sword across. Cold Blood Hall experts were killed one by one. Of course, not all of them were in the spiritual god realm. Many of them were in the spirit embryo realm. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. In a flash, Lu Ming appeared in front of Blood Luo. No. No. Blood Luozi screamed and tried to escape, but Lu Ming's sword cut him in half. What? The next moment Lu Ming frowned. He saw a ball of white light wrap around Blood Luozi's body and fly into the sky. The next moment, Blood Luozi's body regrouped. He was not dead, but his eyes were filled with hatred. Lu Shaoqing, Cold Blood Hall will not let you off. With a loud roar, Shui Luozi disappeared in a flash of white light. Life talisman. Lu Ming muttered. He had heard that the most powerful geniuses of the major forces had the life talisman of the Saint Mansion. Even if they died, they could be resurrected outside. Seemed to be true. Amazing. Lu Ming sighed. This kind of life talisman was integrated with the heaven and earth rules of this secret realm. It was mysterious and unpredictable. As long as one wore the life talisman, one could not be killed. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. However, the others from Cold Blood Hall did not have this kind of treatment. If they died, they would really die. At this time, Dandan rushed toward the jade talisman, and at least a dozen vines whipped at him. Dandan stepped in the void and an inscription formation appeared. Its body actually flashed in the air, avoiding the vines and rushed past, appearing in front of the jade talisman. He grabbed the jade talisman with one claw and stuffed it into his mouth. Let's go, we got it. Dandan shouted and ran forward. Fig. At this time, an ear-piercing sound resounded through the world. In the sky above the mountain, the rocks exploded. The main body of the bloodthirsty vine had completely awakened and let out a furious roar. It was a lump-like object like a root with countless vines extending out from it. Countless vines danced wildly and whistled through the air. In an instant, dozens of Cold Blood Hall disciples in the spirit embryo realm were killed by the vines and their blood was all devoured. After devouring the fresh blood, the bloodthirsty vine's aura became stronger and more terrifying. Go, quickly go. Die. Shui Feng roared. He waved his claws and broke several vines before running forward. The remaining Cold Blood Hall disciples also fled for their lives. Dandan was extremely agile and its inscriptions glowed. The vines actually couldn't catch it. Lu Ming stepped on the air and flew in the direction of Dandan. Buzz. Dandan leaped onto Lu Ming's shoulder and shouted, Go, quickly go. It was because the bloodthirsty vine had its eyes on them and was chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and his speed was shockingly fast. With a flash of light, his figure disappeared into the distance. In all directions, the people from the small forces and the remaining Cold Blood Hall experts took the opportunity to escape. After running for tens of thousands of miles, the Cold Blood Hall people rushed out of the light shield. Without the light barrier's suppression, their speed skyrocketed. They turned into streaks of blood light and disappeared from this place. They only stopped after they had traveled a few 100,000 miles. Then they all looked at each other. Lu Shaoqing, you deserve to die. Shui Feng almost vomited blood as he roared with red eyes. Tragic, too tragic. Cold Blood Hall had sent in hundreds of people, but at this time there were less than 100 people left. At least 200 people had died. Most of them were spirit embryo realm martial artists, but there were also quite a few who were strong practitioners of the spiritual god realm. The most important thing was that the 10 strongest people of the young generation of Cold Blood Hall were almost all dead. Only 2 people were left, and there were only 3 people left, including Master Shui Luo, who was still alive because of the life talisman. It was really too tragic. The losses were incomparably heavy. Among them, Lu Ming had killed more than 10 spiritual god experts. There were not many spiritual god experts even in the overlord forces. Lu Ming had killed more than half of Cold Blood Hall's previous talents. Lu Xiaoqing, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human. Xue Feng roared, his voice spreading out for hundreds of miles. Lu Ming sprinted madly. After tens of thousands of miles, he had also rushed out of the light shield's range. His speed increased greatly, but the bloodthirsty vine was chasing after him. Lu Ming used all his strength and flew for hundreds of thousands of miles before he managed to shake off the bloodthirsty vine. This guy is really hard to deal with. After finding a secret place, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram. He heaved a long sigh and then began to refine the blood essence energy that he had devoured. Xianxia Academy outside the Wanxiang Jade Wall. Suddenly the space trembled. With a flash of light, Xue Luozi's body appeared. Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Xue Luozi. Xue Luozi was dead. Everyone knew that he had died in the battle because of the life talisman. This was the first heaven's favorite to die in battle with a life talisman. Blood Luozi, what's going on? An elder from Cold Blood Hall asked. He was a supreme of Cold Blood Hall. The others also looked at Blood Luozi. They were very curious about what had happened inside. Blood Luozi had actually died in battle. Lu Xiaoqing, it's Lu Xiaoqing. Xue Luozi roared viciously and explained the situation briefly. What? It's that trash. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. Many people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming's passing of the Tianshu cave had attracted many people's attention. However, during the screening later on, Lu Ming's results were too poor. Many people thought that Lu Ming was a weakling who had passed the Tianshu cave by luck. However, after hearing what Master Xue Luo said, many people felt a lingering fear. This wasn't a battle trash. He was clearly a god of killing, a Shura. That guy is just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. That's right. He's too despicable. He must have hidden his strength before. Wu Xiaoqing, I've heard of him. He appeared in the city of Dan before. That time he defeated Blood Luozi. He's a heaven's favorite who suddenly appeared. Our Cold Blood Hall has suffered a great loss this time. They actually chose a god of killing to go in with them. Many people were discussing loudly. Some overlords, such as the Sky Eagle Castle and the Floating Mountain, were not afraid of Cold Blood Hall at all. They looked at Cold Blood Hall with ridicule. The Cold Blood Hall members were so angry that their lungs hurt and they had the urge to vomit blood. Especially Xue Luozi, who was so angry that his stomach hurt. He was the one who had chosen Lu Ming to enter. Lu Ming had not given him the quota for the marrow cleansing pool and had even mocked him. He had planned to make Lu Ming regret it in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. He had never expected to bring a god of death in. If it were not for Lu Ming, they would not have been so miserable even if they had to face the bloodthirsty vine. He was completely to blame. I hope Xue Feng can kill that bastard. The Cold Blood Hall members gritted their teeth, hoping that Xue Feng could kill Lu Ming. In the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, Lu Ming was refining the blood essence with all his might. A few hours later, the energy of the blood essence had been completely refined. Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly, reaching the peak of the first level of the spiritual god realm in one go. However, his bloodline did not improve. Now that Lu Ming's two types of blood vessels were at divine level 7, it was very, very difficult to improve them. He needed a huge amount of blood essence. It's a pity that a large portion of the blood essence was devoured by the bloodthirsty vine. Otherwise, if I were to devour all the energy of so many experts, it would be enough for me to break through to the second level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. It's still not safe here. The bloodthirsty vine is an ancient evil creature. Once it's born, it'll go crazy and kill people. Its strength will skyrocket. I'd better stay away from it first. After exiting the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming flew into the distance. Lu Ming only slowed down after flying for more than 1,000,000 miles. Chapter 1071. 1071 Chapter 1071 The place where the strong are in seclusion. Lu Ming only stopped here. The distance was far enough and the bloodthirsty vine should not be able to catch up. Dandan, what kind of treasure is that jade talisman? Lu Ming asked Dandan. He was very curious. Take it and see for yourself. She opened her mouth and the jade talisman flew out. Lu Ming reached out and took it. Dandan didn't have much interest in things that weren't spiritual medicine. Dandan, your strength has improved a lot recently, Lu Ming said. Previously, Dandan was able to snatch the jade talisman from the bloodthirsty vine and escape with ease, displaying her powerful abilities. Lu Ming was very curious. Of course, that's why I asked you to give me more spirit herbs. Also, the last time you went through a tribulation I swallowed some thunder tribulation. That thing was very nourishing and helped me recover a lot. Dandan said with a smug look. The heavenly tribulation is a great supplement. Lu Ming was speechless. This guy was really mysterious. Back then, when the thunder cauldron was going through its tribulation, this guy swallowed the heavenly tribulation in one gulp. At that time it was still an egg. How is it? Have you been subdued by my divine might? In the future follow this Lord well and serve him well. You'll have a good life. Dandan was smug and had already started to feel smug. Go in. Lu Ming immediately grabbed Dandan and stuffed him into the mountain and river diagram. Then he looked at the jade talisman in his hand and scanned it with his spiritual sense. After breaking through to the spiritual god realm and forming a spiritual god, one would be able to form spiritual consciousness, which was more effective than the eyes and could sense everything. The next moment Lu Ming's face lit up. The 9 seals of the Gate of God is a sealing art, a powerful secret art. Lu Ming mumbled to himself and studied it carefully. The more he studied it, the more surprised he was. The 9 seals of the Gate of God. After a martial artist cultivated it, he would be able to form a sealing gate that could seal his opponents. When he cultivated it to a high level, he would be able to seal the heavens, the earth, people and everything. It was extremely terrifying. Amazing, too amazing. The more he comprehended, the more amazed Lu Ming was. He discovered the formidability of the 9 seals of the Gate of God. This was a terrifying secret technique. It was left behind by an emperor in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion countless years ago. It had been lost in the outside world for countless years. Lu Ming simply found a hidden place and entered the mountain and river diagram. He sat cross-legged under the Path Understanding Ancient Tree and studied it carefully. Now, the Path Understanding Ancient Tree had grown 3 leaves, and it was even more extraordinary. It was surrounded by the aura of the Great Path, and people could enter a state of emptiness if they sat on the side. Lu Ming was fully focused on understanding the 9 seals of the Gate of God. Slowly, a mysterious light emanated from his body. As time passed, the light began to condense and turned into a door of light. It was like a gate of God that led to an eternal unknown place. Time flew by and 3 days passed. Buzz. Buzz. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's hands formed a seal at top speed. A door of light condensed and flew toward Dandan in front of him. The door of light glowed and enveloped Dandan in an instant. What are you doing, Nest? Dandan's 4 limbs danced wildly as if she was suppressed. It was not until Dandan's entire body glowed and inscribed all kinds of formations that she managed to escape. The effect is not bad. Lu Ming smiled. Even the vampiric vine could not stop Dandan. Her escaping skills were unfathomable and she was slippery. However, even Dandan was suppressed by the sealing door for a while due to her carelessness. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the power of the sealing door. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be sealed by the sealing door. In a battle between experts, even if one was sealed for a moment, life and death could be decided. Moreover, the power of the sealing door would increase as Lu Ming's cultivation level increased. It could be one of Lu Ming's killing weapons. In particular, Lu Ming had just started cultivating and could only cultivate 1 sealing door. The 9 seals of the Gate of God could be cultivated to the highest level and 9 sealing doors could be cultivated. That would be truly terrifying. Every time he cultivated an additional sealing door, his power would increase by several times. We've already wasted 3 days. We can't waste any more time. It's rare to enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. We can't waste it. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram. He randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Dandan also climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder and looked around to see if there were any spiritual herbs. Roar. A giant wolf appeared on a mountain in front of them. It was as big as a mountain and its body was Asilavir white. It howled at the sky and the entire mountain range shook violently. So strong. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He concealed his aura and landed on a mountain range below to observe from afar. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden the mountain range beneath Lu Ming's feet moved. It shook violently before it rose into the air and flew toward the giant wolf nest. It was only then that Lu Ming realized that what he was standing on was not a mountain range but a giant snake. The giant snake was as large as a mountain. Its body was covered with soil, rocks, and trees. It lay there unmoving like a mountain range. Snake. No, even if it's not a pure-blooded titan snake, it's almost there. Lu Ming wailed and quickly flew to the side. Fortunately, the giant snake only had eyes for the giant Selavir wolf and did not pay any attention to Lu Ming. Ow! The giant Selavir wolf roared and stomped its feet. The mountain under it exploded and its huge body pounced toward the giant snake. The two behemoths fought each other. For a time the world shook and the mountains kept shattering. What a powerful beast. It's definitely not from the outside world. It's a powerful beast that grew up in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Lu Ming stayed far away and did not dare to approach. These two beasts were definitely at the advanced spiritual god realm. They were extremely terrifying. This secret realm is very dangerous. I encountered the bloodthirsty vine before, and now I've encountered two powerful fierce beasts. I have to be more careful in the future. Lu Ming concealed his aura and flew carefully. Not long after he saw a few saber marks on a cliff. After studying them carefully he realized that they were left by peerless powerhouses. If a saber practitioner were to study them carefully he would definitely gain something. It's rumored that 30,000 years ago, a supreme expert came here to cultivate. This blade mark is probably left behind by a supreme expert who had comprehended something while he was cultivating. Lu Ming made a guess. If that was the case there would definitely be a lot of such traces in the secret realm. If he were to encounter something suitable, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Lu Ming did not stay there for long. He did not practice swordsmanship and the marks did not match him. Along the way they discovered many spiritual herbs. Lu Ming only kept a few and gave the rest to Dandan. There's someone in front. A day later Lu Ming saw a figure flying past in front of him. They were not from Cold Blood Hall but from other forces. There were 9 light pillars when one entered the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, which led to 9 different areas. However, these 9 areas were all connected and were all in the same secret realm. The major forces began to enter separately in order to avoid disputes as soon as they entered. However, as time passed the people from the 9 regions would definitely meet. Lu Ming guessed that he had already arrived at the other areas. Lu Ming flew forward and saw many people gathered under a stone wall, observing and comprehending in detail. Lu Ming stepped forward and noticed that there were strange patterns on the stone wall. Upon closer inspection there was a mysterious aura flowing. It was obvious that this was also a place where the most powerful person cultivated. Chapter 1072. 1072 Chapter 1072 Wu Tsang. Lu Ming carefully thought about it and realized that it was not of much use to him. He was about to leave. Get lost. Suddenly a loud roar could be heard. In the sky, a young man in white with a long sword on his back stepped through the air. A terrifying sword power emanated from his body, pressing down on everyone. Wu Tsang. Wu Tsang of the Heavenly Martial Sword School. Many people's expressions changed. The Heavenly Martial Sword sect was extremely prosperous. It was one of the top forces in the central continent and few forces could compare to it. In this generation the Heavenly Martial Sword School also produced many Heaven's favorites. There were 2 second-grade Heaven's favorites. Wu Qingkong and Wu Tsang. Wu Qingkong was the top talent of the Tianwu sword sect, while Wu Tsang was the second. Don't look at how he was ranked second. His strength wasn't any weaker than Yin Bupo Junyu and the others. With 2 Heaven's favorites in one generation, the Heavenly Martial Sword sect's reputation was like the sun in the sky. Get lost. I want this place. Wu Tsang stood high above and looked down. Many people gritted their teeth. This place was huge. Wu Tsang could clearly choose a place to comprehend, but he wanted to chase others away. However, he didn't dare to voice his anger and could only leave. Many people were just in the middle of comprehending and had no choice but to stop and leave. "You're still not leaving." Wuxia looked at Lu Ming, his eyes sharp like lightning. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He glanced at Wuxia and walked away. This place was of no use to him. He had planned to leave anyway, so there was no need to fight with Wuxia. The Heavenly Martial Sword School is really overbearing. Keep it down. The Heavenly Sword Sect has sent many powerful cultivators here. The top cultivator of the previous generation is here too. He's not as talented as Wu Song and Wu Qingkong, but he's been cultivating for more than 10 years. He's very powerful. We'd better not offend him. Some people discussed in low voices and left the place. Lu Ming headed north and soon reappeared 10,000 miles away. Gah! A cry resounded through the sky as a giant eagle flew across the sky. What a powerful aura! This was also a terrifyingly powerful bird of prey, the overlord of this secret realm. The giant eagle flew to a cliff in front of them and landed. Lu Ming then realized that there was a nest on the cliff. That's... From afar, Lu Ming noticed that there was a strange aura on the cliff. There were vague traces on it that seemed to be a human figure. There are traces left behind by an omnipotent expert. I wonder if it'll be of any use to me. Lu Ming carefully approached the giant eagle's nest and waited patiently. This wait lasted for an entire day. The next day, the giant eagle let out a long cry, spread its wings and flew away from its nest. The giant eagle was far away. Lu Ming rushed to the bottom of the cliff to take a closer look. There was a figure carved on the cliff wall, and this figure seemed to be launching an attack. Boom! Boom! He took a closer look and saw that the figure seemed to be moving. A terrifying killing intent burst out and enveloped Lu Ming. Kill! With a loud shout, the figure's palm struck towards Lu Ming. A terrifying killing intent enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body turned cold and he could not muster up any thoughts of resistance. The other party's palm directly landed on his body. Lu Ming was shocked. He retreated backward, only to realize that everything was an illusion. Amazing! Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He was a little shocked but also a little excited. This was a martial technique that was extremely powerful and contained killing intent. Could even affect one's mind. Lu Ming's third blood meridian was able to make use of the powerful slaughter concept. This martial art technique was very useful to Lu Ming. I'll try to comprehend it here and see if I can comprehend this battle technique, Zhou Xian said. Lu Ming stepped forward and took a closer look. Lu Ming guarded his heart tightly and nothing moved. Buzz. This time it wasn't a palm strike. A sword appeared in the figure's hand and he slashed out. Lu Ming did not move and let the sword cut through him. Sure enough, the combat sword was like a phantom. After a slash, it performed the next move. This time it turned into a saber. Buzz. Whoosh. This figure moved unhindered, displaying all sorts of attacks. The weapon in his hand was also unpredictable. What an amazing martial skill. Lu Ming looked at it for a while and finally figured out something. This kind of martial technique didn't have a fixed form, or rather, the form was only on the surface. The main point was the intent. After understanding the intent of this martial technique, any weapon would be able to exert great power. This was a killing style specially created for killing people, and its power was extremely strong. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the air, comprehending and studying in detail. In the evening, a screech resounded through the sky. The giant eagle had returned. Lu Ming left the place and sat cross-legged not far away to continue his comprehension. The next day after the giant eagle left, Lu Ming returned to the cliff to continue his comprehension. Brat, get lost. Suddenly, a loud roar interrupted Lu Ming's comprehension. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. He turned to look. Wuxia, this person again. Now he had his eyes on this cliff. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Wuxia was stunned. He did not expect that Lu Ming would dare to tell him to scram. Then Wuxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "Kid, do you know who you're talking to? If you say the wrong thing, you'll have to pay with your life. Get lost." Lu Ming's voice turned colder as he said the second word. "You're looking for death." Die. Wuxia shouted coldly. His sword chi surged and he slashed out his palm. A terrifying sword radiance slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming casually waved his hand and sent the sword gleam flying. He then stood up and walked toward Wuxia. You have some ability, but you're wrong to be arrogant in front of me. Wuxia shouted as he unsheathed his sword. Whoosh. The combat sword cut through the void, leaving a horrifying crack in the space. Roar roar roar. A dragon's roar resounded from within Lu Ming's body. His dragon power burst forth and a purple light emanated from Lu Ming's body. With a palm strike, Wuxia's sword chi was destroyed. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move toward Wuxia. You. Wuxia was shocked. He found it unbelievable. Lu Ming's combat strength was far beyond his imagination. Where did this expert come from? Wuxia didn't have time to think. He quickly retreated and a battle sword bloodline appeared above his head. It was a divine level 8th bloodline. He performed the blood fusion and transformed into a combat sword. He slashed out a shocking sword radiance in an attempt to cut Lu Ming in half. Clang. Lu Ming clenched his fists and activated the prison suppressing heaven technique, striking the sword with a terrifying force. The combat sword trembled crazily and almost fell apart, flying far away. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. The combat sword shook violently and was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away, cutting 2 mountains in half. Run, run. Wuxia was terrified. He controlled his sword and turned to run. Lu Ming stepped into the air and gave chase. Wuxia transformed into a sword beam and was extremely fast. He flew hundreds of miles in an instant. However, Lu Ming was even faster. He approached at an extreme speed and Wuxia was almost scared out of his wits. Stop. I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. If you dare to attack me again, you'll be making an enemy out of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. Wuxia was afraid. He brought up the Tianwu sword sect in hopes of subduing Lu Ming. Chapter 1073. 1073 5 Killing Styles. Lu Ming sneered and continued to step forward, clenching his fist and punching. Without a doubt, Lu Xing had exploded with 7 rays of dragon energy, activated the prison suppressing heavenly art, and combined with the 5-colored will, the power was terrifying. Clang. Another punch landed on the sword. This time Wuxia couldn't block it anymore. The sword exploded, revealing his true body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and ran away frantically. Heavens, who is that? It seems to be Wuxia. Yes, it's him. He's actually fleeing and being hunted down. Who's so powerful? Can you chase after Wuxia? Isn't that the loser? He's the one who's chasing after Wuxia. He's so terrifying. He just destroyed Wuxia's bloodline fusion with 1 punch. What trash. He's clearly a rare heaven's favorite with unparalleled combat strength. No wonder he could pass the Tiangang cave. Not far away, 5 or 6 people were passing by. When they saw the scene, they were dumbfounded. Wuxia did not know Lu Ming because Wuxia was not there when they went to the Tianshu cave. He only arrived after the secret book of the Saint Mansion was opened. However, the few people who passed by recognized Lu Ming. Back then they had thought that Lu Ming had passed the Tianshu cave by luck. Now they were really shocked and thought that they were dreaming. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps at an astonishing speed. He caught up with Wuxia in a few moments and threw another punch. Don't. Wuxia roared and tried his best to resist, but half of his body was still broken by the punch. Bang. Then Lu Ming stomped his foot down. Wuxia screamed in pain and was torn into pieces. Another second-grade heaven's favorite was killed. However, just like Shui Luozi after Wuxia was killed, another white light enveloped him. Not far away, his body actually condensed again. He looked at Lu Ming with hatred, then trembled and disappeared without a trace. Another destiny talisman. Lu Ming frowned. These second-class geniuses all had the potential to become emperors. The major forces valued them and paid a high price to buy destiny talismans from Xianxia Academy. Almost every second-grade heaven's favorite had a piece. A second-grade heaven's favorite was too important. He had the chance to become an emperor. An emperor could make a force an overlord force and prosper for 10 to 20,000 years. His role was simply too great. He was many times more important than a supreme being. Those overlord forces hoped that they would have a successor. If there was no successor, there would be no new emperor in the future generations, and an overlord force would quickly weaken, such as Medicine King's Valley and the Talisman sect. In the history of the Divine Wilderness continent, there were countless overlord factions. However, how many of them could continue to prosper and pass down their legacy? Very few. Many of the overlord forces had been weakened because there were no emperors among the latecomers. One could imagine how much the overlord forces valued second-grade geniuses. In the distance, those people gasped and broke out in cold sweat. Lu Ming was too ruthless. He killed a second-grade heaven's favorite just like that. Fortunately, he had the Destiny Talisman. Otherwise, the Heaven Martial Sword School would have gone crazy. Lu Ming swept a glance at the few of them and ignored them. He returned to the edge of the cliff and continued to comprehend the killing move. Xianxia Academy was still surrounded by people outside the Wanxiang Jade Wall. High up in the sky, the various supreme martial artists were sitting cross-legged, waiting silently. Buzz. Suddenly, a white light flashed and Wu Tsong's figure appeared. Everyone's eyes looked over in unison. It's Wu Tsong. He's been killed. What kind of danger did he encounter? Seems that the secret realm is really dangerous. I wonder how many of those who didn't have life talismans died. Danger is accompanied by opportunity. If there's something to gain, it's worth it. Many people looked at Wu Tsong and discussed among themselves. Wu Tsong, what's going on? A supreme martial artist from the Tianwu Sword School asked. Wu Tsong didn't dare to not answer the supreme martial artist's question, so he immediately began to explain. A dark-skinned young man with a simple and honest appearance but extremely cunning. Wu Tsong did not know what Lu Ming's name was, so he described his appearance. What? Wasn't this the same face as Lu Shaoqing? He again. He's really a god of death. First he killed many experts from Cold Blood Hall, then Blood Luo, and now he killed Wu Tsong. He's really terrifying. He killed so many heaven's favorites. His combat strength is so shocking. I'm afraid he's at the top even among the second-grade heaven's favorites. Many people exclaimed. Cold Blood Hall's people looked gloomy and Blood Luozi gritted his teeth. If you guys are discussing, then go ahead. Why did you have to involvere them? On the cliff in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, Lu Ming was studying carefully. Every time the giant eagle returned, he would leave. The next day when the giant eagle went out to look for food, he would go and comprehend. For 5 consecutive days he had gained a lot. The mark was not complete. It was only a kind of intent. Lu Ming comprehended 5 killing styles from this intent. Lu Ming named them the 5 killing styles. The 5 slaughter forms didn't have any specific moves. It was just a kind of slaughter concept's usage method. In other words, without slaughter concept, it was completely useless. However, when Lu Ming borrowed the power of the 3rd blood meridian, he could borrow the slaughter concept, and the 5 killing styles could come in handy. Previously, Lu Ming had only borrowed the power of the 3rd bloodline. With the 5 techniques of massacre, it would undoubtedly be more powerful. It's almost time. 5 days later, Lu Ming got up and left. This imprint was not complete, so even if he continued to comprehend it, he would not gain much. Lu Ming left the place and continued to look for opportunities. A day later, Lu Ming arrived at a lush mountain range. Nest, why have all the spirit herbs on the way been dug up? Which bastard did this? Dandan ran around like a gust of wind, cursing and swearing. The spiritual qi in this mountain range was very dense. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Along the way they found dozens of pits, all left behind by the spiritual herbs that had been dug out. According to Dandan's speculation, they were all left behind by level 8 spirit herbs. His anger had obviously been taken by someone else. They dug too thoroughly. Not a single hair was left. Dandan sighed. Lu Ming was also speechless. They had changed a few positions in this forest and it was the same. There's someone in front. Suddenly, Dandan widened her eyes and climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming concealed his aura and moved forward carefully. In front of him, a figure in white clothes was walking in the air and flashing in the forest. He looked very young from the back, but he was bald and had a round and smooth head. His movement technique was extremely fast, like a gust of wind. In a moment he appeared in front of a spiritual herb. "I have rice hair, good." The bald man groaned and then waved his sleeve. The spiritual herb left the ground and was collected by him. Could he be a saint monk from the Western Desert? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. Legend had it that the Western Desert was different from other places. They cultivated the Dharma, and the entire Western Desert was mainly focused on the Dharma, with ancient temples everywhere. Looking at the bald man's clothes and the name of Buddha, he was clearly a holy monk of the Western Desert. After the holy monk put away the spirit herbs, he continued forward. Not long after, he came to a dark underground cave and observed it carefully. After a while he retreated a few miles and took out a round plate. Then a purple light beam shot up into the sky. Chapter 1074. 1074 Chapter 1074 Heartless Monk. In the hands of Western Desert Saint Monk, a round plate emitted a purple light that shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It was extremely shocking, and even from far away it could be seen. After a long while, Western Desert Saint Monk put away the disc, and the light pillar disappeared. This was because there were many streaks of light flashing over from the distance. Someone had been attracted here. What is this guy trying to do? Lu Ming, who was hiding not far away, saw everything. The holy monk kept the disc and returned to the entrance of the dark cave. He shouted, "The treasure in this cave is mine." After shouting, his figure flashed and he quickly left the cave. Not long after, more than 10 streaks of light flew over, revealing more than 10 figures. "The treasure is in the cave, kill. We can't let anyone else get there first. Get lost, it's mine." More than a dozen experts directly rushed into the cave. Roar, roar, roar. Inside the cave, the wild roars of ferocious beasts came out. The entire ground was shaking and an intense battle was taking place in the cave. "This guy is killing with a borrowed knife." Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Didn't they say that the holy monks of the Western Desert were all kind-hearted and would save all living beings? This guy was too unreliable. Could he be a fake? "I have rice hair, Buddha is merciful." That guy chanted the name of Buddha again. His figure flashed, but he did not enter the cave. Instead he went in another direction. "This guy is very mysterious. Let's go and take a look." Lu Ming quietly followed behind the Western Desert Saint Monk and came to a place dozens of miles away. There was a huge cave in this place. At this moment, Lu Ming heard a deafening roar coming from the cave, which gradually faded into the distance. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He finally understood what this guy's purpose was. This cave was connected to the cave tens of li away. Western Desert's guy had used the others in that cave to lure the beasts away, so he could easily enter from this cave and find the treasure. How was this a merciful saint monk? This was clearly an unscrupulous monk. The monk sneakily looked around. Lu Ming finally saw his face. She had a baby face, slightly chubby and smooth skin that made women jealous. She was pink and tender and she looked harmless. He looked around, chanted the name of Buddha and rushed into the cave. This guy is really not a good person. On his shoulder, Dan looked at him with disdain. Lu Ming pursed his lips and thought, "You are similar to him. There must be some treasure in this cave. Let's go in and take a look." Lu Ming also rushed into the cave carefully. The cave was huge, and after a few thousand meters, it became even wider, like a huge underground cave. In front of them there were still faint rumbles. It was obvious that the battle was extremely intense. Next I saw a few pits. There must be spirit herbs growing there, but they were all dug out by that monk. What a pity. Dandan sighed. The two of them moved forward and found that the underground caves were crisscrossed, and the monk's figure had long disappeared. Lu Ming walked forward casually and suddenly stopped. A purple light attracted his attention. On one of the walls, a hazy purple light was emitted. It was hazy and beautiful. Lu Ming circulated his essential core and wiped off the rock on the surface. A purple crystal the size of a longan appeared. These are purple flame crystals. After the initial shock, Lu Ming was overjoyed. The purple flame crystal was a precious material that was extremely rare. It could be used to refine weapons and could also be used to refine pills. It was priceless. The most important thing was that the purple flame crystal was one of the most important main ingredients in refining the Nirvana elixir. It was a level 9 material. Lu Ming did not expect to encounter a purple flame crystal here. He immediately condensed his vital essence into a knife and dug out the surrounding rocks to dig out the purple flame crystal. It's so heavy. A purple flame crystal the size of a dragon's eye, yet it weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. It was truly shocking. I don't know if there are any more. After Lu Ming kept the purple flame crystal, he looked around carefully. It would be great if he could find a few more. Although the Nirvana elixir was not of much use to Lu Ming, it was very useful to others. For example, if Fatty Kongjin had Nirvana pills, he could even raise his third bloodline to the 9th level of the divine level. His parents, his disciples Xian Yanqing and Mulan would all be of great use to him in the future. If there was a chance, Lu Ming wanted to collect the materials and refine a few furnaces. After walking around for a while, Lu Ming indeed discovered something. A purple light was emitting from a wall. Just as Lu Ming was about to dig, a terrifying gust of wind attacked him. Lu Ming was shocked. He turned around and struck out a palm. Bang! A terrifying force gushed toward Lu Ming and he could not help but take a few steps back. What a tyrannical power! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Although he did not release his dragon energy just now, his vital essence was extremely robust. In addition to the 5 types of concepts and the prison suppressing heaven technique, he could kill an ordinary second-level spiritual god realm martial artist with a single palm strike. However, he was now forced to retreat. Pai hair. A Buddhist chant was heard and a harmless face appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the monk. He looked very young, in his 20s. He squinted his eyes and smiled. He put his hands together and said, "This benefactor, the fierce beast in this cave, was lured away by a monk's friend. It's not good for you to take advantage of it like this, right?" Even when he spoke, the monk was still smiling. Lu Ming and Dandan looked down on them. Those people were clearly tricked by the monk, but they became his friends in his mouth. How shameless. "Master, everyone who saw it has a share. I saw all of your methods just now. If word gets out, I'm afraid it won't be good for the reputation of Western Desert's saint monk." Lu Ming said with a smile. "My hair is white, my Buddha is merciful. I think you have misunderstood, benefactor. A monk should be merciful." The baby-faced monk chanted the name of Buddha. Roar. Tyrant hadn't finished his words when a loud roar was heard. A giant lizard with purple flames lunged at Tyrant. Buzz. Tyrant's body glowed with a golden light. He struck out a palm and a huge golden palm print landed on the purple lizard's body. With a loud bang, the lizard was smashed into pieces. Mercy. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. "My hair is white, my Buddha is merciful." The monk chanted the name of Buddha again and looked at Lu Ming. "Benefactor, this little monk has taken a fancy to this purple flame crystal. Why don't you give it to this little monk?" "So what if I don't?" Lu Ming said. "My hair is as white as rice, my Buddha." "Hair your head. I know you don't have hair." Lu Ming shouted and suddenly launched an attack. The dragon power in his body burst out and his strength increased greatly. He threw a punch at the unscrupulous monk. Wuliang monk's body shone brightly. The dazzling golden light spread out, making the unscrupulous monk look like the reincarnation of Buddha. He looked solemn. In addition, he had a harmless face. If Lu Ming had not secretly seen him before, he would really think that he was an eminent monk. Boom. The heartless monk struck out with his palm and the golden palm print collided with Lu Ming's fist. Chapter 1075. 1075 Dragon Carp Battle with Wu Qingkong. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded and the force shot out in all directions. The underground cave emitted a terrifying vibration. The rock of this underground cave was extremely hard, probably because it had been inhabited by powerful fierce beasts all year round. If it was an ordinary cave, it would have exploded immediately. Even so, the entire underground cave was shaking violently. Bang, bang. After the first move, Lu Ming's body trembled and he took a few steps back. He's so strong. This monk's strength is actually so terrifying. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. At this moment he had already unleashed his dragon power, but he was still forced back by his opponent. The power of that golden palm print was astonishing, as if it could suppress everything. It was a direct counter to the prison suppressing heavenly art. Lu Ming was shocked. The unscrupulous monk was also surprised. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to take his palm without being injured. Roar. The shaking here attracted the attention of the beasts on the other side. They roared loudly. Clearly some beasts were rushing over here. I'm a little kid. Benefactor, you're very powerful. I'll give this purple flame crystal to you then. Goodbye. The monk chanted the name of Buddha and left with his sleeves fluttering. Western Desert is truly unfathomable. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The Western Desert had always been the territory of the Buddhist sect since ancient times. It had always been mysterious and extremely powerful. Many people said that out of the 5 territories of the divine wilderness continent, the Western Desert was only second to the central continent. Roar. The roar was like thunder and the underground cave rumbled. Lu Ming did not think much and dug out the purple flame crystal. With a move of his body he left the place. Following that, Lu Ming walked around the underground cave for a while but did not find the third piece of purple flame crystal. However, he encountered a few purple giant lizards that he killed. However, it was obvious that there was a nest of giant lizards in the underground cave, some of which were very powerful. Lu Ming did not stay for long. He walked around for a while, then left the cave and flew into the distance. Hoo. A strong wind blew and Lu Ming smiled. He was in a good mood after obtaining 2 purple flame crystals. Each of the 7 main ingredients required to refine the nirvana elixir was extremely precious and rarely appeared in the outside world. Now that he had obtained one, it could be considered an opportunity. Naturally, Lu Ming was in a good mood. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. In front of them, sword chi soared into the sky, inscriptions glittered and the space was torn apart. There was an intense battle going on. Lu Ming flew at top speed. He cast the water concept and condensed a cloud of mist. He hid in the mist and watched. There were a total of 4 people in the great battle. Lu Ming was quite familiar with a few of them. They were Goddess Tan Xiang Kong Exin from the Xianxia Academy, Wu Qingkong from the Tianwu Sword Sect, and a brawny man in his 40s. He was as strong as Wu Qingkong. The 4 of them were in a chaotic battle. However, it was obvious that Goddess Tan Xiang and Kong Xian were working together. They fought fiercely with Wu Qingkong and the brawny man. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that there was a small lake below. The water was clear and there were 3 koi swimming around in the lake. These 3 carps were golden and there was light emitting from their bodies. They gathered and scattered at times, and when they gathered they looked like a real dragon. Dragon carp, it's a dragon carp. Lu Ming was shocked. The dragon carp was also a supreme treasure. It was said to be the descendant of a true dragon. It had the true blood of a true dragon in its body and was used to refine pills. It was a rare treasure medicine and its value was even higher than the purple flame crystal. Coincidentally, the blood of the dragon carp was one of the 7 main ingredients to refine the nirvana elixir. You guys want to fight with me? You're looking for death. The dragon carp is mine. Wu Qingkong shouted, full of killing intent. Wu Qingkong, don't be too overbearing. There are 3 dragon carps. How about we each get one? Tan Xiang spoke. 1 rule per party. Do you have the qualifications? All 3 of them are mine. Wu Qingkong sneered. His sword chi whistled and cut the space. It was terrifying. The other brawny man didn't say anything. His entire body was emitting white light. He waved his palm and a huge hand appeared, tearing the sky and the earth. This is the sky-splitting Great Palm imprint. This person should be an expert from the Overlord Force, the Ji family. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Among the 3 parties, Wu Qingkong had amazing combat strength, and the strong man from the Ji family had a high cultivation and was not weak either. However, when Goddess Tan Xiang and Kong Xian joined forces, their combat strength was also very terrifying and not weaker than others. It was difficult to determine the winner in a battle between 3 parties. Lu Ming smiled. He suddenly used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and rushed toward the surface of the lake. In an instant he appeared above the lake. He stretched out his hand and a huge hand made of vital essence appeared, grabbing at the 3 dragon carps. "Who is it? You're looking for death." The people in the air were shocked and Wu Qingkong roared. Just as the 3 dragon carps were about to land in Lu Ming's hands, their bodies glowed and transformed into a ray of light. In a flash they escaped from Lu Ming's giant primordial qi hand. Lu Ming was shocked. Just as he was about to capture it with all his might, a terrifying sword qi appeared in the space and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no choice but to turn around and throw a punch. Bang! The sword qi was destroyed. Buzz. Whoosh. In a flash, Wu Qingkong, the brawny man from the Ji family, goddess Tan Xiang, and Kong Exen appeared around Lu Ming. However, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they locked their auras on Lu Ming. "Kid, it's you." Wu Qingkong was shocked when he saw Lu Ming clearly. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Exen were also surprised. They recognized Lu Ming. "Brat, to be able to block my sword you must have some ability. You deliberately hid your strength before." Wu Qingkong looked at Lu Ming coldly and continued, "However, since you dared to capture a dragon carp right under my nose, you must have reached the end of your life. The Martial Saint's secret realm is a place for those who see it. I saw a treasure, so of course I can help." Lu Ming pursed his lips slightly. "If you make a move, you have to pay the price with your life." Wu Qingkong's killing intent exploded. He already had the intention to kill Lu Ming when Lu Ming refused to give him the quota for the marrow cleansing pool. Now his killing intent was even more intense. Whoosh! Wu Qingkong swung his sword and a terrifying sword qi slashed at Lu Ming. It was even more powerful than before. Lu Ming was fearless. He activated the prison destructive heavenly art, exploded with dragon power and threw a punch. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled and the force surged. Water pillars rose from the lake below. The 3 dragon carps flickered and dodged the force. Bang! The sword qi dispersed and Lu Ming broke it with a punch. He stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Just you? You're still lacking." Then he threw another punch. Lu Ming's fist seemed to contain the force of hundreds of millions of June. It was terrifying and shocking, causing the entire space to tremble. So strong. Wu Qingkong was extremely shocked. Genuine vitality surged in his body. The sound of swords rang out continuously as he slashed out shocking sword qi. However, it was useless. Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war. He punched out with his fist force, continuously destroying the sword qi and quickly approaching Wu Qingkong. On the side, Fairy Tan Xiang, Kong Exen and the others were also extremely shocked. They had never expected that this young man, who was thought to have passed the Tianshu cave by luck, would have such a powerful combat strength. It was too terrifying. "Why does this person's fighting style look so familiar?" Fairy Tan Xiang said. "I have the same feeling." Kong Exen said. Buzz. Suddenly, the strong man from the Ji family moved and pounced at the dragon carp below. Chapter 1076. 1076 Chapter 1076 Great Battle against Shui Feng. "Don't even think about it." "Die!" Fairy Tan Xiang shouted. With a wave of her hand, a few pills flew out. The pills glowed and turned into weapons that attacked the Ji family's brawny man. At the same time, Kong Exen also attacked the burly man from the Ji family. The 3 of them started a great battle. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming was brave and invincible. He stepped on the void and his fist strength was shocking. The air kept exploding. Wu Qingkong was forced to step back. He was at a complete disadvantage. In the end, he let out a long howl and used the fusion of blood and meridians to form a combat sword. The sword qi whistled as he fought Lu Ming. To be honest, Wu Qingkong was very powerful, much stronger than Blood Luozi. He was indeed one of the most powerful masters under the 5 magnates. He had the right to be proud. However, his cultivation was still at the first level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming had never been afraid of anyone at the same level. Clang! Clang! After a few consecutive punches, the combat sword was sent flying and it kept vibrating in the air. "Damn it, who are you?" "Impossible." Wu Qingkong shouted in disbelief. He could not believe that a man who had appeared out of nowhere could have such terrifying combat power. Not far away, Kong Xian and the others were also shocked. Wu Qingkong was completely suppressed. It was too shocking. Who could do it except for the 5 magnates? Boom, boom, boom. Right at this moment, a terrifying explosion sounded from afar, and a blood-red light flew over at extreme speed. Buzz. A burly figure appeared in the air. His eyes were like lightning, and the moment he saw Lu Ming, he burst out with a shocking killing intent. Lu Xiaoqing die. The figure let out a furious roar and threw a punch. A blood-red fist radiance pierced through the void and headed towards Lu Ming. Blood seal. Lu Ming frowned. The figure was the previous top genius of Cold Blood Hall, Xuefeng. He did not expect to see him here. Lu Ming threw a backhanded punch and it collided with Xuefeng's fist radiance. His body trembled and he retreated continuously. Xuefeng was extremely powerful. He had a 7th level divine level bloodline and a cultivation base of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. His combat strength was truly terrifying. Xuefeng stepped forward, his aura violent. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Lu Ming. At this moment, Fairy Tanxiang and Kong Xian were dumbfounded. Lu Xiaoqing. Xuefeng had just called Lu Ming Lu Xiaoqing. This dark-skinned young man was actually Lu Xiaoqing. After exchanging a blow with the Ji family's brawny man, the two of them retreated far away and did not continue to attack. Xuefeng's arrival had made the situation even more complicated. "Brother Lu, it's you?" Fairy Tanxiang said. "Fairy, how have you been?" Lu Ming smiled. He remained calm in the face of Xuefeng. "It's really you." Kong Xian was also shocked. At this time, Wu Qingkong retreated far away and watched. This brat has offended Xuefeng. He's really looking for death. Wu Qingkong sneered. "Kill." Xuefeng roared as he stepped forward and threw a punch. The space was shattered by the blood-red fist radiance. It was extremely terrifying. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The 3rd bloodline emerged and a trace of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. In an instant, Lu Ming's body was filled with a terrifying killing intent, and his hair turned blood-red. Then the 3rd bloodline turned into a combat sword. Lu Ming held it in his hand and slashed. A blood-red sword light flashed and split Xuefeng's fist in half. "Is that his bloodline? That's strange, why is there no chakra?" On the side, Fairy Tanxiang and the others were shocked. First, he was shocked that Lu Ming had finally unleashed the power of his blood meridian. His combat strength was indeed stronger and he had not used his full strength earlier. Secondly, they were shocked. Lu Ming's blood meridian did not have a chakra. This was unheard of. Damn it, this guy shouldn't have a life talisman. I have to find a way to kill him. I'll wait for the opportunity to attack when he fights against Xuefeng. Wu Qingkong kept thinking. Xuefeng was shocked to see Lu Ming break his fist radiance with one sword move. The vital essence in his body circulated crazily, and his aura became more violent. Blood Leopard Divine Fist. Xuefeng's fists were like blood jade as he continuously punched out with a blood-red light. In the process of flying out, he transformed into a blood leopard and pounced at Lu Ming. This was a god-level martial technique that was incomparably powerful. 5 slaughter styles. Lu Ming activated the 5 styles massacre. His blood-red sword buzzed and a sword ray slashed out, scattering the blood leopards one by one. Slaughter concept. Xuefeng was shocked. At the same time, he was even more determined to get rid of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was too shocking. He was only at the 1st level of the spiritual god realm and could fight with him. The blood vessels appeared above his head. In the next moment, he transformed into a blood leopard and pounced at Lu Ming with a roar. Lu Ming was fearless. He held his sword and fought Xuefeng. Lu Ming's combat strength was unparalleled and he was invincible among those of the same level. However, Xuefeng's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. He was much more powerful. Moreover, he had also comprehended a divine-level martial arts technique and was extremely powerful when he used the blood fusion. Lu Ming exchanged dozens of moves with it and slowly fell into a disadvantage. The difference in cultivation is too big. If I use the bloodline of the 9 dragons or the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel, and with the power of the 3rd bloodline I might be able to fight this man. Lu Ming's mind was racing. However, this result had already shocked everyone else present to the point of no return. I didn't expect Brother Lu's combat power to be so strong. It's amazing. Kong Xian's mouth was agape and tongue-tied. After a while she managed to squeeze out such a sentence. He was also at the 1st level of the spiritual god realm. However, he realized that if he were to fight with Lu Ming now he would be killed easily. On the other side, Wu Qingkong's sword was also shaking in fear. If Lu Ming had used such a power just now he would not have been able to resist at all. He was too strong. That's right. Even the 5 magnates who are at the same level as him might not be as strong as him. Fairy Tanxiang sighed. Seal. In the middle of the battle, Lu Ming cast the 9 seals of the divine gate, forming a door of light. The light shone brightly and suppressed Xue Feng. For a moment Xue Feng was actually frozen in place. Kill. Lu Ming stepped forward and slashed at the blood leopard's head. Roar. The blood leopard roared angrily and a blood-red light exploded. With a bang, the light door was shattered at the critical moment. It continued to retreat, but it was still a step too slow. A piece of its scalp was cut off. Then Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked the blood leopard's stomach, sending it flying. What a pity. Lu Ming secretly felt that it was a pity. His cultivation was still not strong enough. The sealed door he had formed had been broken by Xue Feng's violent essential core. If Lu Ming's cultivation was stronger or he had cultivated 2 sealed doors, it would not be so easy to break Xue Feng's seal. The sealing door was not omnipotent. If one's cultivation level was too high, Lu Ming would naturally not be able to seal it. Even so, Xue Feng's body was already cold. He looked at Lu Ming with fear in his eyes. He was almost killed by Lu Ming just now. What kind of secret technique is this? It's so terrifying. He was so shocked that he did not dare to step forward and fight Lu Ming. Kill. This time it was Lu Ming's turn to take the initiative to kill. He stepped forward and charged at Xue Ban. Buzz. Another sealing door appeared. Xue Feng was frightened and quickly retreated, not daring to let the sealing door touch him. Chapter 1077. 1077. An existence that surpasses the Emperor. The door of seals glowed and flew towards Xue Feng like a ray of light. The light from the door of seals also had a sealing effect and Xue Feng had no way of escaping. His body was enveloped by the light of the gate of sealing, and he could not help but freeze. Buzz. Lu Ming's body was like a flickering light and a fleeting shadow as he rushed towards Xue Feng. The blood leopard that blood seal had transformed into roared in anger. Blood light gushed out like a volcanic eruption and attacked the sealing door. This time Lu Ming was even faster. The blood sword pierced through the air and pierced through the blood leopard's body in an instant. Roar. The blood leopard let out a deafening roar and destroyed the gate of seal. It clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. In a hurry he struck out with his palm, clashing with the blood leopard's claw. With a loud boom, Lu Ming's body was sent flying thousands of meters away. His qi and blood churned and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood-sealed true essence was too strong. The moment Lu Ming stabbed him, it broke through the sealing door and launched a counterattack. However, the blood leopard that Xiefeng had transformed into was stabbed by Lu Ming's sword. He was definitely not in a good state. At this moment he shouted angrily and did not dare to continue fighting. Instead he turned around and ran. Lu Ming did not pursue him. With his current cultivation level and the 9 seals of the divine gate he could indeed injure Xue Feng by catching him off guard. However, it was almost impossible to kill him. If Xue Feng risked his life, Lu Ming would not have it easy. In the blink of an eye, Xue Feng had disappeared. As for Wu Qingkong, he had already sneaked away before Xue Feng escaped. As for the dragon carp, he did not dare to take it. If he continued to stay he would definitely be killed by Lu Ming. On the other side, the middle-aged man of the Ji family's expression changed, but in the end he sighed and turned to leave. His combat ability was only on par with Wu Qingkong. He would be courting death if he stayed. In an instant, Only Lu Ming, Fairy Tanxiang and Kong Xen were left in the sky above the lake. Brother Lu, why did you change your appearance? Even your aura has changed. It's making us suffer. Fairy Tanxiang said with a smile. There are some people I just don't want to see. Fairy, please forgive me. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming then looked at the 3 dragon carps in the lake and said, do the 2 of you need dragon carps too? This time it's all thanks to Brother Lu. Otherwise, when Xuefeng arrived, Brother Kong and I would not have gotten anything. These 3 dragon carps naturally belong to Brother Lu. Fairy Tanxiang said. You're too kind, Fairy. I only need 2. You can take the other one. Lu Ming smiled and landed on the surface of the lake. He cast the 9 seals of the Gate of God and a sealing door appeared. The 3 dragon carps were instantly immobilized. Then his vital essence condensed into a huge hand and scooped the 3 dragon carps up. With a wave of his hand, 2 of the dragon carps disappeared and were kept by Lu Ming into a small lake in the mountain and river diagram. To refine the nirvana elixir, only the true blood of the dragon carp was needed. They did not have to kill the dragon carp, so 2 dragon carps were enough. More would not be of much use. There was no harm in giving the other one to Fairy Tanxiang. Many thanks, Brother Lu. Fairy Tanxiang revealed a look of joy. She was an alchemist, and this dragon carp was indeed of great use to her. After putting it away, Fairy Tanxiang was about to say something when her expression suddenly froze. She revealed a look of surprise and widened her eyes as she looked ahead. Beside him, Kong Xan was the same. He seemed to have seen something extremely shocking. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He turned around and the next moment his eyes widened. In front of them, at an unknown distance away, there was a grand palace that appeared from the void. Clouds and mist lingered around it, making it look like a celestial palace. It was extremely huge, but it was filled with the vicissitudes of life, as if it had transcended countless years. It seemed both real and illusionary. From a distance, it didn't look real, like an illusion. What palace is this? It clearly wasn't there just now. Lu Ming was shocked. There was nothing there just now. Why did an ancient palace suddenly appear? The Holy Mansion, it's the Holy Mansion. Kong Xen muttered to himself, his eyes filled with excitement. Holy Mansion. Fairy Tanxiang and Lu Ming were both very surprised. This secret realm was called the Saint Mansion Secret Realm, but Lu Ming had never known what it meant. He did not expect that there was really a Saint Mansion. Yes, according to the ancient records of our Xianxia Academy, there is a Saint Mansion in this secret realm. There is a supreme existence in it, and it is said that he has surpassed the Emperor. Kong Xan said word by word. Her eyes were filled with excitement as if she was a saint. An existence that surpasses the Emperor level. Lu Ming and Tanxiang gasped in shock. In the divine wilderness continent, emperors were the strongest. In the eyes of all cultivators, an emperor was already a supreme existence. Their combat power was all over the world. With one palm they could split the sky and crack the earth. They could penetrate the earth and pierce through the sky. It was terrifying beyond compare. The ultimate goal of all cultivators was to become an emperor and dominate the world. But now there was actually a figure who was above emperor here. How could it not be shocking? Is this true or false? Lu Ming asked. Kong Xen shook her head and said, I don't know, but that's what the ancient books said. And the ancient books said that the Saint Mansion rarely appeared. Even when the emperors could enter this place freely, no one had ever seen it. It had always been a legend. Now it has really appeared. It's incredible. Kong Xen sighed repeatedly and was very excited. Then she revealed many secrets. It was said that there was an existence beyond the emperor level living in this Saint Mansion. If someone obtained the token of the Saint Mansion, they could enter the Saint Mansion with it and obtain great opportunities. They could even have the chance to obtain the inheritance of that existence. The token of the Saint Mansion was in the secret realm. It's said that the Saint Mansion's secret realm has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Even those who have surpassed the Emperor realm can't live for hundreds of thousands of years, right? Fairy Tanxiang asked with some doubts. The higher one's cultivation was, the longer one's lifespan would be. It was already very heaven-defying for an emperor to live for 10,000 to 20,000 years. It was equivalent to 100 lives for mortals. They could sit and watch the world change just like a living historical record. As for existences that surpassed emperors, no matter how powerful they couldn't possibly live for hundreds of thousands of years. That was too shocking and unbelievable. Unless it was a god in the legends. It was said that gods could exist together with heaven and earth and would never be destroyed, but that was only a legend. I'm not too sure about this. Kong Xin shook her head. Even so, their eyes were filled with flames. An existence that had surpassed the emperor realm. This was too shocking. Once one reached that realm, they would definitely be able to see through the heavens and earth. It was unimaginable. If it was true, they would be able to obtain something that would benefit them endlessly. Roar. Right at this moment, a series of long howls resounded through the earth. It was extremely shocking. Ow. The three of them saw a huge Selavir wolf appear on a mountain in the distance. It howled at the sky and its aura was shocking like a tsunami. With one step the mountain collapsed. The Selavir wolf broke through the sky and flew in the direction of the Saint Mansion. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, a mountain was moving. At a closer look, it was a giant snake. It slithered across the sky and headed for the Saint Mansion. Bang! The earth rumbled and trembled. A few people saw a giant ape as tall as a mountain not far away. It stomped on the ground, cracking the earth and shaking the mountains. In front of the giant ape, a martial artist could not dodge in time and was slapped to death by the giant ape. Chapter 1078. 1078 The Token of the Saint Mansion. The land seemed to be boiling. Powerful ferocious beasts flew in the direction of the Saint Mansion. Along the way they would kill any human warriors they saw. There were even powerful beasts killing each other. Gah! With a sharp cry, the sky darkened and a terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down. Not good, let's go. Lu Ming's expression changed and he rushed to the side. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xian's expressions changed drastically as well. They followed Lu Ming and charged to the side. A strong wind blew, and a giant eagle flew over the three people's heads. Its eyes were as sharp as swords and it swept a glance at the three people. With a flap of its wings, a terrifying tornado formed, rolling towards the three people. Wherever the tornado passed, not to mention the trees, even the huge mountains were pulled up and rolled in. The scene was terrifying. The three of them ran forward at top speed to avoid the tornado. After the giant eagle conjured a tornado, it ignored Lu Ming and the rest and quickly left. The three of them didn't dare to take it head-on and used their movement techniques to avoid it. They flew for a few thousand miles before the tornado weakened and disappeared into the air. Ooh! The three of them let out a long breath. That giant eagle was definitely a ferocious beast above the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. It was too powerful and they were far from it. It seems like the birth of the Saint Mansion has alarmed all the powerful beasts in the secret realm. Kong Xian said. What are your plans next? Lu Ming asked. Let's meet up with the other brothers and see if we can take a gamble. With the appearance of the Saint Mansion, if we can obtain even a little bit of luck, it will be extremely beneficial. Kong Xian's eyes were burning with passion. Fairy Tan Xiang also nodded. A group of people from the Valley of the Medicine Masters had also entered, and she was also looking for people from the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Fairy, how about our two families join forces? The Valley of the Medicine Masters is good at the Tao of Inscription, and the Xianxia Academy also has its own Tao of Inscription and martial arts. Only by cooperating with each other can they bring out the best in each other. Kong Xian said. Alright, it's decided then. Brother Lu, are you coming with us? Fairy Tan Xiang looked at Lu Ming. No, I still have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Lu Ming shook his head and bade farewell to the two of them, leaving. The two of them felt that it was a pity. If Lu Ming had joined them, they would undoubtedly be more confident. Then the two of them left the place. The emergence of the Saint Mansion had stirred up everyone in the secret realm. Everyone in the world's academies knew some secrets. The rumors about those above the emperor level had also spread. All the experts who entered the secret realm were extremely excited. The experts of all major forces gathered and headed in the direction of the Saint Mansion. As Lu Ming flew, he soon saw a few corpses of ferocious beasts that had been killed by those powerful beasts. Lu Ming landed and his devouring power burst forth, devouring the blood essence and demonic energy of the beasts. He had left Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xin with this thought. Just now, the powerful beasts in the secret realm went on a rampage and killed many martial artists and weaker beasts. Lu Ming did not want to waste them. He devoured them to break through to the next realm. Along the way, Lu Ming devoured every human warrior and beast he saw killed. Among them, there were many existences at the spiritual god level. The amount of energy that Lu Ming devoured grew larger and larger. After a full day, Lu Ming had devoured the energy of more than 100 human warriors and beasts. Then he found a hidden place and entered the mountain and river diagram to begin refining. The energy of the blood essence was all used to improve the bloodline of the 9 dragons. The rest of the energy was converted into true essence. Lu Ming started to break through to the second level of the spiritual god realm. His current intent realm of heaven and earth was completely ahead of his cultivation. As long as he had energy, he could break through to the next realm. Boom. Boom. The boundless true essence gathered into the spiritual god, making it more solid. The spirit god sat cross-legged in his dantian. His entire body was shining and he looked solemn. After half a day there was a loud boom and Lu Ming's aura grew. Second level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming had finally broken through to the second level of the spiritual god realm. His strength had greatly improved. If he were to encounter Xue Feng now, Lu Ming was confident that he could kill him without the 9 seals of the divine gate. Lu Ming stood up and stepped out, appearing outside the mountain and river diagram. Now we can fight for the Saint Mansion. Lu Ming revealed a confident look. If it had been before he had broken through to the second level of the spiritual god realm, Lu Ming might not have been able to obtain any benefits even if he had gone. Many of the previous generation's geniuses from the overlord forces had entered. It was likely that every overlord force had an expert like Xue Feng. There might even be someone stronger. Moreover, these forces had a large number of manpower. If Lu Ming was at the first level of the spiritual god realm, he might not be a match for him even if he went. Moreover, there was still Yang Patian. The battle power of the top 5 young warriors was absolutely shocking and couldn't be underestimated. But now Lu Ming was confident that even if he could not suppress the crowd, he would not have a problem getting a share of the loot. Using the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming turned into a stream of light and sped away. Soon Lu Ming had flown hundreds of thousands of miles. So far, where is the Saint Mansion? Lu Ming was speechless. He had flown for hundreds of thousands of miles, but he felt that the distance to the Saint Mansion was not close at all. It was still so far away that he could only see it but not reach it. Lu Ming continued to fly for millions of miles. Unfortunately, he still did not feel that he was close to the Holy Mansion. The Saint Mansion was suspended in the air like a celestial palace. Boom. All of a sudden the area in front of them was in an uproar. There were experts fighting and it was extremely intense. The distant sky was covered by an endless light. All kinds of colors were flashing and terrifying attacks were constantly colliding. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. He concealed his aura and flew over. Fairy Brother Kong. Below, a few figures looked up. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xin were among them. Lu Ming flew over to greet them. Brother Lu. The two of them smiled when they saw Lu Ming. What's going on? Lu Ming asked. They're fighting for the Saint Mansion token. Fairy Tan Xiang said. What? The token of the Holy Mansion has appeared? Lu Ming was shocked. He didn't expect that the battle in the sky was over the token of the Saint Mansion. High up in the sky, the light was so bright that no one could see the faces of the people inside. They could only see 7 or 8 figures fighting fiercely. They were all powerful and terrifying existences. Even geniuses like Goddess Tan Xiang and Kong Xin could only watch from below. There were quite a number of people watching from below. Lu Ming saw Yin Bupo from the Sky Eagle Castle and a few other experts from the Sky Eagle Castle. In addition, on the Demon Mountain, the Ji family's people were also there. Everyone stared at the sky, watching the progress of the battle. Bang! Suddenly, a huge figure was shot down and fell heavily to the ground. It was a lightning eagle, its body covered in lightning, but it was no longer breathing. It was already dead. Senior brother. Yin Bupo and the others roared in shock and anger. It was obvious that this lightning eagle was an expert from the previous generation of the Sky Eagle Castle. Buzz. At this moment, another figure rushed down. It was a man in white who looked to be in his 30s. He was not dead, but he was injured. His white robe was stained with blood. Chapter 1079. 1079 The battle between the geniuses of the big shots. Senior brother Luo. Kong Xian's expression changed and she stepped forward. Obviously this person was an expert from the Xianxia Academy. Sai, I'm not their match. I don't need the Holy Mansion token. Senior brother Luo sighed. Kong Xian and Fairy Tan Xiang were secretly shocked. They knew that senior brother Luo was the #1 genius of the previous generation of Xianxia Academy. He had awakened a 7th level divine level bloodline and reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. He was not weaker than Shuefeng, but he was still no match for him. Those people who fought in the sky were really powerful. The number of people had decreased, but the battle had become even more intense. The terrifying tremors spread out for thousands of miles, and the void was as fragile as paper. Bang! Bang! Following that, more and more people were sent flying out of the battlefield. For people retreated from the battlefield one after another. They were severely injured and stood in the air, looking at the battlefield with fear in their eyes. Lu Ming could see that there were only 2 figures left in the sky, fighting fiercely. Clang! Clang! The sound of collisions rang out continuously as if 2 gods were fighting. Selah! Space split open and the light receded. 2 figures appeared before everyone's eyes. Both of them were tall and burly and their auras were wild. One of them was holding a heavenly halberd. His black hair was loose and his aura was extremely shocking. He was just standing there, but the space around him was like water ripples, constantly twisting and forming circles of ripples. Yang Patian. This man was Yang Patian, one of the 5 young tyrants. The other man was standing in front of Yang Patian. His body was even more burly than Yang Potion's. He had 2 muscular arms and was holding a huge wolf-tooth club. This person looked very young, definitely not more than 30 years old. He was of the same generation as Lu Ming and the others. A Heaven's Pride expert of the younger generation was actually able to fight against Yang Patian. Who was this man? This person is from Northern Plains. He is known as the #1 genius of Northern Plains. I heard that he had a conflict with Yang Patian outside. Kong Xian explained in a low voice. Lu Ming was enlightened, so it was a paragon of Northern Plains. He had heard before that a paragon of Northern Plains had fought with Yang Patian, and neither of them won. A purple gold token floated between the 2 of them, emitting a hazy glow. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This must be the Holy Mansion token. Tuobashir, let's decide the winner today. Yang Patian held the heavenly halberd in his hand. With a slight movement he cut open a crack in the space. His aura was wild, his hair was flying and his eyes were like lightning. Just what I wanted. Tuobashir grinned and swung his mace, creating a loud rumbling sound. The Saint Mansion token was sent flying into the air by the powerful chi. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time the 2 of them moved. They charged at each other and began a great battle. Yang Patian had also comprehended the space mentality, and his use of it was even more terrifying than the Emperor Gods. At the same time, with the help of other mentalities, his heavenly halberd seemed to be able to cut through the void. The power of space surrounded it and its power was terrifying. Tuobashir's muscles bulged like an invincible warrior as he brandished his mace, crushing everything in his path. He collided with the heavenly halberd, creating a terrifying boom. The 2 of them fought intensely and attacked continuously. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. The others looked around with amazement in their eyes. Is this the strength of the 5 magnates? It is indeed powerful. Lu Ming sighed. At the same time, there was a strong desire to fight in his eyes. So they're too strong. They haven't even used their bloodline fusion and they're already so strong. I'm still far from them. Kong Xian sighed. Could it be that their bloodlines have surpassed level 8 divine level? Wu Ming asked. That's right. The bloodlines of the 5 great leaders of the central continent are all at the 9th level of the divine level. Fairy Xianxia said. He's actually a level 9 divine level expert. Lu Ming was also somewhat amazed. The 9th level of the divine level was the highest level of bloodline. Every single one of these people was extremely terrifying. Bloodline. The higher the level, the greater the difference in talent or bloodline. A 7th level divine level expert was much stronger than a 6th level divine level expert. However, a level 8 divine level expert was much stronger than a level 7 divine level expert, regardless of whether it was in terms of talent or the bonuses brought about by his bloodline. As for the 9th level of the divine level, it was even more terrifying. That was because the 9th level of the divine level represented the peak in perfection. It was not something that the 8th level of the divine level could compare to. The difference was too great. If a level 8 divine level expert had the potential to become an emperor, then a level 9 divine level expert would definitely be able to break through to the emperor level as long as they didn't die. In the history of the divine wilderness continent, anyone who had awakened a divine level 9th grade bloodline, as long as they did not die, would break through to the throne. Central Continent's 5 giants were equivalent to a future emperor. No wonder Yang Padian was so arrogant. He always acted as if he was above everyone else. He was destined to become an emperor. Apart from those of the same level, everyone else was just like an ant in his eyes. Perhaps, deep in his heart, he didn't even care about the supreme martial artists. Clang. Clang. The battle continued and it became more and more intense. The two of them were really angry for the Saint Mansion token. Both of them were determined to get the Holy Mansion token. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 100 moves. The purple gold token of the Saint Mansion rolled around in their chi. Gotcha. Suddenly, the token of the Saint Mansion made a crisp sound, and then shattered into pieces in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes. The token of the Holy Mansion was broken. Everyone was stunned, even Yang Padian and Tuobashir were stunned. They stopped their battle and looked at each other. No one had expected that the token of the Saint Mansion would break. Wasn't this the token to enter the Saint Mansion? The master of the Holy Mansion was an existence that surpassed emperors. How could the token he made be so easy to break? Impossible. The Holy Mansion's token is sturdy and immortal. Can't be broken. This is fake. This is a fake token. Kong Xian shouted. A fake token. Everyone looked at each other. I know someone threw out a fake token wanting to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight and come to reap the benefits. Someone guessed. Everyone's eyes flickered. They felt that it was highly possible that someone wanted to fish in troubled waters. Fairy Brother Kong, how did the token appear? Wu Ming asked. I heard that before this, someone shouted that they had found the token, which caused many people to fight for it. Later on, more and more people joined in, and in the end Yang Padian and Tuobashir were also attracted here. Kong Xian explained. So, no one saw where the token appeared from? Wu Ming asked. Fairy Tanxiang and Kong Xian shook their heads. Before, everyone had fought for the token like crazy when they saw it. No one would have thought that it was fake. Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that someone was really taking advantage of the situation. Damn it, which bastard did this? If I find out, I'll make him wish he was dead. The Sky Eagle Castle's Een Bupo roared angrily. Because of this, the Sky Eagle Castle lost a top master and suffered a great loss. The other people also revealed a fierce look. This person who took advantage of the situation was really too hateful. Chapter 1080. 1080 Chapter 1080 Troublemaker. Yang Padian and Tuobashir's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. Someone actually dared to play with them, they really deserved to die. The two of them swept their gazes across the crowd, their killing intent incomparably dense, causing one's body to shiver. In the end, they did not find anyone suspicious. Yang Padian coldly snorted before stepping into the air and leaving. Tuobashir grinned and left as well. Since the token was fake, there was no need for them to continue fighting. After that, the people from the other forces also left. Lu Ming did not leave. He fixed his eyes on a person. It was a slightly chubby young man who looked very simple and honest. However, his eyes were darting around, giving Lu Ming a familiar feeling. "Fairy Brother Kong, follow me," Lu Ming said in a low voice. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xen were stunned for a moment. Then they nodded and followed Lu Ming in a certain direction. In front of him, the plain young man was walking slowly among the mountains. His steps did not seem fast, but his speed was extremely fast. The three of them concealed their auras and followed the young man in the forest. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xian were curious. They did not know why Lu Ming wanted to follow this young man. Could it be that Lu Ming had noticed something? After traveling for 10,000 miles, the young man in front of him stopped. He looked around and with a flash of light his appearance changed completely. He turned into a monk. An unscrupulous monk. Lu Ming could tell at one glance that this monk was the unscrupulous monk he had met previously. The holy monk of the Western Desert. The three of them hid behind a rock and concealed their auras as much as possible. Kong Xen transmitted her voice to the other two. He could only transmit his voice because the distance was too close. If he spoke, no matter how soft his voice was, the unscrupulous monk would still be able to hear him. AI. At this time the monk sighed and reached into his pocket. He took out a purple gold token. The three of them were dumbfounded. Wasn't this the token of the Saint Mansion? It was exactly the same as the previous one. My hair is white, my Buddha is merciful. It's a pity that only a few experts died this time. Yang Patian and Tuobashir were not injured. I was thinking that both of them would suffer great losses. The monk mumbled softly, but Lu Ming and the other two heard him clearly. The three of them looked at each other, especially Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xen, whose eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was actually this guy. It was this guy who threw out the fake Saint Mansion token and started the war. Weren't Western Desert Saint monks supposed to be merciful and save all sentient beings? But how could this guy do such a thing? Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xen were really in a daze. Lu Ming was better off as he was mentally prepared. He had seen how unscrupulous this monk was previously. Looks like I'll have to do it again. The heartless monk muttered and revealed a harmless smile. He waved his sleeves and strode away. Lu Ming and the other two stared at each other. In the end they did not continue to follow them. They returned to the place where the battle had taken place and gathered with the people from the Xianxia Academy and the Valley of Medicine Masters. Brother Kong, why haven't we been able to get close to the Holy Mansion? I've flown for millions of miles, but it still seems extremely far away. Lu Ming had some doubts. The Saint Mansion should be several million li ahead, but because it hasn't fully manifested yet, it looks extremely far away and can't be approached. In fact, we've been approaching it all this time. Kong Xian explained. The Xianxia Academy knew the most about the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Lu Ming nodded. He flew in the direction of the Saint Mansion with the rest. Hundreds of thousands of miles later. There's a Holy Mansion token up ahead. What? The Holy Mansion's token is mine. Let's go. They heard loud shouts as figures tore through the void and flew in one direction. That monk is stirring things up again. Kong Xen gritted her teeth. Let's go and take a look, but don't make a move. Fairy Tan Xiang said. Everyone flew over. Sure enough, a terrifying battle had taken place in a place and corpses kept falling. They saw a chubby young man in the forest below. His eyes were rolling. It was the transformation of the unscrupulous monk. At this moment the monk was running around and picking up the storage rings of the dead. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xian's eyelids twitched. Is he really a saint monk from the Western Desert? It can't be fake, right? Fairy Tan Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief. This had completely shattered her understanding of Western Desert's saint monk. It should be true. I've fought with him before and I used a Buddhist technique. Lu Ming said. This unscrupulous monk was unfathomable. He was young, but his combat strength was extremely terrifying. After that, Lu Ming and the others left the place because the token of the Saint Mansion must be fake. It must be that unscrupulous monk who was stirring up trouble. The group flew for millions of miles. In front of them a huge mountain peak appeared. The mountain peak was bare without any vegetation, only rocks. At this time, the entire mountain peak was covered with inscriptions that were shining brightly. High up in the sky, the wind and clouds gathered, and the huge palace was faintly discernible. It seemed to be in the sky, but it had not fully manifested. There were thousands of figures standing far away from the mountain peak. They were all experts from the major forces. Roar, roar. Terrifying roars were heard. On the mountain peak, dozens of powerful beasts were fighting fiercely and blood qi filled the sky. Lu Ming and the rest looked from afar and were extremely shocked. In the secret realm, those powerful existences were coming here, but they were fighting each other on the mountain peak. Why was that? The roars continued and the battle was extremely fierce. Those who could make it here were all at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm and above. They were killing each other. Ow! A wolf's howl was incomparably mournful. Lu Ming saw a huge Selavir wolf over 100 meters tall. However, its heart was grabbed by a huge eagle and it fell on the mountain peak. Its blood seeped into the mountain peak, making it shine even more brightly. Gah! The giant eagle was not in a good state either. Its wings were grabbed by a giant ape and torn off with a tearing sound. Then its stomach was cut open by a giant centipede. They were all giant beasts in an intense battle. Giant beasts fell and were torn apart one after another. A huge snake the size of a mountain was cut into pieces by a huge mantis. However, the mantis's head was also bitten off by the huge snake before it died. Buzz. Whoosh. There were more and more people, but all of them stopped far away from the mountain peak and looked at this scene in shock. Half a day later, all the giant beasts had fallen on the mountain peak. Their blood had seeped into the mountain peak, as if they had become nourishment for the mountain. In the sky, the ancient palace rumbled as wind and clouds gathered, as if it would appear at any moment. At this moment, everyone finally dared to approach the mountain. At a glance, Lu Ming saw more than 5,000 people. Lu Ming saw Yang Patian, Tuobashir and the Divine Emperor. Junior brother Wu, is he the person you were talking about? Suddenly, a cold voice was heard and a murderous gaze was fixed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around and frowned. A group of young and middle-aged men with swords on their backs stood not far away. Some of them were looking at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Wu Qingkong. Lu Ming saw Wu Qingkong inside. Chapter 1081. 1081 Chapter 1081 Fighting the Top 3. These were the experts of the Heavenly Sword faction. Senior brother, that's him. His name is Lu Xiaoqing. Wu Qingkong said to a man in his 40s. Humph. The man in his prime stepped forward, his eyes cold as he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Xiaoqing, how dare you touch someone from the gifted sword sect? I don't think you'll be able to live in this world. The brawny man's aura was overbearing, and his body revealed a powerful aura. The other people on the field heard the commotion and looked over. Lu Xiaoqing. Among them Jing Kongling, Junyue and Yin Bupo were a little surprised. They had all seen Lu Ming before and were slightly surprised when they looked at him. Isn't that the trash with 5 combat skills? That's right, it's him. Did he offend the Heavenly Martial Sword School? He's really courting death. Why do I feel like Wu Qingkong lost to him? Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the masters of the previous generation to come out and fight him himself. It's true, no way? Is that trash that powerful? Many people recognized Lu Ming. They were in a heated discussion and had all sorts of guesses. Lu Ming cast a casual glance at the middle-aged man and shifted his gaze to Wu Qingkong. Wu Qingkong, I let you go last time. It seems that you have not learned your lesson. I will send you on your way. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Wu Qingkong had really suffered a loss at the hands of Lu Ming? Lu Xiaoqing, don't be so arrogant. You're the one who's going to die today. Wu Qingkong's face was cold. He wished he could cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Buzz. Buzz. The sound of a sword rang out. The disciples of the Sky Martial Sword School all emitted a strong sword qi. Their eyes were like swords as they stared at Lu Ming. Buzz. Another burly man stepped out and stood with the previous man. His aura was shocking. So there are 2 experts in the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. There were 2 experts in the 4th level of the spiritual god realm in the Tianwu sword faction. Judging from their auras, They were not weaker than Xuefeng and should be in the same realm as him. Oh no, it's them. Brother Lu, these two are the two strongest heaven's favorites from the previous generation of the heavenly martial sword faction. They have both awakened 7th level divine level bloodlines. Fairy Tan Xiang said worriedly. Heavenly martial sword faction don't go too far. If you want to kill Brother Lu, you have to go through our Xianxia Academy first. Kong Xen stepped forward and stared at the people from the Heavenly Martial Sword School. They had seen Lu Ming's attacks before and they were indeed powerful. He could injure Xuefeng and force him to retreat in a sorry state. But now there were two experts like Xuefeng in the Sky Martial Sword faction. When Lu Ming fought Xuefeng, he had a hard time. He would definitely be no match for two of them. Xianxia Academy, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A 4th-level spiritual god realm middle-aged man from the Tianwu sword faction said coldly and domineeringly. What big words. From Xianxia Academy, a man in his 30s stepped out with an explosive aura. This was the strongest person from the Xianxia Academy who had entered this time. He was also the #1 genius of the previous generation and was at the same level as Xuefeng. It had to be said that the geniuses of the previous generation were far inferior to those of the current generation. Those who had awakened to the 7th level of the divine level could be considered the #1 geniuses of their respective factions. He couldn't be compared to this generation's heaven's favorites. The difference was too big. It was as if all the transportation had been added to this generation, allowing this generation to enter a golden age. Haha, my two martial brothers, how about you count me in to kill Lu Shaoqing? With a sneer, a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe stepped through the air. It was Xuefeng. When he was injured by Lu Ming, he had been waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Now that he saw Lu Ming going up against the people from the Heaven Martial Sword faction, how could he miss this great opportunity? Xuefeng, you've come at the right time. Let's join forces and kill this person. A young man from the Heavenly Martial Sword sect said. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on them. This Lu Shaoqing had offended so many people. It seemed that he would die today. At this moment, Fairy Tan Xiang, Kong Xen, and the white-robed man from Xianxia Academy all had ugly expressions. If it was only the Heavenly Martial Sword faction, they might still be able to fight. But with Xuefeng it would be difficult. You're all here. Just in time. Let's settle this today. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward, causing everyone to be stunned. What did he just say? In the face of such a situation, he actually said that he wanted to solavir it all at once. Was he crazy? Fairy Tan Xiang and the others were also stunned. Brother Lu. Fairy Tan Xiang called out. Fairy Brother Kong, just leave this place to me. Lu Ming smiled at Fairy Tan Xiang and the others, then stepped forward and faced Xuefeng and the others. Brother Wu, this kid has a secret technique that is very evil. It can seal one's movements. Let's work together to kill him. Xuefeng whispered to the two experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. All right. The two experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction nodded. They had heard from Wu Qingkong about the battle between Lu Ming and Xuefeng. They knew that Lu Ming was extraordinary and that he had a strong front. They did not dare to be careless. Boom, boom, boom. The two powerhouses from the Sky Martial Sword faction, Xuefeng and the other two, all released their powerful auras at the same time. Their shocking auras soared into the sky and pressed down on Lu Ming. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The three of them moved and surrounded Lu Ming. The three of them are joining forces to deal with Lu Shaoqing. How could this be? Could it be that Lu Shaoqing's true combat strength is extremely powerful? Otherwise, why would Xuefeng and the others take him so seriously and need three people to work together? The crowd wasn't fools. They knew that something was amiss when they saw the reactions of Xuefeng and the other two. They were shocked by this guess. Other than the top 5 young geniuses, who else was worthy of Xuefeng and the others' attention? Brat, weren't you very arrogant? Let's see how you'll die. Xuefeng's eyes were cold. In the next moment he activated his blood meridian and used blood meridian fusion to pounce on Lu Ming. Kill. Die. Lu Ming bellowed as his third bloodline emerged. A wisp of energy surged into his body, turning his hair blood red, and his killing intent surged out like a tidal wave. At the same time, the 7 streams of dragon energy burst forth at the same time, increasing Lu Ming's strength to a terrifying level. The third bloodline turned into a blood-red sword in Lu Ming's hand. He swung the sword and a blood-red sword light cut through the void, illuminating the sky and slashing at Xuefeng. This strength. At this moment, Xuefeng's eyes suddenly widened as he was terrified. This power was too shocking. It was much stronger than the last time he fought with Lu Ming, much stronger. Not good. Xuefeng's body turned cold as he tried his best to resist. But dash. With a pft sound, the sword light cut through and the blood leopard that Xuefeng had transformed into had one of its claws cut off and flew far away. Xuefeng roared and quickly retreated. At this moment, the 2 experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction had also arrived. 2 vast sword gleams as large as mountains were slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his sword in reverse and destroyed the 2 sword gleams. He did not stop and rushed toward Xuefeng. Xuefeng was terrified and quickly retreated. You can't leave. Lu Ming sneered. He formed a hand seal and a door of light appeared. Chapter 1082. 1082 Killing 3 great experts. The 9 seals of the Gate of God appeared. It shone with light and pressed down on Xuefeng. Enveloped by the light of the Gate of Sealing, Blood Seal was frozen in the air. He tried his best to burst out his true essence in an attempt to break the door seal. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had now advanced to the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. The door seal that he had condensed was even more powerful. For a moment, the blood seal could not be broken at all. No. He was extremely anxious and kept growling. Buzz. Lu Ming rushed over and the sword light slashed down. With a bang, the blood leopard was cut in half. Xuefeng's true body appeared, spitting out a large mouthful of blood and a deep wound on his chest. He wanted to retreat, but the sealing door was still there. He could not even retreat. No, spare my life. No. Xuefeng shouted in fear, but what greeted him was a sword light. Puchi. Xuefeng was split in half, and even the spiritual god in his body couldn't escape. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. It happened so fast that many people didn't even have time to react. It was already too late for the 2 experts of the Sky Martial Sword faction to rescue him. Why would I? The 2 experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction were about to launch a fierce attack on Lu Ming. When they saw this scene, their pupils constricted and they subconsciously stopped in their tracks. CSI. Gasps could be heard all around. Xuefeng was dead. He was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. He could not put up any resistance at all. How was this possible? Xuefeng had awakened a 7th level divine level bloodline and his cultivation had already reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. His combat strength was absolutely terrifying, but he was easily killed by Lu Ming. It was unbelievable. Fairy Tan Xiang Kong Xn, and the people from Medicine King's Valley and Xianxia Academy were also dumbfounded. They were completely stunned and couldn't believe this scene. Wu Qingkong was tongue-tied and almost scared to death. It had only been a few days. A few days ago, Lu Ming could only fight to a draw with Xuefeng. With the help of the sealing door, he barely had the upper hand. But now he had completely crushed Xuefeng. It had only been a few days and Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a huge margin. This was too shocking. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming looked at the 2 experts from the Heavenly Sword faction. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind and his killing intent surged. The expressions of the 2 experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword School changed drastically, and they no longer had the confidence they had earlier. Brother Lu, in my opinion, this is all a misunderstanding. One of them revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. They were terrified that Lu Ming could kill Xuefeng in such a thunderous way even though he was surrounded by the 3 of them. Misunderstanding? No, there's no misunderstanding. I'm going to kill you today. I don't need a reason. Lu Ming said indifferently. In the next moment he took a step forward and rushed toward the 2 of them like a bloody light. Damn it. Let's attack together and kill this brat. The 2 of them roared and activated their bloodlines at the same time, turning them into 2 huge combat swords. Without a doubt, Both of them had 7th-level divine-level bloodlines and had comprehended divine-level martial techniques. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Buzz. Whoosh. The sound of a sword rang out. The other experts of the Heavenly Sword faction all moved. Their combat swords were unsheathed, and their sword chi soared to the sky as they charged towards Lu Ming. Seal. The blood-red sword floated in his hands and formed a seal. A sealing gate flew out and covered a huge sword. In an instant the huge sword could not move. Kill. Lu Ming wielded his combat sword and sent one of the combat swords flying. At the same time he took a few steps forward and the terrifying power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps suddenly burst out. Boom. 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 He took 7 steps and landed on the sword that was sealed by the door. The sword immediately collapsed and its body appeared. However, there was a flash of sword light and the head fell to the ground. This person's spiritual god flew out of his body in a panic and was extremely frightened. Bang. Bang. Lu Ming's left hand executed the prison-suppressing heaven technique and he struck out continuously. He held the blood sword in his right hand and executed the 5 styles massacre. Plang. The remaining 4th-level spiritual god realm expert's combat sword was sent flying, and the sword's body kept shaking. The blood-red sword slashed out tens of thousands of sword chi. The spiritual god that escaped let out a blood-curdling scream before turning into ashes. At the same time, a few experts from the Heavenly Sword faction who had rushed over were killed by the sword chi. Lu Ming transformed into a god of death and charged towards the last 4th-level spiritual god realm expert. Escape, escape, escape. At this moment the person was scared out of his wits and was running for his life. Lu Ming was too powerful. In terms of strength alone, Lu Ming had completely surpassed him. Together with the sealing door they were simply invincible. Where are you going? Lu Ming had his eyes on him. He dashed past him and killed a few more experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. In an instant Lu Ming closed in at top speed. He formed a seal with both hands and another sealing door appeared. The combat sword was instantly fixed in place. Lu Ming charged forward. No, spare me, help. The man roared, but the result was already decided. Lu Ming caught up and killed him with lightning-like methods. Since then the 3 experts who wanted to kill Lu Ming were all killed by him. Not a single one was left alive. He even killed a few experts from the Sky Martial Sword School. When the other members of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction saw this, they were extremely frightened. How could they dare to fight? They all fled. So strong. The rest of the people at the scene looked at Lu Ming in shock. They were tongue-tied and completely speechless. Lu Ming's combat strength was too shocking to be able to kill 3 experts in succession. High up in the sky, Yang Patian and Tuobashir looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Before this they had not paid attention to anyone else except for each other. However, Lu Ming had now attracted their attention. It seems that we have another opponent. Tuobashir licked his lips as his eyes gleamed with battle intent. Yang Potion's eyes flashed but he didn't say anything. Just when everyone thought that the battle had ended, Lu Ming did not stop because there was still one person who had not died. Wu Qingkong. Wu Qingkong was running for his life, terrified. Damn it. How is this Lu Xiaoqing so terrifying? His combat strength is rising too quickly. When we get out of here I'll have the powerful cultivators in the sect kill him. He can't be allowed to live. All kinds of vengeful thoughts swirled in Wu Qingkong's mind. Suddenly he heard a whooshing sound. He looked back in shock and saw that Lu Ming had already arrived behind him. Boom. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He threw a punch and shattered Wu Qingkong into pieces. However, Wu Qingkong obviously had a destiny talisman. With a flash of white light, the destiny talisman wrapped him up and he disappeared in the air. Lu Ming snorted coldly and flew back to his original spot. At that moment, everyone looked at Lu Ming with respect. He was too powerful. Lu Ming's combat strength was far above that of an ordinary second-grade heaven's favorite. His combat strength was already on par with the 5 magnates. It seemed that there would be another young giant in the world. Brother Lu. Fairy Tan Xiang's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Lu Ming. She was at a loss for words. Oh, I just happened to have a breakthrough in my cultivation when I left 2 days ago. Lu Ming explained. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xin roared in their hearts. This was too abnormal. He had broken through after leaving for 2 days. This was too fast. It was really infuriating to compare. Chapter 1083. 1083 The Real Token of the Saint Mansion. Xianxia Academy outside the Wanxiang Jade Wall. The space moved and Wu Qingkong appeared in a flash of white light. Ah, damn it. Wu Qingkong roared as soon as he appeared. Everyone's eyes turned to him in unison. Qingkong, what's going on? A supreme martial artist from the Tianwu sword faction looked at Wu Qingkong and asked with a frown. Wu Qingkong had been killed, which meant that the two elites of the Tianwu sword faction had both died in the battle. Lu Shaoqing. It's that bastard Lu Shaoqing. Wu Qingkong roared like a wild beast. What? Lu Shaoqing again? Lu Shaoqing is a killer. First he killed the Cold-Blood Hall disciples and many other masters. Then he killed Wu Tsong and now even Wu Qingkong. Two heaven's favorites from the heavenly martial sword faction died at the hands of the same person. Interesting. Cold-Blood Hall's face darkened. Why did they have to be involvered every time Lu Shaoqing was mentioned? Lu Shaoqing again. Why? You're not with Wulong and the others? The supreme martial artist from the heavenly martial sword faction asked. The Wulong he was talking about was the #1 heaven's favorite of the previous generation of the heavenly martial sword faction. Wulong and the others have been killed. They're dead. Wu Qingkong said through gritted teeth. What? Wulong and the others were also dead. Who was it? Could it be Yang Patian? The supreme martial artist from the heavenly martial sword school shouted angrily, thinking that it was Yang Patian who had done it. No, it's Lu Shaoqing. It's all his doing. Senior brothers Wu Long, Wu Kai and Xuefeng were supposed to work together to kill Lu Shaoqing, but they were killed by him instead. It's all his doing. Wu Qingkong's face was twisted as he explained the situation. The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Lu Shaoqing was the one who had done all of this. He had managed to achieve such a feat despite the combined efforts of 3 powerful experts. This was simply too shocking. Another big shot. An old man sighed. The people of Cold-Blood Hall wanted to cry. It was so sad that they had sent such a god of death with them. The secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Buzz. At this moment the giant mountain was shaking and the light was even more dazzling. Everyone's attention was drawn back to the giant mountain. Lu Ming's eyes also fell on the huge mountain. He did not devour the blood essence of Xuefeng and the others because the Emperor God was here. His devouring method was too obvious and he was afraid that the Emperor God would notice something. Now was not the time to reveal his identity. The light from the huge mountain became more and more brilliant. In the end 9 rays of purple light shot out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a token flew out from each of the purple lights. The token of the Saint Mansion. It's the token of the Saint Mansion. Snatch it. There are 9 pieces, this one is mine. Instantly the scene was in chaos. All kinds of auras burst out and rushed toward the 9 tokens. There was no doubt that the token that rushed out of the mountain was the real token of the Saint Mansion. Get lost. Yang Patian shouted in anger. His momentum was astonishing. He swept out his halberd and dozens of experts screamed as they were cut in half and died on the spot. Yang Patian grabbed a token of the Saint Mansion in his hand and scanned the surroundings with lightning-like eyes. Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to step forward. On the other side, Tuobashir waved his mace and smashed a bunch of people into meat paste. He then grabbed a Saint Mansion token. The others sighed. Knowing these 2 tokens, they could forget about it. I'm back in this piece. Lu Ming stepped forward and rushed to the nearest Saint Mansion token. His terrifying killing intent burst out. Many people were enveloped by his killing intent and retreated quickly, not daring to fight with Lu Ming. The power that Lu Ming had created earlier was too strong. Lu Ming grabbed a Holy Mansion token. Yang Patian, Tuobashir and Lu Ming each had a token. The others did not dare to fight with the 3 of them and could only target the others. This was a bloody battle and it was extremely intense. The experts of the major forces went all out to fight for the tokens. A palace left behind by an existence above the emperor level was too alluring and attractive. Even an emperor would go crazy if he came, let alone them. People were constantly killed and corpses fell like rain. In the end, everyone from the Ji family gathered. Under the leadership of a 4th-level spiritual god realm expert, they seized a token. The Xianxia Academy and the Valley of Medicine Masters joined forces and also seized a token under the leadership of a 4th-level spiritual god realm master. Demon Mountain obtained a token. The most surprising thing was that the Emperor God had seized a token with the help of the Space Intent realm. He was so fast that no one could stop him. There was also a baby-faced monk with big fluttering sleeves who looked harmless. He killed a group of experts with a single palm strike and seized a token. It was a shocking scene. Even Yang Patian and Tuoba Shur looked at this monk with a solemn expression. The holy monk of the western desert. Yang Patian muttered to himself. It's that unscrupulous monk again. Lu Ming muttered. The last token was in the hands of the Floating Mountain sect. As for Cold Blood Hall, Sky Eagle Fort and Sky Martial Sword School, they were very unwilling to lose their tokens because their leaders had died in battle. Those who had obtained the tokens were divided into several areas, far away from the others. The others were helpless. Although they were burning with excitement, those who had obtained the tokens now were all very powerful. Only the Emperor God seemed to be the weakest, but he had the space mentality, so no one could catch him. This is the token of the Saint Mansion. With this token you can enter the Saint Mansion. Lu Ming sized up the token in his hand and channeled his essential core. Buzz. The token of the Saint Mansion suddenly trembled and glowed. A circle of light enveloped Lu Ming. Other than that, there were 3 more circles of light floating around him. Why are there 3 more rings of light? Lu Ming was a little surprised. At this time the others also realized the problem. As long as they injected their vital essence, 4 rings of light would appear on the token of the Saint Mansion. 1 of them would cover them and 3 more would appear. I know. These 3 rings of light represent that I can bring 3 more people in. That should be the case. I'm guessing that there's a large array set up around the Saint Mansion, and only those who are covered by this light circle can enter. Some of them shouted and their eyes lit up. Wouldn't there be 27 more spots? Many people looked at those who had obtained tokens, especially Yang Patian. Emperor gods had obtained tokens by them Slaviers, so they had extra spots. Brother D, I'm willing to pay a high price to buy 3 slots. Is that possible? Ian Bupo from the Sky Eagle Castle looked at the Divine Emperor and spoke first. Ian Bupo, your appetite is too big. You want to buy 3 spots, can you swallow it? Some people were unhappy and wanted to buy a quota from the Emperor God. Brother Yang. Some people looked at Yang Patian wanting to buy a spot from him. Get lost. Yang Patian coldly spat out. Those people could only retreat. As for Tua Biashur's side, there were a few other Northern Plains Heaven's favorites who had already taken up the spots. Chapter 1084. 1084 Chapter 1084 Fighting a Giant in the Saint Mansion. As for the Ji family, Floating Mountain, Demon Mountain and Xianxia Academy, they didn't even have enough for them Slaviers, so they naturally wouldn't sell it. For the time being, only Lu Ming, the unscrupulous monk, and the Emperor and God could use the spots. Brother Lu. Fairy Tan Xiang looked over. I'll give my place to the Valley of the Medicine Masters and the Xianxia Academy. Lu Ming smiled. The people from Medicine King's Valley and Xianxia Academy were overjoyed. This way they had 3 more places. In the end, the Emperor God sold the 3 spots. The unscrupulous monk smiled and made a huge profit selling the 3 spots as well. This way, excluding Yang Potion's 3 spots, there were a total of 33 people who could enter. Buzz. At this moment, the giant mountain was extremely bright. It formed a huge pillar of light that shot into the sky. The beam of light hit the palace in the sky, giving off a deafening roar. Boom, boom, boom. The palace slowly appeared. At first it seemed real and illusionary, but it slowly became real. After a few minutes, the palace had become completely real. It was filled with an ancient and vicissitude aura. It floated in the air like a huge city. It was extremely large and majestic. Buzz. Yang Patian was the first to move. It was as if he was traveling through space. His body moved and his figure appeared in front of the palace. Then he stepped out and rushed in. Let's go, we can't let Yang Patian get there first. The other people who had a quota called out and rushed forward one after another, afraid that Yang Patian would beat them to it. If there were treasures in the Saint Mansion, the first one to enter would naturally get some benefits. Buzz. Whoosh. Dozens of figures, all shrouded in a circle of light, rushed towards the palace. Lu Ming and the rest were among them. In front of the palace there was a door that was half open. Yang Patian was about to rush in. Charge. The rest of the people also rushed over. Nothing happened. Dozens of people rushed into the gate one after another. The others who didn't have a spot looked at each other. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. We don't need the token to enter. The token was spread by Xianxia Academy, so it might not be true. Someone said, his eyes burning with passion. That's right. I don't think anyone from Xianxia Academy has ever entered it. It's probably not true. Some others agreed. Charge. I don't believe it. Someone couldn't hold it in anymore and rushed into the palace. However, as he was flying, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech, and his entire body exploded just like that, turning into ashes. The others were dumbfounded. Gulu. Those who had said that they didn't believe what Xianxia Academy had said all took a deep breath and swallowed their saliva. Their faces were pale. If they had acted rashly just now and charged forward first, they would have been the ones to die. As soon as Lu Ming and the rest rushed in, they realized that they were in a huge corridor. It was very long and extended all the way to the front. What a strong pressure. As soon as they entered, everyone landed on the ground because of the powerful pressure. It was a no-fly zone and their flight was stopped. Moreover, not only could they not fly, but the pressure on their bodies was also extremely great, causing their speed to slow down by more than 100 times. This is gravity. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and realized that it was gravity. The gravity was 100 times stronger than outside. Everyone circulated their true yuan and stepped forward. However, the gravity was too strong. Their speed was similar to that of an ordinary person's running. Compared to their original speed, it was a huge difference. And this corridor seemed to be no less than 100 miles. But since he had entered this place, he could only bravely move forward. Gradually, the distance between them widened. Bang! Bang! Yang Patian walked at the forefront. His body was glowing as he strode forward. Then Tuobasher's muscles bulged and he strode forward like a savage beast. In addition, Lu Ming's speed was also extremely fast, second only to Tuobasher. As for the unscrupulous monk, his body was covered in golden light as he walked beside Lu Ming. The two of them had come in a little later, so they were slightly behind Yang Patian and his companion. Behind them were a few burly men. They were the strongest geniuses of the previous generation in their respective forces, and their cultivation had reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Surprisingly, the Emperor God was also walking beside these people. He had the will of space, so he was under less pressure. As for second-grade heaven's favorites like Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Exen, they were slightly behind. Everyone pushed forward with all their might. Slowly they got used to the gravity here and their speed became faster and faster. This journey took 2 days. Yang Patian was the first to walk out of the corridor and rush out. Stop right there. Tuobasher hollered and followed closely behind Yang Patian. Following that, Lu Ming and the unscrupulous monk also stepped out and walked out of the corridor. Boom! Boom! As soon as they walked out of the corridor, they heard a violent roar. In front of the corridor was a large hall, where Tuobasher and Yang Patian were engaged in an intense battle. The Heaven Scorcher halberd and the Wolf Fang club continued to exchange blows, and the deafening rumbles were deafening. On both sides of the hall there were rows of shilavirs. On the shilavirs there were some jade bottles, jade boxes and boxes. It was obvious that the two of them were fighting for these items. This was the legendary Saint Mansion that surpassed the Emperor level. How precious would the things inside be? Without a second thought, Lu Ming and the heartless monk's eyes lit up and they rushed to the shilavirs on both sides. Get lost. You're looking for death. Yang Patian and Tuoba Shur roared as they charged at the two of them. Tuoba Shur attacked the heartless monk. He waved his mace and crushed the void like a mountain range. My hair is white, my Buddha is merciful. The heartless monk chanted the name of Buddha and his entire body emitted golden light. His appearance was solemn like the reincarnation of Buddha. He struck out a golden palm print and clashed with the Wolf Fang club. With a boom it actually blocked Tuoba Shur's attack. The two of them began a great battle. On the other side, Yang Patian was charging toward Lu Ming. As the heavenly halberd slashed down, the space around it shattered. It even turned into spatial power that wrapped around the heavenly halberd, making it even more destructive. Lu Ming's 5-colored will surrounded him and he had 7 streams of dragon energy on him. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. The combat sword formed by his third bloodline changed and actually turned into a blood-red combat halberd. The third bloodline was a drop of blood. It could change at will, be it a sword, a spear, a saber, a halberd, etc. Could change at will without a fixed shape. Clang! Lu Ming wielded the blood halberd and slashed down, clashing with Yang Potion's heavenly halberd. Clang! A terrifying tremor spread out and the two figures swayed slightly. Then they began to fight again. Boom! 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 In the main hall, the four of them engaged in a peak battle. For a moment it was difficult to determine who was superior. Peak of the second level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming discovered that Yang Potion's cultivation was at the peak of the second level of the spiritual god realm, not much higher than his. However, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. He was the strongest young expert that Lu Ming had ever encountered. The four of them were in a chaotic battle in the hall, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of moves. Not far away, footsteps could be heard. It was obvious that the others were approaching. Chapter 1085. 1085 Chapter 1085 Emperor Weapon. The eyes of the four people flashed, and they abandoned their opponents almost at the same time, rushing toward the Shilavirs on both sides. They understood that they couldn't do anything to their opponents for the time being. If they continued to fight, the scene would become even more chaotic when more people appeared. Therefore, the four of them began to search for treasures on the Shilavirs at the same time. Lu Ming waved his hand and a white light emanated. It enveloped the jade bottles, jade boxes and metal boxes on the Shilavirs. They were all stored into the mountain and river diagram. He didn't have time to see what it was, so he put it away first. The four of them went on a frenzied raid, and in just a few breaths, the items on the Shilavirs had been swept clean. The unscrupulous monk in particular had actually forcefully kept a shelf into his storage ring, leaving everyone speechless. However, Lu Ming and the rest soon followed suit and kept the shelf. At this moment, a few more figures rushed out of the corridor. They looked at the empty hall on both sides and were stunned. Buzz. Whoosh. At this moment, Lu Ming and the rest had already rushed into the depths of the hall. There was a huge door there. Charge. The few experts behind them, including the Emperor God, rushed forward at the same time and followed closely behind Lu Ming and the rest. After rushing through the door, there was another hall, but this one was bigger and empty. Opposite the hall, there was another door from which a faint light emanated. Their eyes lit up and they quickly rushed in. It was still a large hall, but this hall was exceptionally wide. In the air above the hall, there were 4 balls of light shining with a dazzling light. Those were 4 weapons floating in the air. They were of different colors, but they exuded a terrifying pressure. This is an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Yang Patian growled and immediately rushed towards one of the treasures. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The so-called Emperor's spiritual weapon was the Emperor of spiritual weapons, just like the martial emperor of the martial artists, standing at the peak of many spiritual weapons. The Emperor's spiritual weapon was a top-grade 9th-level spiritual weapon. Even some emperors might not have one, as it had a domain that could assist them in battle. Even emperors would be envious of this place, let alone them. They immediately rushed toward one of the king's spiritual weapons. Lu Ming rushed towards a small fiery red pagoda. The pagoda seemed to be cast from fire jade and it emitted an astonishing amount of heat. An Emperor's spiritual weapon. Behind them, the other experts had also arrived. When they saw the Emperor's spiritual weapons, Their eyes turned red with greed as they pounced on the 4 weapons. One of them pounced on Lu Ming. One of them was a brawny man in his 40s with a cultivation of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. The other was an emperor god. However, Lu Ming was 1 step faster. His body was like a stream of light as he appeared in front of the small tower and reached out to grab it. However, just as Lu Ming was about to grab it, the small tower emitted a light circle. Lu Ming's grab did not go in. Inscription formation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This small tower was protected by an inscription array. However, Lu Ming felt that he could break it if he spent some time. Bang! Lu Ming changed his claw to a palm and struck the circle of light. Bang! The ring of light trembled, but it still blocked the attack. At that moment, the Emperor God and the brawny man rushed over. The Emperor's spiritual weapon is mine. The brawny man's eyes were red as he charged at the small tower. The Emperor God's sword hit the ring of light, but it was still intact. Get lost. Die. Lu Ming shouted coldly and swept his blood halberd at the burly man and the Emperor God at the same time. The 2 of them were shocked and tried to block it at the same time. The blood halberd carried a terrifying killing intent that rolled like a tide and suppressed everything. It blasted toward the 2 of them. With a bang, their bodies shook violently and they were swept away by Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming stared at the Emperor God and charged at him. He planned to kill Dishan here. Dishan was Di Yi's most outstanding junior. If he killed Dishan, Di Yi would be heartbroken. Who? The blood halberd pressed down and struck at the Emperor God's head. The Emperor God's expression was extremely grave. The space around him trembled like water. Great space-splitting slash. Booming. The Emperor God said in a serious voice. He held the sword with both hands and slashed. The space rolled and a terrible crack was slashed at Lu Ming. This crack had the power to cut through space and could cut through anything. Of course, this was relative. The blood halberd in Lu Ming's hand transformed into the blood sword again. The sword radiance flashed and the space was cut open, including the space crack. This was the terrifying aspect of the 5 slaughter moves. No matter what weapon was used, it could display its power. This was because the 5 slaughter forms were not moves, but focused on intent. Once the intent was there, any weapon could unleash its power. The Emperor God's expression changed drastically and he retreated rapidly. Kill. Lu Ming's blood-red hair flew in the air. His killing intent surged like a tide. He stepped forward and charged at the Emperor God. Buzz. The Emperor God tried his best to resist, but he was no match for it. He spat out blood and retreated, his face pale. Emperor God was indeed powerful. He had combined space mentality, sword mentality, and golden flame mentality. After his space mentality reached level 4, it became even more mysterious and terrifying. He was even more powerful than Wu Qingkong. However, compared to Lu Ming, he was still a distance away. He was no match at all. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he approached the Emperor God. The Emperor God had no choice but to use instant step, his figure flashing constantly. Buzz. Buzz. Lu Ming formed a seal with both hands and a sealing gate was formed. Dishan's expression changed drastically. He had seen Lu Ming use the sealing gate to seal Xuefeng and the others and then kill them. Spatial shift. The Emperor God roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his body turned illusory. With a final bang, his body collapsed and turned into an illusion. His real body had long disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he had fled to. Lu Ming looked at the line of defense outside the hall. The Emperor God had passed through space and appeared in a hall outside. What a wonderful space concept. Lu Ming's eyes glinted coldly. He did not continue to pursue him. There were plenty of opportunities to kill the Emperor God. Get lost. He turned around and charged towards the brawny man. The brawny man was currently doing his best to break the small pagoda's formation. Lu Ming charged back and struck out with his palm, causing the burly man to spit blood and fly back. He looked at Lu Ming with an extremely grave expression. On the other side, an expert from each side rushed towards Yang Patian, the unscrupulous monk, and Tuobashir. The experts who rushed towards the unscrupulous monk and Tuobashir were forced to retreat while spitting out blood. As for the experts who rushed towards Yang Patian, They were trapped by Yang Potion's space mentality and killed in one fell swoop. Yang Potion was very unhappy today. Originally in the central continent he was high and mighty. Other than the other 4 of the top 5 young warriors, no one was his match. However, in this trip to the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, Zhou Xian had appeared first. His combat strength was not weaker than his and he had fought with him several times. Behind him, Lu Ming and the unscrupulous monk appeared one after another, displaying their shocking combat strength. They were not weaker than him. Moreover, he had never seen them before. This made him extremely unhappy and his heart was burning with anger. Lu Ming took a glance and continued to crack the small pagoda's array. Chapter 1086. 1086 Chapter 1086 Shocking Change. The other experts' expressions were unsightly, but they did not dare to continue snatching. Lu Ming's group of 4 were too powerful and were obviously stronger than them. If they went crazy and attacked them with all their might, they would be in danger. At that moment, no one dared to fight with Lu Ming and the rest. However, after a flash of light in their eyes, they bypassed Lu Ming and the others and rushed into the depths of the hall. There was another door there that led inside. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming continued to attack. His third bloodline turned into a combat sword and slashed at the light shield that protected the small tower. After dozens of attacks, he finally broke the light shield. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He grabbed the small pagoda. It's so hot. Lu Ming felt that his palm was about to be burnt and there was a meaty fragrance. Lu Ming quickly sent the small tower into the mountain and river diagram. Almost at the same time, Yang Potion and the others also broke the formation and kept the treasures. At the same time, the 4 of them spread out and rushed inside. There was another hall inside. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the few experts fighting fiercely. There was only one thing floating in the air of the hall. It was a jade plate. It was crystal clear and exuded a vast and endless pressure. This pressure was too shocking and surpassed everything. It was as if it was the incarnation of the entire heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying and far exceeded the previous emperor's spiritual weapon. What kind of treasure is this? It's too shocking. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Yang Potion and the others were also stunned. Then their eyes lit up. Judging from its aura, it was beyond an emperor's spiritual weapon. It must be a peerless divine weapon used by someone who had surpassed a martial emperor. It seemed that the Xianxia Academy was right. This was indeed the mansion of someone who had surpassed a martial emperor. A divine weapon used by an existence beyond the martial emperor realm. How terrifying was that? Buzz. Whoosh. Almost at the same time, the 4 of them pounced toward the jade plate. Get lost. Kill. The attacks of these few people were blasted towards those experts. Their faces changed greatly and they hurriedly blocked it but retreated with injuries. Damn it. The few of them were furious and extremely aggrieved, but they were helpless. They were truly helpless. They were all Heaven's Pride experts of the previous generation. In their era they were all powerful figures. They were high and mighty, looking down on Heaven's Pride experts of the same generation. However, after 10 or 20 years, this generation had reached the golden age. Each and every Heaven's Pride expert was more brilliant than them by who knew how many times. Now, even the people of the younger generation were going to berate them and crush them. This made them feel a wave of sadness. This treasure is mine. Yang Potion's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Ridiculous, who do you think you are? Zhou Xian shouted coldly, not giving Yang Potion any face at all. I think this treasure is fated with this poor monk. Please don't fight with this poor monk over it. The unscrupulous monk still had a smile on his face, but his fiery eyes betrayed him. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on them. He dashed toward the jade plate. Boom. A golden palm print was aimed at Lu Ming. It was that unscrupulous monk. Benefactor, this treasure is really fated with this little monk. Why do you have to snatch it from this little monk? The monk said. Fate my ass. Stinky monk, get lost. Lu Ming slashed his sword at the heartless monk and it collided with the golden palm print. Almsgiver, don't be angry. The monk called out, but his palm didn't stop. His body glowed like a golden Buddha and he struck out a few times with terrifying power. Stinky monk, don't pretend in front of me. It was you who used a fake Saint Mansion token to cause a war, right? Don't think that others don't know. I happened to see it. Lu Ming said loudly. The moment he said that, the monk's face froze. Yang Patian and Tuoba Shi, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, both stopped and looked at the unscrupulous monk with cold eyes. So it was you who was causing trouble. Stinky monk, hand over your life. Yang Patian roared and charged towards the monk. Tuoba Shi also held his mace and charged at the monk. The two of them were filled with killing intent towards the unscrupulous monk. What kind of people were they? How could they be fooled by the unscrupulous monk? They had been trying to find the person behind the scenes. Damn it, it's a misunderstanding, my two benefactors. The unscrupulous monk shouted and jumped up and down, trying his best to resist. Lu Ming moved and pounced on the jade plate. Buzz. All of a sudden the jade plate trembled and emitted a terrifying pressure. Lu Ming felt as if he was going against the entire heaven and earth. He was crushed by the terrifying pressure and spat out a mouthful of blood as his body fell. Wung wung. The jade plate trembled slightly and emitted a supreme light. Countless inscriptions appeared in the hall and formed terrifying chain-like things that danced in the hall. The unscrupulous monk Yang Patian and Tuoba Shi couldn't help but stop and look around in shock. They were also shocked by the sudden change. What's going on? At this moment a group of people rushed in. It was Fairy Tan Xiang Kong Xian and the others. Among them were the divine emperors. The people behind had already arrived. When they saw the scene they were shocked. Who? A black vortex suddenly appeared on the ground, erupting with a terrifying suction and devouring power. Ah, not good, save me. A few of the weaker ones screamed as they were swallowed by the vortex and disappeared. Not good. Lu Ming and the rest soared into the sky, but it was unusually strenuous. The devouring power was too strong and it was trying to pull them down. Save me. A sharp cry rang out. Yin Bupo transformed into his true form, a giant eagle. He flapped his wings desperately, wanting to resist, but he still couldn't resist and was pulled down. He roared and disappeared. At the same time, Kong Xian's figure was also swallowed. A silavir light shone from between Fairy Tan Xiang's brows, and medicinal pills flew out, forming a pair of wings to support her. However, she was still quickly sinking. Charge out! Lu Ming roared and flew toward Fairy Sandalwood. He grabbed her slender waist and wanted to bring her out of the hall. However, he could not. The devouring power was too terrifying and he could not pull her. Brother Lu, don't worry about me. You can escape on your own. Fairy Tan Xiang pushed Lu Ming and his body fell into the vortex. At this time Yang Patian and the others tried their best to rush out of the hall, but it was useless. The devouring power was too strong and they couldn't get out at all. It was the same for Lu Ming. His body was sinking. No. Lu Ming saw a few fourth-level spiritual god realm experts being devoured, including the divine emperor and others. In the end, only Lu Ming, Yang Patian, the unscrupulous monk, and Tuoba Shi were still resisting with all their might. Buzz. All of a sudden, the devouring power increased sharply and multiplied several times. Lu Ming and the other three were devoured and rushed into the vortex. The world seemed to spin as if he had rushed into eternal darkness. Lu Ming felt his vision turn black and he could not remember anything. Chapter 1087. 1087. A Big Dream. The Woman in the Dream. Lu Ming felt that he was drifting in the eternal darkness. He did not know where he was drifting to. Slowly, his mind became more and more confused as if his memories were fading. Everything that had happened in the past seemed to have become blurry and slowly dissipated. Slowly Lu Ming became ignorant. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming suddenly sat up. With a creak he found that he was sitting on a bed. Where is this place? What's wrong with me? I felt like I had a very long dream just now. Lu Ming looked at his surroundings in confusion. At this moment the door opened and a beautiful young lady walked in. She was 14 to 15 years old and was very beautiful. When she saw that Lu Ming had woken up, she immediately smiled happily and cheered, "Brother Ming, you're finally awake. You really scared me." Yao, Looking at Lu Yao's worried expression, Lu Ming's heart felt warm. He then asked, "Yao, what happened to me? I remember I went to awaken my bloodline 3 days ago. What happened after that?" "Brother Ming, you went to awaken your bloodline 3 days ago. During the process you suddenly fainted. You have been in a coma for 3 days. In these 3 days you have been having nightmares and calling strange names like D. Brother Ming, are you okay?" Lu Yao was a little worried. "I'm fine. It's just a nightmare." Lu Ming smiled faintly. He really had a dream, a very, very long dream. But for some reason the dream in his mind was getting more and more blurry, and he almost couldn't remember it. He only had a vague feeling that in that dream, Lu Yao left him and he later obtained a treasure, cultivated into a strong man, and went on an adventure on the continent. He only had a vague impression of it, but the more he thought about it, the more blurry and ethereal the dream became. What a strange dream. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, was just a useless young master in Fiery Wind City who could not cultivate. Why would he have such a strange dream? "Yao, did I fail in my bloodline awakening?" Lu Ming asked. "Brother Ming." Lu Yao wanted to say something but stopped. "Tell me I'm fine." Lu Ming smiled. "Brother Ming, it's a failure but it's fine. Even if you can't cultivate, you won't change in Yao Er's heart. My father and your mother have already discussed it. We'll hold our wedding in half a month." Lu Yao blinked his eyes and said. After he finished, he was a little shy and his face was a little red. "The wedding will be held in half a month." Lu Ming was slightly stunned. At that moment he did not know why, but he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. A figure appeared in his mind. The figure was very blurry and he could not see its face clearly. It was someone he had met in his dream. It was a woman. A sense of reluctance surged in Lu Ming's heart. This figure seemed to be very important to him. Who was it? Why do I feel my heart ache? Was it really a dream? Lu Ming was stunned and mumbled to himself. "Brother Ming, what happened? Don't scare Yao." Lu Yao called out. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He came to his senses and smiled. "I'm fine. I'm just thinking about that dream again." "Brother Ming, it's just a dream. Don't think too much and drink your medicine." Lu Yao picked up the medicine at the side and fed it to Lu Ming. At this moment 2 people walked into the room. One was a beautiful woman and the other was a beautiful teenage girl. "Mother, Chu Yue." Lu Ming called out. "Ming, have a good rest. You're going to be the groom in half a month." Li Ping smiled slightly and revealed a doting expression. "That's right, young master. Chu Yue wants to congratulate you." The young girl at the side said in a sweet voice. "Chu Yue." Lu Ming looked at Chiu Yu. In the dream, Chiu Yu seemed to have become a martial arts genius, but it was only a seemingly feeling. Lu Ming felt that the dream had become more muddled and was slowly fading away as time passed. "Ming, you've just woken up, so you should rest well. Don't let your thoughts run wild," Li Ping said. Then she left the room with Chiu Yu and Lu Yao. "That dream. That's strange. Who is that figure?" In the room, Lu Ming was lying on the bed in a daze. Time passed very quickly. As the days went by, Lu Ming's body recovered quickly. The dream in his mind was also becoming more and more blurry. As time passed, it became more and more blurry. He believed that he would completely forget it very soon. But for some reason, every time he thought of that dream, a figure would appear, causing Lu Ming's heart to ache. Who was that figure? Why does it feel so real? Lu Ming muttered. It was a woman's figure which was hard to erase from his mind. In the Lu clan's backyard, a small stream flowed by. There was a pavilion beside the small stream, and in the pavilion a young man and a young woman were snuggling up to each other. "Brother Ming, Yao is going to marry you tomorrow. I'll never be separated from you again," Lu Yao said in a low voice, his eyes showing anticipation and shyness. Lu Ming hugged Lu Yao, feeling extremely relaxed. The gentle breeze on his Buddha's face revealed a faint floral fragrance. "This way. That's good." Lu Ming looked at the sky and thought of this. If he couldn't cultivate, then so be it. If he could live an ordinary life, wouldn't that be good? Lu Ming really enjoyed such a life. That dream was a dream after all. Let it drift away with the wind. Only that figure could not be erased. It would occasionally appear in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, wake up. Suddenly Lu Ming heard a voice. Lu Ming was stunned. He turned to look around but did not see anyone. Lu Yao was still in his arms as if he had not heard anything. What are you looking at? I'm here in the stream. The voice rang out again. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly looked at the stream. He saw a little turtle floating in the stream staring at him. You're talking to me? Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you looking at? If it's not this seat, who can it be? The little turtle berated. Brother Ming, what's wrong? Who are you talking to? Lu Yao looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Lu Ming said, It's nothing. You heard wrong. Yao, you can go back first. I'll go and welcome you tomorrow. Yao, we'll wait for you. Lu Yao blinked his eyes and jogged away. Immediately after, Lu Ming looked at the little turtle and was extremely surprised. A turtle? No, a turtle can actually speak. Could it be the legendary king-class turtle? No, senior. Junior. Lu Ming greets senior. Lu Ming bowed to the little turtle. In his memory, only the legendary king-level demonic beasts could speak. He was shocked to find a king-level demonic beast in the backyard of the Lu family. There might not even be a king-tier demonic beast in the entire Blazing Sun Empire. King-tier my ass. I'm the world turtle, the top of the top 10 war beast. What king-tier? You're not even fit to carry my shoes. Kid Lu Ming, you've been hit by an illusion. You're in an illusion. Why don't you wake up? Do you want to sink into it for the rest of your life? The little turtle shouted. Chapter 1088. 1088 Saint Stage Saint. Illusion. An illusion. I remember everything that happened to me clearly. How could I be in an illusion? Senior must be joking. Lu Ming frowned. What a joke. You're Lu Ming. In the real world, your bloodline was deprived by Lu Yao. Fortunately, you got the help of the broken soul of the 9 sons, merged with the blood essence of the 9 dragons, and awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons. That's how you rose to power. Have you forgotten? The little turtle called out. What? Yao stole my bloodline? Impossible. How is that possible? You're spouting nonsense. Lu Ming had a look of disbelief on his face. However, after hearing what the little turtle said, the dream that he had in the past, the dream that was getting fainter and fainter, actually appeared again. Seemed to have become clearer. Nonsense. You won first place in the Battle of Providence and became the top 1,000 of the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. You're the Zhongzi of the Talisman Amulet Sect. Now that the Talisman Amulet Sect is besieged by Martial Emperor De and is in danger, are you going to just leave it be? Lu Ming's body trembled slightly with every word the little turtle said. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions and he was struggling. The Talisman Amulet Sect, the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. He felt that the dream was becoming clearer and clearer, as if it was about to surface. What's his name? I think I had a dream before and I also had a little turtle. Lu Ming's eyes were even more confused. As the dream slowly emerged, he was in the intersection of the dream and reality. He could not tell which was real and which was fake. Perhaps everything was just a dream. The little turtle's eyes went wide and he finally cried out. It's fucking called Dandan and you named it, you bastard. It's so fucking unpleasant to hear. Dandan. Lu Ming muttered to himself and seemed to have thought of something. Also, are you not going to care about your little lover and wife, Xianxia? She was captured by her father and her life is uncertain now. You're giving up just like that? Dandan shouted. Boom. 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 Xianxia's name exploded in Lu Ming's mind like thunder. The figure that could not be erased, the figure that made one's heart ache at the thought of it, suddenly became clear and vivid in Lu Ming's mind. Following that, the dream became clear in Lu Ming's mind. Nianqing, right, I'm now in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion of the Xianxia Academy. This is an illusion. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up and emitted an endless glow. Real and fake, fake and real. Everything is an illusion. My heart won't move. Lu Ming suddenly shouted and threw a punch. Voila! The surrounding scene seemed to have been shattered by Lu Ming's punch. It began to peel away and finally disappeared completely. Lu Ming realized that he was standing in a long corridor. Dan was lying on his shoulder. What a powerful illusion. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He was extremely shocked. That illusion was too powerful. It erased his true memories and made him fall into an eternal illusion, unable to extricate himself. This time it was really dangerous. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in danger, he might really be trapped in the illusion forever. That would be equivalent to death. At the thought of this, Lu Ming could not help but feel a little scared. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Kid, this place is no small matter. An emperor would definitely not be able to do it. Be careful, I'm hiding. After saying that, Dan automatically entered the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. He remembered that they had been swallowed by a vortex previously. However, he was the only one around. Yang Patian, Tuobashir and goddess Xianxia were nowhere to be seen. This was a passageway that led straight ahead. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked forward. After walking through the passage, they came to a secret chamber. The secret chamber was huge. Above the secret chamber, Lu Ming saw a bead the size of a longan floating. The moment Lu Ming stepped into the secret chamber, the bead suddenly emitted a blinding light. In the light, a figure appeared. The figure sat cross-legged in the air, and the bead was right in the middle of the figure's eyebrows. The figure was not very burly, but the aura it exuded was earth-shattering. It gave Lu Ming the feeling that he was facing the heavenly Tao. The vast might of heaven filled the air. It was irresistible and irresistible. This was Lu Ming's intuitive feeling. When he faced this figure, it was as if he was facing the entire world. It was not that Lu Ming had not felt the majesty of an emperor. The pressure that an emperor emitted was simply child's play compared to this figure. It was as if the emperor was an ant in front of this figure. Gulu. Lu Ming swallowed his saliva and raised his head with difficulty to look at the figure. Fortunately, the unparalleled aura was retracted as soon as it was released. The figure opened its eyes and looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be completely seen through. To actually be able to pass through the illusionary realm I set up, not bad. The figure said. Junior Lu Ming pays his respects to Senior. Lu Ming bowed. He knew that the person in front of him was most likely the legendary existence above the emperor level in Xianxia Academy. He was shocked. It was said that the Saint Mansion's secret realm had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Could this person have lived for hundreds of thousands of years? This was really unimaginable. The figure seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind and said, "Little guy, don't think too much. I can't live that long. What you see is just the saint heart I left behind and a trace of my origin mark. The real me has been dead for many years." Saint heart. Lu Ming was puzzled. He had no idea what the saint heart was. Yes, it's normal that you don't understand. You're located in a remote area on a desolate island, so it's normal that you don't know. Above the emperor realm is the saint realm, also known as the saint realm, which condenses the saint heart. The elder said. The figure casually explained. Saint stage saint. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. He finally knew what was the realm above the emperor realm. It was the saint, the saint. The figure in front of him must be a saint. Yes, you have great luck. Unfortunately, you are not an inscription master. I became a saint through the Tao of inscription when I was alive. Otherwise, I could pass on my legacy to you. The figure suddenly sighed. Inscriber inheritance. Lu Ming's eyes were glowing. Although he was not an inscriber, his second body was. His second body had no other thoughts and focused on the Tao of inscriber. Now he had advanced to an extremely profound realm. It would be great if he was here. Senior, did the others not pass the illusion? Lu Ming asked. No, they all failed, but I won't really make things difficult for them. I've already made them wake up. Look. The saint waved his hand and images suddenly appeared in the air. He saw Yang Patian, Tuobashir, the unscrupulous monk Xian, and the others in their respective secret rooms looking around. Fairy Xianxiang. Lu Ming noticed that Fairy Xianxiang was the most special. She was sitting cross-legged in a secret room, her entire body glowing, and the Silavir mental energy fire between her brows was dancing. Chapter 1089. 1089 The Saint's Legacy. This little girl is very talented in the Tao of Inscription. Unfortunately, she's still a little lacking. I'll give her some benefits and hope that she can gain something, the saint said. Lu Ming was happy for Fairy Xiang. Although this person had already passed away, he had been a saint when he was alive, an existence that had surpassed emperors. If he said that he had given them some benefits, it was definitely not a small matter. Even emperors would be envious. All right, little guy, since you can come here and pass my test, I won't let you return empty-handed. I'll give you some benefits and then send you out. With that, the saint waved his hand, and those images disappeared without a trace. Senior, wait a moment, this junior might be able to inherit senior's mantle. Lu Ming said hurriedly. You, hee little fellow, don't talk nonsense. I see that you don't have any mental energy fire at all, so how can you inherit my legacy? The saint smiled indifferently. Has senior ever heard of the twin forbidden spell? Lu Ming said. Twin forbidden spell. The saint frowned slightly, looking confused. He had obviously never heard of it. Senior, the twin forbidden art is able to cultivate a second body. Lu Ming then told her about the twin forbidden technique and what he had learned. When the saint first heard that the twin forbidden technique could actually cultivate a clone that was the same as the original and could be cultivated wholeheartedly, he was extremely shocked. He had never heard of such a strange technique in the world. After hearing that Lu Ming had obtained it in the Battle of Providence, he was relieved. It wasn't strange for one to encounter any kind of fortuitous encounter in the Battle of Providence. This was because this saint had also participated in the Battle of Providence when he was young. There's actually such a secret technique in the world. According to what you've said, not only did your second body inherit your talent, but it also has no distracting thoughts. In this case, it's really suitable for my legacy. The saint sighed, his eyes bright. Back then, due to an accident, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He escaped to the divine wilderness continent and searched for this mystic realm. In order to hide from his enemies, he still died here in the end, leaving behind his saint heart and a trace of his mark. The mark was attached to the saint's heart, which was why it had been preserved for so many years, but it would disappear sooner or later. When a powerhouse was about to die, they did not wish for their lifetime of cultivation and achievements to go to waste. They all wanted to find a suitable successor to pass on their legacy. Lu Ming was undoubtedly the most suitable. But senior, my second body is currently trapped in a place by an enemy. I'm afraid he won't be able to come for the time being. Lu Ming sighed. Oh, how about this? Take this formation plate. As long as you give it to your clone and have him activate the inscriptions on it, you'll be able to directly teleport here. The saint took out an array disc and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it in joy and thanked the saint again. My name is Xianxia. You can call me the Xianxia saint. So, I'll send you out now. There's no need to open this secret realm in the future. I'll seal it forever and no one will be able to enter. The profound sky saint was about to send Lu Ming and the rest out. Senior, please wait. Lu Ming called out hurriedly. What? The profound sky saint was stunned. Allow me to change my appearance. Junior still has enemies outside. Lu Ming chuckled and his body transformed again. After a while, his body became thinner and he turned into a young man with a pale face. Even his aura had changed greatly. No one could recognize him now. All right, I'm done. Lu Ming said. The profound sky saint waved his hand and the space twisted. Lu Ming felt a force pulling him and his body instantly disappeared. At this moment, Goddess Tan Xiang Yang Patian and the others as well as the people outside the Saint Mansion, were all enveloped by a force and disappeared. Xianxia Academy outside the Wanxiang Jade Wall. The 9 beams of light suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the myriad elephant jade wall returned to its calm state. What's going on? The crowd was in an uproar and even many supreme martial artists' faces changed. What's going on? Why did the 9 pillars of light suddenly disappear? Those who went in haven't come out yet. A supreme from a large force said with an ugly expression. Many people looked at a supreme from the Xianxia Academy. I don't know either. Such a thing has never happened before. The Xianxia Academy's supreme martial artist said with a heavy expression. Then can you open it again? A supreme martial artist asked. The supreme from the Xianxia Academy shook his head, which caused an uproar. There were many people from the major powers in there. For example, the strongest inheritors of the Floating Mountain sect and Devil Mountain were all in there. If they were to be trapped in there, it would be a huge loss. On the other hand, the people from the Heavenly Martial Sword School and Cold Blood Hall were gloating. This was because their successor had been killed by Lu Ming and had come out a long time ago. The most outstanding geniuses of the previous generation had also been killed. Even if the remaining people did not come out, they would not suffer as much as the other forces. At this moment, the space above the myriad elephant jade wall twisted, and several figures emerged. They're out, they're out. Many people were ecstatic. In the sky, more than 10,000 people appeared. Everyone saw Yang Patian, Goddess Tan Xiang, Kong Exen, and the other heaven's favorites. What's going on? How's the Holy Prefecture? One by one, the supreme martial artists spoke out with excitement in their eyes. They had heard about the Saint Mansion from Wu Qingkong when he was killed. They were all shocked, but they were also looking forward to it. They wanted to rush in them slaviers. An existence that surpassed an emperor wasn't just for show. It was simply too alluring, especially for many supreme beings. They were stuck at the supreme being realm and had never been able to break through to the emperor realm. If they could obtain the inheritance or comprehension of an existence that had surpassed the emperor realm, they might be able to break through. In a flash, Goddess Tan Xiang, Kong Exen, Junyu, and the others flew to their respective supremes and explained the situation of entering the Saint Mansion. What? You've all failed. When they heard that Kong Exen and the other Heaven's Pride experts didn't pass the test, everyone sighed and felt very regretful. But then they turned their eyes to Yang Patian, Tuobashir, and the unscrupulous monk. These people had surpassed the second-grade Heaven's Pride and were Heaven's Pride experts of the big shots. Perhaps they had succeeded. My hair is white, my Buddha is merciful, this little monk is ashamed, my heart is not strong, I still need to train. The heartless monk had a solemn look on his face as he chanted the name of Buddha, his face filled with compassion. In the crowd, Lu Ming looked down on him. If he had not seen the monk's true face, he would have thought that this fellow was a respectable senior monk. The unscrupulous monk's words meant that he had also failed. Damn it, that illusionary realm was indeed powerful. Even I couldn't pass it. Tuobashir grinned. We're on par. Tuobashir, let's fight another day. Yang Patian said coldly. Then he strode out of the Xianxia Academy and disappeared in a flash. No one stopped him. Not only was Yang Patian a peerless genius, but he also came from the heaven-suppressing divine army. The heaven-suppressing divine army was too powerful. It was the only force that could compete with the ancient Saint dynasty among the 18 overlords of the central continent. It was even more powerful than the heavenly martial sword faction. Chapter 1090. 1090 Heading to Central Continent's Holy City. Yang Potion's words were clear. He had also failed. It seemed that no one had succeeded this time. No, there was still one more person. The crowd suddenly thought of something. Where was Liu Shaoqing, the young genius who killed the master of Blood Net and the experts from Cold Blood Hall, Wu Tsong, Xuefeng and the other fourth-level spiritual god realm experts and Wu Qingkong? Why isn't he here? Where's Liu Shaoqing? The Supreme of Cold Blood Hall and the Heavenly Martial Sword School scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. They spread out their spiritual consciousness in search of Lu Ming. Supreme martial artist, Liu Shaoqing is an expert in disguise. He can even change his aura. He must be in the crowd. Shui Luozi shouted. He had fought with Liu Shaoqing in the city of Dan, so he was very familiar with Liu Shaoqing's appearance and aura. However, Liu Shaoqing's appearance and aura in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion were completely different. If he had not recognized Lu Ming's devouring power, he would not have recognized Lu Ming. Therefore he knew that Lu Ming was definitely skilled in the art of disguise. You think I can't find you in a crowd? I'll check them one by one. The supreme martial artist of the heavenly martial sword faction released a terrifying aura. His spiritual sense was like a storm, enveloping Lu Ming and the others who had entered the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Many people's faces changed. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly before returning to normal. Check them one by one. How are you going to check? A supreme martial artist from another power said unhappily. I'll search their souls one by one. The supreme of Blood Luo sect sneered. Haha, soul search. Who do you think you are? How can my floating mountain sect's disciples let you search their souls? The supreme martial artist of the floating mountain sect laughed. His voice was ice cold. That's right, who do you think you are? How can I let you search the soul of a disciple of the Sky Eagle Castle? If you want to capture Lu Xiaoqing, you have to think of a way. The supreme being of the Sky Eagle Castle sneered. Some of the supreme beings from the Overlord forces looked coldly at the supreme being from Cold Blood Hall and the supreme being from the Heavenly Martial Sword School. As they were all Overlord forces, they were not afraid of the two. The Heavenly Martial Sword faction and Cold Blood Hall had suffered heavy losses because of Lu Xiaoqing, and now they wanted to search their disciples' souls. Wasn't that ridiculous? The supreme beings of Cold Blood Hall and Heavenly Sword School looked terrible. The disciples of the Overlord forces can leave, but the other forces and itinerant cultivators have to stay. We'll search their souls. The supreme martial artist from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction muttered to himself for a moment before speaking. What? You want to search our souls? No, don't be too overbearing. I won't agree to it. This is the Xianxia Academy, not the Tianwu Sword School or Cold Blood Hall. Immediately the people from the small forces started to shout. Everyone had their own secrets. How could they let others search their souls? Shut up. The supreme martial artist of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction shouted as a vast sword power bloomed out, causing many people to be unable to breathe. Overlord forces were tyrannical. Other than forces of the same level, other forces were like ants in their eyes. In fact, this was the case. Once an emperor appeared, no one could compete with him. Hoo. At this moment, clouds gathered in the sky. The endless clouds gathered to form a huge face, and an endless imperial pressure spread out. The emperor has appeared. Someone shouted, and many people's faces changed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone in the Xianxia Academy, be it ordinary disciples or supreme martial artists, bowed respectfully. This was because he was the emperor of the Xianxia Academy. The other people also saluted in a hurry. This was a sign of respect for the emperor. Let them go. Since they are in the Xianxia Academy, the Xianxia Academy must ensure everyone's safety. The emperor spoke indifferently, but his words were unquestionable. But the supreme martial artist from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction wanted to say something. No need to say more, go. The king interrupted him. The supreme beings of the Heavenly Martial Sword School and Cold Blood Hall nodded. They had to respect the king's request and finally agreed helplessly. Let's go. The supreme martial artist from the Sky Martial Sword faction glanced at the people from the small forces and the rogue cultivators, then left with the people from the Sky Martial Sword faction. The supreme of Cold Blood Hall also left with his people. After that, the people from the other Overlord forces also left. With a whoosh, the giant face in the sky disappeared without a trace. The emperor's aura also disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. However, the people from the small forces did not leave. They planned to take the teleportation formation of the Xianxia Academy to leave because the Tianwu Sword Sect and Cold Blood Hall might intercept them outside the Xianxia Academy. It was too dangerous to go out like this. The safest way was to leave through the teleportation array. The Xianxia Academy had no reason to refuse, because taking the teleportation array would cost them a large amount of spiritual crystals and raw stones. They could make a lot of money. Lu Ming was also in the crowd. He also planned to take the teleportation array and leave the Xianxia Academy. In the air, Kong Xian and Goddess Tan Xiang glanced around, presumably looking for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had no intention of showing himself. He found a random mountain peak and sat cross-legged, quietly cultivating. There were too many people now and they would definitely have to line up at the teleportation array. It would be better to set off in a few days. After the three of them left, Lu Ming made his move. After paying a sum of raw gemstones, Lu Ming stepped into the teleportation array. Sacred City, I'm here. Little Qing, how are you now? Lu Ming's heart stirred. His destination was the sacred city of the Central Continent, the imperial capital of the ancient Saint dynasty, the largest city in the world. The teleportation array flashed and Lu Ming's figure disappeared. The Central Continent's sacred city was the largest city in the divine wilderness. It was the imperial capital of the ancient sacred dynasty. In the 8 directions of the sacred city, there were 8 satellite cities that surrounded and protected the sacred city. These 8 satellite cities all had teleportation formations. If outsiders wanted to enter the holy city, they could only teleport to the satellite city first, then fly to the holy city. On this day, the teleportation array of a satellite city in the east flashed and Lu Ming appeared. Lu Ming did not stay in the satellite city. He left the satellite city and soared into the sky, flying towards the sacred city. The distance between the satellite city and the holy city was at least 10 million miles. However, Lu Ming's current speed was terrifying. He crossed the distance in no time and a huge city appeared in front of him. The first impression Lu Ming had of the holy city was that it was ancient, weathered and full of the traces of time. The huge city wall was covered with sword marks, which seemed to describe the ancient history of the sacred city. The Central Continent's sacred city was huge and grand. However, among all the big cities in the divine wilderness continent, it was definitely not the largest, nor was it considered the top. At the very least, the 9 Dragons city of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was much bigger than the sacred city. However, the sacred city was still the #1 city in the world. The holy city had existed for far too long and had left behind countless legends. There were also countless secrets within. Moreover, there were many entrances to secret realms in the holy city. In fact, those secret realms could be considered a part of the holy city. With those secret realms, the holy city's scope was terrifyingly large. No one knew how many powerful cultivators were hidden in those secret realms or how many secrets they contained. Therefore, although the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent had declined, it was still the most powerful force in the Central Continent. No one dared to underestimate it. Chapter 1091. 1091 Chapter 1091 Changing Identity. Lu Ming flew toward the holy city and landed on a pipe. He followed the crowd and walked into the city gate. There were soldiers standing guard at the city gates. Lu Ming swept his gaze across them and realized that these soldiers were all spirit embryo realm experts. After a brief check, Lu Ming entered the holy city. At once he was greeted with an ancient and simple aura. In the sacred city, any street, palace, or house was filled with the aura of time, as if they had crossed time and space from millions of years ago. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth is so rich. It even contains origin qi. Also, I can clearly sense the essence realm of heaven and earth. The entire sacred city is like a large array that continuously gathers the spiritual qi and origin qi of heaven and earth. Lu Ming secretly sighed. If he cultivated here, his cultivation speed would definitely be very fast. The holy city was divided into the outer city, the inner city, and the core of the palace. Ordinary martial artists, small forces, and itinerant cultivators all lived in the outer city. The inner city was occupied by some of the powerful forces in the sacred city, such as the mansions of the nobles and ministers of the ancient Saint dynasty. Of course, the other overlords of the Central Continent had branches in the sacred city and people were stationed there all year round. As for the royal palace, it was where the core members of the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty lived. Lu Ming strolled around casually. He was in the outer city now. He was thinking about how to sneak into the palace and find out about Xianxia. After strolling around for a while, Lu Ming walked towards a restaurant. A restaurant was the best place to gather information. After ordering a few dishes and wine, Lu Ming sat down at a table. In another 2 months, the million-year national sacrifice of the ancient Saint dynasty will be here. At that time the sacred city will be lively again. That's for sure. This is the million-year national sacrifice. How important is it? At that time, not only the overlord forces of Central Continent, but other forces of all sizes will gather in the sacred city. Even forces from Western Desert, Northern Plains, Southern Nether and Eastern Barren will send people over. That's really lively. It's a rare sight. At that time, all the heaven's favorites from all over the world will gather. This is a rare occasion. That's most likely the case. This generation is really full of experts. When the heaven's favorites gather, there will inevitably be conflicts. Haha. Lu Ming had just sat down when he heard some important news. A million-year national sacrifice. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The Xie family of the ancient sacred dynasty had been established for 1,000,000 years. It was truly shocking. In the entire divine wilderness, which faction could have such a long history? It was too shocking. Even though the ancient Saint dynasty was on the decline, and the various emperors had their own territories, they still had to give the ancient Saint dynasty some respect and name. They still had to listen to the ancient Saint dynasty's orders. Of course, this was only in name. Therefore, even if it was just for show, those powers still had to come to the million-year national sacrifice of the ancient Saint dynasty. At that time, the emperors of some overlord forces might descend. I'm really looking forward to it. When the time comes, the winds and clouds will definitely gather and experts will be as numerous as clouds. I heard that the Imperial Palace has already issued an order to expand the Imperial Dragon Guards to maintain order in the Holy City and protect the Imperial Palace. There's such a thing? When do you want to start recruiting? I want to try. It has already started today. We've been recruiting for the past half a month, so we can give it a try. However, the Imperial Dragon Guard's recruitment requirements are very high. Without a cultivation of the spirit embryo realm, it's impossible to enter. Lu Ming continued to listen, and indeed he heard a lot of news. The Imperial Dragon Guards. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Imperial Dragon Guards were the Imperial Guards of the ancient Saint dynasty. They were responsible for guarding the palace and protecting the safety of the royal family. Didn't he want to sneak into the palace? Wouldn't it be fine if he joined the Imperial Dragon Guards? However, the Imperial Dragon Guard was to guard the palace and protect the royal family. Their identities had to be thoroughly investigated before they could join. Otherwise, if anyone could join, then wouldn't the safety of the royal family be at risk? Lu Ming's gaze shifted. He picked up his wine glass and walked towards a table at the side. 2 big brothers, please. I heard you say that you wanted to join the Imperial Dragon Guards, right? Lu Ming raised his glass and smiled. At this table there were 2 burly men. One looked to be in his 40s and the other looked to be in his 30s with a full beard. That's right. What can I do for you, little brother? The strong man with a full beard looked at Lu Ming and asked. This little brother comes from a small force and has just entered the Holy City. I want to find a job and join the Imperial Dragon Guards. I heard the 2 of you talking about this matter just now. Perhaps we can work together in the future, so I wanted to make friends with you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, their expressions relaxed and they smiled. He's the one who wants to join, so I won't go. However, little brother, the conditions to join the Imperial Dragon Guards aren't low. You need to be at the spirit embryo realm. The 40-odd tough man laughed. That's just as well. This little brother has just broken through to the spirit embryo realm. It's just in time to give it a try. With that, Lu Ming's body emitted a faint aura. It was the aura of the first-level spirit embryo realm. Not only could the illusionary breath technique change one's aura, but it could also hide one's cultivation. Now Lu Ming was hiding his cultivation to the first level of the spirit embryo realm. When they realized that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the first-level spirit embryo realm, the 2 of them were even more relieved. The burly man with a full beard said, Little brother, you're so young, yet you're able to reach the first level of spirit embryo realm. You can be considered a heaven's favorite. I'm impressed. You're overpraising me, big brothers. Come, let's drink to our heart's content. Lu Ming said generously. How can I accept this? The man in his 40s laughed. This was the Holy City. The food and wine in any restaurant were not cheap. Since Lu Ming was treating them, the two of them had a better impression of him. The three of them continued drinking. Lu Ming was new to the holy city and did not know much about it. He asked the two of them for advice and they told him everything they knew. Lu Ming learned that the two of them came from a small force outside the holy city called the Black Spear sect. They were not far from the holy city and often came to the holy city to purchase items. The man in his 40s was called Ma Wu, and the man in his 30s with a full beard was called Ming Lu. Ming Lu, what a coincidence, my name is read backwards, isn't that Ming Lu? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The three of them chatted and drank. After 3 rounds of drinking, Ma Wu and Ming Lu drank to their heart's content. Junior brother Ming Lu, since you want to join the Imperial Dragon Guard, then stay here and sign up with little brother Lu. I'll return to the sect first and tell you about your matter. If you work in the Imperial Dragon Guard, it'll be much more convenient for our Black Spear sect in the future. Ma Wu said. Alright, senior brother Ma, you can go back first. I'll go and register tomorrow. Ming Lu nodded. After that, Ma Wu bade farewell and left. Lu Ming and Ming Lu found an inn nearby to stay in and planned to register the next day. Very soon night fell. Lu Ming concealed his aura and entered Ming Lu's room without a sound. Who? Ming Lu had just opened his mouth when Lu Ming struck out with his palm and knocked Ming Lu out. Then he kept Ming Lu into the mountain and river diagram and let Dan inscribe an array, trapping him on the ground. I'm sorry, I'll borrow your identity for a while. I'll definitely compensate you in the future. Lu Ming muttered. His muscles and bones began to wriggle, transforming into Ming Lu's appearance. Then his aura changed as well, becoming very similar to Ming Lu's. I'm still missing a beard. Lu Ming smiled and left the inn. He bought a fake beard and stuck it on his face. Instantly he looked exactly like Ming Lu. Even if Ma Wu was by his side, he would not be able to recognize that Lu Ming was a fake. Lu Ming had used Ming Lu's identity to sneak into the Imperial Dragon Guards, waiting for an opportunity to find out Xianxia's whereabouts. As for Ming Lu, he could only temporarily stay in the mountain and river diagram. Chapter 1092. 1092 Joining the Imperial Dragon Guard. The next morning, Lu Ming headed for the registration area for the Imperial Dragon Guards. When he arrived, he was shocked to see that there was already a long line at the registration area. To some of the smaller powers, the Imperial Dragon Guards was a good job. Joining the Imperial Dragon Guards was equivalent to joining the ancient Saint dynasty, and they would be able to obtain more cultivation resources. Those below the spirit embryo realm, hurry up and leave. We don't need those below the spirit embryo realm. At the registration area, there were a few burly men dressed in long purple robes embroidered with flood dragons. These were the Imperial Dragon Guards. Their auras were very strong. Lu Ming swept his gaze across them and realized that they were all at the 7th level spirit embryo realm or above. There was also an old man sitting at the side, resting with his eyes closed. He was also wearing the clothes of the Imperial Dragon Guards, but his aura was unfathomable. Of course, it could not hide from Lu Ming's senses. Lu Ming discovered that this person was in existence at the 1st level of the spiritual god realm. Only those at the spirit embryo realm and above can join. The requirements are too high. Let's go. Some people sighed, shook their heads and walked away. Take out your identification and report your information. We will go and verify it. After that, there will be a test. Because there is a limit to the number of Imperial Dragon Guards that can be recruited this time, there are too many people who have registered. We can't take in all of them. Only the strong can stay. Alright, the registration begins now. A burly man said. Then they started to register one by one. Lu Ming waited patiently for a full 2 hours before it was his turn. Lu Ming moved his hand and an identity token appeared. He handed it to one of the Imperial Dragon Guards. This identity token was taken from Ming Lu. It was the identity token of the Black Spear Sect's disciple. Black Spear Sect, clear path. Lu Ming said. The burly Imperial Dragon Guard checked his identity medallion and registered it. We'll send people to verify your identity. If there's any falsehood in it, you'll be killed on the spot. Do you understand? The brawny Imperial Dragon Guard's eyes were cold. Yes, yes, I know. Lu Ming nodded continuously. Yes, wait over there. There will be an assessment later. The brawny Imperial Dragon Guard said. Lu Ming walked to the side and waited patiently. After another 2 hours, the registration ended. There were more than 2,000 people who had signed up. All right, come with me. At this moment, the spiritual god realm elder stood up and said indifferently. He then strode inside with Lu Ming and the rest following behind. Soon they arrived at a military camp. There was a huge stone tablet in the middle of the camp. This stone tablet can test your cultivation. You just have to channel your true qi into the stone tablet and we will know your cultivation. There are 2,000 people who have registered this time, but we only want 200 people. Therefore we will only accept those whose cultivation ranks are in the top 200. Now the assessment begins. The old man announced. After that, the applicants went up to take the test one by one. As long as one put their true essence into the stone tablet would light up. Through the light one could tell their cultivation level. He started testing them one by one. Lu Ming realized that many of them had a cultivation of the first-level spirit embryo realm. There were a lot fewer second-level spirit embryo realm cultivators and even fewer third-level spirit embryo realm cultivators. Very soon it was Lu Ming's turn. Just in case, I'd better input a little more true qi. Lu Ming thought to himself. He was only taking in 200 people. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, Lu Ming planned to input more essential core. He walked to the stone tablet and pressed his hand on it. Lu Ming channeled his essential core. Buzz. The stone tablet shook and 7 Esilavir lights flashed. Enough. Lu Ming kept his essential core. 7 Esilavir rays of light represented the cultivation of the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. This way it should be foolproof and he would definitely be accepted. 7th level spirit embryo realm. The spiritual god realm elder's eyes lit up. Those who came to sign up were usually people from small forces, and their cultivation levels were not too high. Those who had too high a cultivation level would not join the Imperial Dragon Guards, and there were not many who had reached the 7th level of the spiritual embryo realm. Not bad. The spiritual god realm elder nodded. The test continued. Not long after the test was completed, Lu Ming discovered that there were only 3 people who had reached the 7th level spirit embryo realm and only 1 person who had reached the 8th level. There was no one who could go higher. This made Lu Ming touch his nose. Was his performance too outstanding? Right, the test is over. The top 200 will stay in the military camp for the time being and wait for our news in a few days. The spirit god elder ordered. Those who were not in the top 200 could only sigh and leave. Lu Ming and the group were led to their rooms. For the next few days, Lu Ming stayed in the military camp. He cultivated while waiting for news. 3 days later, the news came that Lu Ming had been recruited and had officially become a member of the Imperial Dragon Guards. The 4 of you are very good. I have temporarily arranged the positions of deputy flag for you. If you perform well in the future, it will not be a problem for you to be promoted. Also, the positions you need to guard have been arranged. Someone will inform you in a moment. After the spirit god elder finished his announcement, he gave each of them a token that represented the secondary flag. The flag in the Imperial Dragon Guard meant an official position. One banner had 500 people. The main banner could command 500 Imperial Dragon Guards, and the deputy banner was not small either. This was because their cultivation was profound. No matter where they were, strength was everything. Not long after, someone sent Lu Ming the Imperial Dragon Guard's robe and the news that they would be guarding the position. The 4 of them were naturally separated. The 8th Prince's Guards. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. His temporary duty was to be the 8th Prince's Guard. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a strange look. From what he knew, the 8th Prince was Xianxia. Wasn't Xianxia the one who took Xianxia away from 9 dragons? What a coincidence. I just happened to ask Xianxia about little Qing. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. There were 200 people who had joined them, but there were more than 30 people who were grouped with Lu Ming. They were all the 8th Prince's Guards. Soon after, a skinny man in his 40s came to Lu Ming and the rest. I am your commander. My name is Feng. From now on you will follow me. Now follow me to the 8th prince's mansion. The scrawny man swept his gaze across them, especially Lu Ming, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. This Feng seems to be hostile to me, but this is the first time I've seen him. Strange. Lu Ming frowned slightly and thought to himself. The 8th prince's mansion was in the inner city. It was very wide like a villa, and it was 100 miles wide. These Imperial Dragon Guards couldn't directly enter the 8th prince's residence, so they stayed in a military camp outside the residence. In the military camp outside the 8th prince's residence, Lu Ming and the others gathered. Feng stood on the platform and looked down on everyone with a cold expression. I'll tell you some things right now. The first and foremost order of the Imperial Dragon Guard is to obey orders and protect the safety of the Imperial family with your lives. Also, let me tell you, the Imperial Dragon Guard is full of experts. Don't be so proud of your strength. There are many more in the Imperial Dragon Guard who are stronger than you. Any one of them can easily suppress you. Do you understand? After saying that, Feng's gaze swept across Lu Ming. Chapter 1093. 1093 Chapter 1093 Collecting Fees. Lu Ming frowned. He had a feeling that Feng's words were directed at him. However, he had never met Feng before. Why was he targeting him? Could it be that this Ming Lu had offended Feng before? Lu Ming thought to himself. After Feng finished speaking, he turned around and left. Then someone arranged their accommodation. Lu Ming was the deputy flag bearer, and he had a small courtyard. There was another person who lived in Lu Ming's courtyard and helped him. This person was also a newly joined Imperial Dragon Guard. He looked to be in his 50s and was quite shrewd. His name was Sun Lin. Lord Vice Commander, you have to be careful. Sun Lin reminded them as they arrived at the courtyard. Oh, what do you mean by that? Lu Ming asked. Deputy Commander, you should be able to feel that General Shi's words are actually meant for you. Sun Lin said. Oh, do you know why? Lu Ming asked. He was also very curious. Vice Banner Lord has just arrived, so you probably don't know the rules of the Imperial Dragon Guard. In the Imperial Dragon Guard, everything is decided by strength. Those who are strong, as long as they make a contribution, can be promoted. Deputy Sir, your cultivation is at the 7th level Spirit Embryo Realm, while General Feng's cultivation is only at the 6th level Spirit Embryo Realm. Your cultivation is higher than his. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. You mean Feng is worried that I will threaten his position? Vice Commander is wise. The reason why Feng was able to get the position of the Chief Commander was because he had an elder brother who was the personal bodyguard of His Highness, the 8th Prince. That's why he was able to get the position of the Chief Commander and command 500 Imperial Dragon Guards. Moreover, the highest person in this banner was only at the 6th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, so Feng was able to hold the position of the Chief Commander very steadily. However, Vice Commander's cultivation is higher than his. As long as Vice Commander makes some contributions, it would be very normal for him to surpass Feng and even replace him. Of course, Feng won't be nice to you. He might even do something to you in secret. Sun Lin explained. Lu Ming smiled. So that was the case. However, he didn't take it to heart. Feng was just a mere Feng. He could suppress him with one finger. There was no need to take it to heart. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming walked into the room and sat down cross-legged to begin comprehending the essence realm of heaven and earth. Previously, in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, Lu Ming had devoured many intent runes of powerful cultivators. Not only had he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he had also made progress in the intent of heaven and earth. His thunder mentality and wind mentality had broken through to the 4th level lower tier respectively. With the addition of his fire mentality, 3 of his mentalities had already reached the 4th level lower tier. Now he was fully focused on comprehending the earth mentality and the water mentality. There was nothing much for the first 2 days. The Imperial Dragon Guards were usually very free when they had nothing to do. After all, they were all martial artists. They didn't need to patrol like ordinary people. When they had nothing to do, they just needed to cultivate in peace. They would only be dispatched when there was an emergency. On the evening of the third day, Lu Ming heard some movements outside. He ended his cultivation, opened the door and walked out. In the courtyard there were two people. One was Sun Lin, and the other was a skinny middle-aged man. At this moment, Sun Lin took out a storage ring and handed it to the skinny middle-aged man. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man took the storage ring. When he saw Lu Ming, he chuckled and walked over to him. "You're Ming Lu?" "Not bad," Lu Ming said. "I was just about to look for you. Since you have joined the Imperial Dragon Guard, General Shifeng will take care of you in the future, allowing you to reap the greatest benefits and lead a good life. However, General Shifeng can't work for free. You have to show some appreciation, understand?" The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man stretched out his hand and pinched his fingers. He then chuckled. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up. He understood now. It turned out that this skinny monkey was sent by Shifeng to collect benefits. Needless to say, every new member would be patronized. He was really greedy. "Tell me, how much do you want?" Lu Ming said. "You're the deputy. You have a higher position, so of course you have to pay more. The others are worth 50,000 raw stones, so you can just give them 200,000. Skinny monkey chuckled. 50,000? 200,000? The smile at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth grew wider. That was really ruthless. An average person would need 50,000 origin stones. To an ordinary spirit embryo realm martial artist, this was definitely a huge burden. And to him he asked for 200,000. This was 200,000 raw gemstones. It was not a small amount, and it was difficult for a normal spirit embryo realm to take it out. It was a lion's mouth. "Unfortunately, I don't have that many raw gemstones. Please leave," Lu Ming said indifferently. "No, don't try to fool me. You're a 7th level spirit embryo realm martial artist. Do you really think that you don't have 200,000 yuan in your entire fortune?" The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man sneered. "Oh. Even if I have 200,000 yuan, if I give it all to you, what will I use to cultivate?" Lu Ming said. "I don't care about this. It's your own business. If you can't take it out, you'd better get out of the Imperial Dragon Guard as soon as possible. Otherwise, without the protection of the chief commander, you won't even know how you died in the future." The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he threatened. "Hee hee." Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed and said, "I need Shifeng's protection. What a joke. All right, get lost now or I'll throw you out." "How dare you laugh at the chief commander? You're so bold. You're looking for death," the skinny monkey-like middle-aged man shouted. "Get lost. You're courting death." Lu Ming bellowed and took a step forward. His terrifying aura exploded and pressed down on the skinny monkey-like middle-aged man. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. He took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ming, just you wait, you're dead." The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man ran out with a face full of resentment. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. "Vice Commander, if you offend him like this, I'm afraid Shifeng will come later." Sigh. Sun Lin sighed, a little worried. "He's just a clown, what's there to be afraid of?" Lu Ming said casually. "Shifeng is fine. However, his elder brother is the 8th prince's personal bodyguard, a 1st-level spiritual god realm expert." Sun Lin said, a hint of fear in his eyes. If a spiritual god realm master wanted to kill them, it would be no different from killing an ant. Oh, Lu Ming replied indifferently. He looked calm and sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard casually as if nothing had happened. Sun Lin was full of worry. After a while, boom. The door to the courtyard was blasted open. Shifeng walked in with a few trusted aides, his face dark. "Minglu, you injured the other Imperial Dragon Guards for no reason. I suspect you have ulterior motives. Why aren't you obediently kneeling down to accept your punishment?" Shifeng shouted loudly, directly pinning a crime on Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at Shifeng indifferently and said, "What an idiot. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get lost. How dare you? You dare to offend your superior and your crime will be doubled. Your cultivation will be crippled and you will be expelled from the Imperial Dragon Guards. Shifeng shouted. Hee hee, Shifeng, why don't you try? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Chapter 1094. 1094. Get out of here. Humph, you still dare to resist? Shifeng said in a deep voice. He did not believe that Lu Ming would dare to resist. Shifeng's elder brother was a first-level spiritual god realm expert and the 8th prince's personal guard. If Lu Ming dared to lay a hand on him, he would be courting death. Moreover, he had learned a rather powerful martial arts technique from his brother. He was also quite talented. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation was one level higher than his, he was not afraid to fight him. Lu Ming did not answer Shifeng. Instead, he stood up and walked toward Shifeng. 3 breaths have passed. It seems like I have to do it myself and throw you out. How dare you? You really dare to attack me? Everyone, let's attack together and suppress this person. Die. Shifeng shouted angrily. His aura burst out and he charged at Lu Ming. Beside Shifeng, the other 3 also made their moves. Their auras erupted and they were actually all at the 6th level spirit embryo realm. These few people were the strongest in this banner, and they usually followed Shifeng's lead. The 4 of them joined forces and their momentum was not weak. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, they were no different from children playing house. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming kicked. The moment this kick was kicked, it turned into 4-leg shadows. Bang! 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 All the attacks of Shifeng and the other 3 turned into bubbles under Lu Ming's feet. The soles of Lu Ming's feet were imprinted on their faces. With 4 screams, Shifeng and the other 3 were sent flying out of the yard like 4 cannonballs. Their screams echoed in the night sky and then they flew further and further away. There was still the skinny monkey-like middle-aged man who hadn't left. At this moment his eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. His entire body was trembling non-stop and his face was pale. He was scared. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so bold that he even dared to hit Shifeng. Most importantly, he did not expect that Lu Ming not only dared to fight, but his combat strength was also so strong. He sent Shifeng and the other 3 flying with 1 kick. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level higher than Shifeng's group of 4, Shifeng's group had 4 people, yet they were unable to put up any resistance. It could be seen that Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than an ordinary 7th level spirit embryo realm. At this moment he looked at Lu Ming in fear. Get lost. Lu Ming berated. Yes, I'll get lost now. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man turned around and was about to leave. I told you to get lost, not to leave. Lu Ming said coldly. This. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man's face was pale. It seems like I have to do it myself. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Don't. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He could only lie on the ground in humiliation and roll out of the courtyard. Then he got up and ran away. This vice commander, I'm afraid he won't let you off the hook for offending Shifeng. Sun Lin was full of worry. He was not worried about Lu Ming. He was afraid that he would be implicated by Lu Ming. What are you afraid of? Lu Ming said casually and went back to his room to cultivate. With a wave of his hand, many bottles, jade boxes and iron boxes appeared in the room. There were more than 100 of them, all of which he had obtained from the Saint Mansion in the secret realm. Lu Ming did not check it previously. Now was the perfect time to check it. This is a spirit refining pill. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw the jade bottles. Those jade bottles were actually spirit refining pills. The spirit refining pill was made from the main ingredients of the spirit refining fruit. If it was frequently consumed by a perfected spirit embryo, it could greatly increase the chances of breaking through to the spirit god realm. If a spirit god powerhouse consumed it, it could condense the spirit god and strengthen their spiritual consciousness. There were dozens of jade bottles here, all of which were filled with spirit refining pills. There were 9 pills in each jade bottle and there were at least a few hundred spirit refining pills in there. Following that, Lu Ming looked at other things. Many of the others were elixirs, very precious elixirs, and most of them were not inferior to the spirit refining elixir. There were also various precious materials that Lu Ming could not name. He kept them away. Finally, with a thought, a small fiery red pagoda appeared. An emperor's spiritual weapon. As soon as the fiery red tower appeared, it trembled slightly as if it was about to leave. However, Lu Ming's essential core spread out and enveloped the small tower. If I refine an emperor weapon, it will definitely increase my strength. However, it won't be that easy. With my current cultivation, even if I refine it, I won't be able to unleash much of its power. I'll wait until I have some free time to refine it. At the thought of this, Lu Ming kept the small pagoda. Then he took out the spirit refinement elixir and refined it to condense his spirit soul. Time slowly passed. Tonight there was no movement. The next day during the day there was also no movement. On the second night, Lu Ming made his move. He asked Dandan to inscribe an array that could conceal his aura for him, and his body cut through the void like a ghost, heading towards the 8th Prince Xianxia's mansion. Lu Ming planned to enter Xianxia's residence to see if he could find out anything about Xianxia. The 8th Prince's residence was naturally guarded by the Imperial Dragon Guards. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation and the aura-concealing formation that he had set up, the Imperial Dragon Guards could not detect him at all. The 8th Prince's mansion was huge with many palaces and pavilions. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense to check his surroundings. After a while his eyes lit up. He moved and appeared above a palace. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and the situation below the palace was imprinted in his mind. It was clearer than what he could see with his eyes. This was the wonder of spiritual sense. Below, in a room, 2 figures were discussing something. One of them was Shifeng and the other was in his 50s. He was burly and looked quite dignified. "Big brother, you have to avenge me. That new deputy is so arrogant that he even dared to hit me. He's obviously not giving you face." Shifeng cried. This burly man in his 50s was the 8th Prince's personal bodyguard, a first-level spiritual god realm expert. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. The spiritual god he cultivated was very powerful, and his spiritual consciousness was powerful. How could the other party discover him? Alright, I know about this. This Ming Lu is really bold. However, I'm a spiritual god realm expert and the 8th Prince's personal guard. If I attack him directly, I'm afraid I will be criticized by the others. How about this? I have a way to get rid of him. Having said that, Shifeng's elder brother began to use voice transmission. Lu Ming could not hear the rest. "Hee, I'd like to see how you're going to get rid of me." Lu Ming sneered. Then he left the place in search of the 8th Prince's residence. Not long after, Lu Ming finally found the 8th Prince in the depths of the mansion. The 8th Prince was indeed Xianxia. After not seeing him for a few years, Xianxia had matured a little, and his cultivation had also become much stronger. At this moment, Xianxia was high up in the air, sitting on top of a large hall. Below him, a few people were kneeling there, reporting to him. Bang! Xianxia suddenly slammed the table and shouted coldly, "What? They failed again, what a bunch of trash." 8th Prince. Although the 16th Princess is in the Abyss Demon realm, her talent is too high, and her cultivation progress is too terrifying. "All the people we sent were killed by her." One of them answered. Chapter 1095. 1095 News of Xianxia. The 16th Princess? Little Qing? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his eyes suddenly revealed a cold, killing intent. From what he had just said, Xianxia was in the demon realm. Moreover, Xianxia had sent people to kill him. At that moment, Lu Ming's killing intent was extremely strong. However, he felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. At least Xianxia was fine and alive. I really don't know what my father is thinking. She's an alien, a bitch born of a lowly servant. My father didn't kill her directly or suppress her in the demonic flames of the Abyss Demon realm, but just imprisoned her in the Abyss Demon realm and let her fight with the demonic creatures. She's really lucky. Xianxia's face was dark and his voice was cold. 8th Prince, what should we do next? One of them asked. This bitch hates me to the bone. If I let her live, I'll always feel uneasy. Xianxia said with a cold face. Eighth Prince, in my opinion, you don't need to worry too much. His Majesty the Sage Emperor didn't kill her, most likely because of the father-daughter relationship. However, the 16th princess is a rare species after all, and is a great taboo for our Sage Emperor clan. Even if His Majesty didn't kill her, he wouldn't let her out of the Abyss Demon Realm. She will most likely spend her life in the Abyss Demon Realm. Below, a person said. That may be the case, but this bitch's talent is really too high. As long as she's not dead, I can't rest at ease. Xianxia said with a dark expression. Eighth Prince, should we continue to send more people? Let's wait for a while. The 1,000,000-year national sacrifice will be held in less than 2 months. During this period, my father has not been in secluded cultivation and is paying attention to the big and small matters. It's not a good time to make a move. After the 1,000,000-year national sacrifice, we'll send experts into the demon realm and kill him in one fell swoop. Xianxia's eyes were sinister. Creak. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. He almost could not control the killing intent in his body. Who is it? However, it only leaked out a little bit and was sensed by an expert. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure moved and he left the place. In an instant he appeared 100 miles away and returned to the dormitory. He really wanted to slap Xianxia to death, but he knew that it wasn't the time yet. He had to find the entrance to the demon realm and save Xianxia. If he killed Xianxia now, he would definitely alert the enemy. Now he could only let Xianxia live for a while longer. However, Lu Ming swore that he would kill Xianxia sooner or later. From then on, Lu Ming would find time to wander around every day and try to find out more about the Abyss Demon territory. Unfortunately, he found nothing. It seemed that very few people knew about the Abyss Demon territory. Lu Ming guessed that the Tartarian demonic realm was most likely a plane or a secret realm. The entrance was most likely somewhere in the palace. On the other hand, other than going out to inquire, Lu Ming would be refining the spirit refinement pill and comprehending the intent realm. The divine refinement pill could not directly increase Lu Ming's cultivation level. However, it could make the spiritual god more condensed and the spiritual sense would become stronger. The stronger the spiritual god was, the more beneficial it would be for his future cultivation. 3 days later, Lu Ming was cultivating when Shifeng came again. Lu Ming walked out of the room and looked at Shifeng indifferently. What's wrong? You want to get beaten up again? Humph. Shifeng's face turned ugly. He snorted and said, I'm here to inform you that there's a mission. The 8th Prince is going to the Beast Mountain to hunt. We need to go together. Let's go. All right. Lu Ming smiled and strode outside. Shifeng looked at Lu Ming's back and a cold smile appeared at the corners of his lips. The Imperial Dragon Guards gathered and followed Xianxia, heading towards Beast Cry Mountain. Beast Cry Mountain was a boundless mountain range. Countless ferocious beasts lived in it. It was a hunting ground for the royal family, and it was specially used for the Xia family's descendants to train their cultivation. The disciples of the Xia family would often come to the Beast Cry Mountain to hunt. In fact, they would enter the Beast Cry Mountain to fight with ferocious beasts. There was a huge military camp outside the Beast Cry Mountain. There were residences and guards. Shifeng, you lead the Imperial Dragon Guards and follow me into the mountains, but you don't have to protect me. You guys split up and hunt and we'll compete to see who can kill more and stronger fierce beasts. How about it? Looking at the Beast Cry Mountain, Xianxia was in high spirits. 8th Prince, how can we be compared to you? Shifeng smiled. It's fine. There are also experts in the Imperial Dragon Guards. Try your best to compete with the Half-Prince, and I will reward those who perform well. Xianxia laughed. All right, I'll bring them along. Shifeng bowed. Then let's go. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia led the way and flew towards Beast Cry Mountain. Shifeng and the others also flew towards Beast Cry Mountain. Could it be that you want to get rid of me in Beast Cry Mountain? Lu Ming thought in his heart. He guessed that Shifeng's big brother might attack him at the Beast Cry Mountain. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. If the other party was looking for death, he did not mind giving them a ride. After flying into Beast Cry Mountain, the group dispersed. Lu Ming flew towards the depths of the Beast Cry Mountain, feeling a little bored. The ferocious beasts in the outer area of Beast Cry Mountain were of a very low level. When some king-level and spirit sea-level ferocious beasts saw Lu Ming, they would run away without a trace with just a glare from him. After half an hour no one made a move. Still not moving. Lu Ming muttered. He sat cross-legged on an obvious boulder and waited. After 2 hours no one made a move on him. Seems like I was wrong. They won't fight here. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was a little surprised. Forget it, I guess Xiaxin's hunting is about to end. I'll just kill a few to deal with it. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he soared into the sky. Ga. Ga. After a while, screeches were heard and a group of Sealavier eagles flew past. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, more than 10 of them screeched and pounced on him. It's you guys. Lu Ming flicked his fingers and long spears were formed, shooting at the Sealavier Tondor. 5 of the Sealavier eagles were pierced by the spear radiance. The remaining eagles screeched in fear and fled. Lu Ming did not pursue them. He used his vital essence to carry the 5 eagles and flew back to the military camp. These 5 eagles were equivalent to the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, which was more or less enough. In the military camp, Xiaxin and the others had already returned. On the ground of the military camp, there were ferocious beasts of various shapes and sizes. The 8th prince is really amazing. In just a few hours, you actually killed 3 8th level spirit embryo realm and 3 7th level spirit embryo realm beasts. The 8th prince is indeed a heaven-bestowed genius. This lowly one is impressed. Shifang stood in front of Xiaxin and flattered him. This is nothing. You guys can cultivate well. Xiaxin said humbly, but the pride on his face could not be hidden. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm, and it was a pretty good achievement to be able to hunt 3 8th and 7th level spirit embryo realm beasts in less than 3 hours in the vast Beast Cry Mountain. All of a sudden Shifang's gaze turned to the horizon and he saw Lu Ming flying back, dragging 5 Sealavier eagles behind him. Chapter 1096. 1096 The reason to take action. He threw the 5 eagles to the ground, causing the ground to shake slightly. This is a Sealavier Tondor. All 5 of them are Sealavier Tondors, so powerful. Moreover, 5 Sealavier Tondors of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. Ming Ziki is actually so powerful that he could actually hunt 5 Sealavier Condors of the 8th level spirit embryo realm in less than 3 hours. It's really amazing. Lu Ming's return caused a wave of exclamations. The Imperial Dragon Guards at the scene were in a heated discussion. Although Lu Ming had only killed 5 demonic beasts, they were all at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. In terms of value they had already surpassed Xiaxin. This made Xiaxin's face turn gloomy. Besides Xiaxin, Shifang's older brother sneered. General Shifang, who is this? Xiaxin asked. 8th Prince, this is the new deputy flag. He's called Ming Lu and has a cultivation of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Shifang answered. Oh, so it's the new vice flag bearer. Xiaxin's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. When he saw that Lu Ming had only casually cupped his fists at him without a trace of respect, he felt even more displeased. Xiaxin strode towards Lu Ming and said, Sub-Banner Ming's combat power is amazing. I admire you. Half-princes like people with strong combat power. Sub-Banner Ming, I'm itching to fight. How about you fight with me? A battle. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. That's right. Fight with me. Use all your strength and don't hold back. Don't worry, you can't hurt me. Bang. As Xiaxin spoke, he slowly walked up. His body emitted an intense golden light and his aura grew. He had awakened a 5th level divine level bloodline, so his combat power was very strong. Ordinary 7th level spirit embryo realm martial artists were no match for him at all, so he was full of confidence. At the side, the others scattered far away. Shifang and his brother looked at each other and sneered. Make your move. Boom. Xiaxin threw a punch at Lu Ming. A golden fist ray howled through the sky and headed straight for Lu Ming. A long spear was condensed in Lu Ming's hands. He came from the Black Spear sect and he used a long spear. Buzz. With a shake of the spear, The tip of the spear trembled, stirring up the wind and clouds as it pierced towards Xianxia's fist radiance. Bang! Xianxia's fist radiance was pierced by the spear and collapsed. What? Xianxia's eyes narrowed and a hint of killing intent flashed in them. Boom! Boom! Following that, the golden light on Xianxia's body grew even more intense as he continuously punched out. Endless golden light boiled and enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spear trembled, creating spear flowers that bloomed in the air. Bang! Bang! A dense collision sounded, and the fist radiance and spear flower disappeared without a trace. Back in Nine Dragons, Xianxia's cultivation had been at the peak of the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Now that more than 3 years had passed and Xianxia was in the ancient Saint dynasty, he definitely had a lot of resources. His cultivation had risen to the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm, and his combat strength was indeed not bad. Ordinary 8th level spirit embryo realm cultivators were no match for him and would be killed by him. However, he was facing Lu Ming, who was trying his best to suppress his power. After dozens of moves, he still could not take down Lu Ming. Killing intent flashed in Xianxia's eyes. A 100-meter-tall burly man in golden armor appeared above his head. He held a long spear and had 5 golden chakras shining, making him look like a god. Xianxia turned into a ray of light and entered the body of the golden-armored man. Kill! The burly man in golden armor bellowed. The golden spear in his hand emitted a dazzling light as he stabbed toward Lu Ming. The huge spear whistled through the air with terrifying might. What a strong killing intent! He wants to kill me. A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. If not for the fact that he was worried about alerting the enemy, he would have killed Xianxia right away. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and his body soared into the sky. The spear's radiance that was condensed in his hand grew rapidly. It became 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. He swept the spear at the burly man in golden armor. Boom! The 2 spears collided and the entire camp shook. The burly man in golden armor trembled and was forced to retreat by Lu Ming's spear. Buzz! Lu Ming rushed over directly. The huge long spear smashed down fiercely from top to bottom with the force that could split a mountain. Boom! The long spear hit the burly man in golden armor heavily, causing his body to shake violently and he almost fell to the ground. Then Lu Ming changed the momentum of his spear to a horizontal sweep, which landed heavily on the burly man in golden armor. The burly man in golden armor let out a blood-curdling screech as his body crumbled and transformed back into Xianxia's appearance. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. How dare you injure the 8th prince? You're courting death. Bang! Shifang's elder brother Xianxia took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming. The aura of the 1st level of the spiritual god realm burst out from his body. A terrifying pressure filled the air above the military camp. Many people's faces changed drastically. The pressure of the spiritual god realm was too strong. Many people trembled and broke out in cold sweat. However, Lu Ming was as calm as a Buddha's face. He did not feel anything at all. He glanced at Xianxia casually and said, "The 8th prince just told me to use my full strength. I'm just following the 8th prince's order." You still dare to quibble? The 8th prince is a precious and noble man and you actually dared to injure him. You have no respect for your superiors and you deserve to die 1,000 times. I'll cripple you now and lock you in the heavenly prison to reflect on your actions. Xianxia's eyes were cold and a sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. At the side, Shifang was even more smug. He glared at Lu Ming fiercely. Behind Xianxia's expression was dark and ugly, but he did not stop Xianxia. As Xianxia had said, Lu Ming actually dared to injure him. He deserved to die. Ah, this is ridiculous. The 8th prince personally ordered me to use my full strength. I was just following the order and accidentally injured the 8th prince, but you still want to attack me. Who will listen to him in the future? Lu Ming laughed heartily, not feeling the slightest bit of fear. He finally understood that this was all Xianxia's scheme. Xianxia understood Xianxia very well and knew that Xianxia was narrow-minded. If Lu Ming were to compete with Xianxia and win or even injure Xianxia, he would definitely die. Even if Lu Ming did not kill more ferocious beasts than Xianxia, Shi Zheng would still find a way to let the 8th prince spar with Lu Ming. Today, everything was going more smoothly than Shi Zheng had expected. The number of ferocious beasts that Lu Ming had killed had actually surpassed Xie Zhen's. This made Xie Zhen unhappy with Lu Ming and he wanted to fight Lu Ming directly. There was no better outcome than this. Before the battle began, Xie Zhen had already harbored the intention to kill Lu Ming. If Lu Ming's combat strength was not up to par and he was not a match for Xie Zhen, he would most likely be killed on the spot. If Lu Ming's cultivation level and combat strength were higher than Xie Zhen's, then Xie Zhen's killing intent would definitely be stronger and Lu Ming would be dead. Therefore, regardless of whether Lu Ming won or lost, he was dead. Audacious. Impudent. Who do you think you are? You're insulting the 8th prince. Your entire family should be executed. Shi Fang shouted from the side. As for Xie Zhen, the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. A lowly ant dared to speak to him like that. He should be killed 10,000 times. Boom. Shi Zheng's killing intent burst out. He stepped forward and the pressure of the spiritual god pressed toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1097. 1097 Chapter 1097 Transfer to the Law Enforcement Army. It seems that I can't use this identity. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He planned to take action directly and kill Shi Zheng, Shi Fang and Xie Zhen together. At this moment Ha 8th brother, what's up? Why is it so lively? A loud laugh was heard, and then a rumble came from the sky as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping over. There were about a few hundred cavalrymen, each of them riding a fiery red warhorse. These warhorses were covered in fiery red scales, and there were 2 dragon horns on their heads. Flames were dancing all over their bodies, making them look very mighty. This was a dragon horse, and it was said that it had the bloodline of a true dragon. A powerful dragon horse was no weaker than a flood dragon. There were hundreds of people, all of them riding dragon horses. The leader was a young man with a slender figure. He was wearing fiery red armor and fiery boots. His hair was loose and his eyes were like lightning. His aura was powerful. 10th Prince. Many people cried out in alarm. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon horse stomped on the air and appeared above the military camp. Your subordinate greets the 10th Prince. Shi Zheng, Shi Fang, and the others quickly knelt down in the 10th Prince's heart, their eyes filled with respect. 10th brother, why have you come? Xie Zhen's expression was a little ugly. As he looked at the young man before him, there was a hint of jealousy and respect in the depths of his eyes. The 10th Prince, Xie Yan, was a peerless heaven's favorite. Among all the children of the current Saint Emperor, he was one of the top existences. He was a second-class heaven's favorite whose name shook the central continent. His cultivation was powerful and he had even stepped into the spiritual god realm. His status in the ancient Saint dynasty was not something that Xie Zhen could compare to. In the imperial family, Xie Yan's existence was second only to Xian Yinjuan. 8th brother, you can come here to hunt but I can't? What are you guys doing? It seems like he wants to attack one of your subordinates. What's going on? You tell me. The 10th Prince, Xie Yan, pointed at one of the imperial dragon guards and ordered. His tone was arrogant and unquestionable. The imperial dragon guard didn't dare to show the slightest neglect, nor did he dare to hide anything. He recounted the entire matter. So that's how it is. 8th brother, you're becoming more and more useless. You can't even beat a 7th level spirit embryo vice flag. If you can't beat it, then so be it. We agreed to fight, but if you lose, you want to kill someone else. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't my sage emperor clan become a joke? Xie Yan indifferently said. 10th brother, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean to kill him. Just now, guard Shi Zheng saw that I was injured and was worried. That's why he stood in front of me to protect me. It's all a misunderstanding. Xie Zhen's expression changed before he revealed an ugly smile. Oh really? So it was just a misunderstanding. This deputy banner has good combat strength. He's only 1 level higher than 8th brother, but he can easily crush 8th brother. He's a talent. Xie Yan said with a smile. Xie Zhen's fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He was furious. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and smiled. Not bad, this deputy banner of the Bright Road has good combat power. Therefore I plan to transfer him to the law enforcement army. The million-year national sacrifice is about to begin. When the time comes, the holy city will be in chaos. The law enforcement army is in need of manpower. Hearing this, Shifeng and Shizheng's eyes lit up and they sneered. The others looked at Lu Ming with pity. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What did these looks mean? Ah, he's your man, eighth brother. You can do whatever you want with him. I'm leaving. Xie Yan smiled and led the 400 cavalrymen towards Beast Cry Mountain. After Xie Yan left, Xie Zhen's expression darkened. He coldly glanced at Lu Ming and said, Vice Banner Ming, go back and wait. The order will come soon. You will go to the law enforcement army and be a commander. With your combat strength, it's enough. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the people around him became even stranger. They looked at Lu Ming with even more pity. Also, you will be transferred to the law enforcement army with him. Then Xie Zhen pointed at Sun Lin. Plop. Sun Lin's expression changed drastically, and he immediately knelt down with a plop. He kowtowed and cried out in pain, No, eighth prince, I'm begging you, please don't transfer me to the law enforcement army. I'm only living with him, I don't know him. Humph, you want to disobey this prince's orders. Xie Zhen's eyes turned cold. Sun Lin's face was pale as he stood there, stunned. Let's go. Xie Zhen rose into the air and returned to the mansion. The others quickly followed. Ai Minglu, I'm really going to be killed by you. Sun Lin let out a long sigh, his face full of dejection. What's going on? Why don't you want to join the law enforcement army? From the name, the law enforcement army should have a lot of power. Lu Ming asked curiously. Many sects had law enforcement halls, which had great power and could enforce the law on behalf of the sect. Everyone respected them. Why did Sun Lin seem to be very afraid of joining the law enforcement army? Moreover, when the others heard that Xie Zhen wanted to transfer Lu Ming to the law enforcement army, they all looked at him with pity. He was somewhat baffled. Ai. You don't know this, but the law enforcement army does have a lot of power, but it's useless now. Sun Lin sighed and continued to explain. The law enforcement army is the law enforcement agency of the ancient Saint dynasty. They are responsible for the law enforcement of the entire Saint city and maintaining the law and order. No matter who it is, no matter which power they are from, if they commit a crime in the Saint city, the law enforcement army will be dispatched to enforce the law. Lu Ming nodded. Wasn't this a lot of power? 30,000 years ago, when the ancient Saint dynasty ruled the world, the law enforcement army was indeed fearsome and powerful. Whoever dared to commit a crime would be suppressed or even killed on the spot. At that time, everyone wanted to join the law enforcement army. As long as you joined the army, everyone would be afraid of you. But now the ancient Saint dynasty is weak and the various emperors are all powerful. The law enforcement army is in an awkward position. For example, if the disciples of the major forces commit a crime, will the law enforcement army take action or not? If we don't do anything, the law enforcement army will represent the face of the ancient Saint dynasty, and the royal family might blame us for it. However, if we do, the experts from the major powers will put pressure on the royal family, and under the pressure the royal family will hand over the law enforcement army to appease the other party. In that case, who would be willing to go? Sun Lin explained. Lu Ming was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood. The main reason was that the ancient Saint dynasty was weak now, and they did not dare to offend those powerful forces. If that was the case, the authority of the law enforcement army would basically be useless. If they did not make a move, it would be equivalent to throwing the face of the ancient Saint dynasty. If they did, the people from the major powers would be powerful enough to put pressure on the law enforcement army. If the law enforcement army made a move, they would become the scapegoats. No matter what he did, it would be wrong. He would be jumping into the fire pit no matter what he did. It was no wonder that the others were in such a state when they heard that Lu Ming would be transferred to the law enforcement army. Once I'm transferred into the law enforcement army, it's over. Furthermore, the million-year national sacrifice is coming. When that time comes, the holy city will be in chaos, and all the major factions of the divine wilderness continent will gather. It will definitely be chaotic. It's a dead end. Sun Lin sighed and rose into the air with a dejected expression. Chapter 1098. 1098 Chapter 1098, A Group of Poor Ghosts. 3 days later the transfer order was officially issued. Lu Ming was transferred to the law enforcement army as the commander, leading a team of 100 people with Sun Lin following. Lu Ming took the transfer order and set off with Sun Lin. Lu Ming did not feel anything. To him the law enforcement army was better and he had more freedom. He could walk around the holy city as he pleased. He would definitely be able to obtain more information. Sun Lin, on the other hand, was listless and looked like he had a bleak future. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the place where the law enforcement army was stationed, the law enforcement hall. There were many law enforcement halls in the holy city. A team of 100 people was led by a commander. They were stationed in one law enforcement hall and were responsible for law enforcement missions in a certain area of the holy city. Lu Ming was the leader of this law enforcement team. He was mainly in charge of the northeast area of the holy city. The moment Lu Ming entered, he saw a few figures sitting listlessly in the law enforcement hall. He did not see anyone else. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest, they only took a casual glance at Lu Ming and continued to sit listlessly. There are only a few of you. Where are the others? Lu Ming frowned. One of them glanced at Lu Ming and said, "Who are you? Don't you know that it's a serious crime to break into the law enforcement hall without permission? I am the new commander. Let me ask you, where are the others?" Lu Ming took out a token and shouted coldly. "A new commander." Their eyes suddenly lit up, shining with greed. The blazing fire seemed to have invigorated them all, and they stood up one after another. "A new commander has arrived. Brothers, come out. We have money to spend again," someone shouted. His voice spread far and wide. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of breaking air rang out. Figures rushed out from various rooms and from all corners of the law enforcement hall. There were a total of 80 to 90 people. As soon as these people appeared, they stared at Lu Ming and Sun Lin with fiery eyes, as if they were burly men who had been thirsty for decades and had just seen a peerless and enchanting beauty. "Ha, another unlucky fellow has been transferred here and it's a commander. You've come at the right time. Take out all your raw gemstones and treasures and share them with your brothers." A brawny man who looked like an ape stepped out. His muscles bulged and he glared at Lu Ming with a fierce gaze. You're only a 7th level spirit embryo realm martial artist, yet you were transferred here to be a commander. I really don't know who you've offended, but no matter who you've offended, since you're here, hand over all your origin stones and treasures." A white-haired old man in his 60s sneered. After we get the raw stone, let's go and have a good meal and enjoy our slaviers. How about it? That's for sure. Damn it, I haven't enjoyed it in a long time. The rest of the people were also in an uproar. They were all talking and looking at Lu Ming as if he was a piece of fat meat. Sun Lin's face was pale and Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Was this the law enforcement army? This was the law enforcement hall. Lu Ming almost thought that he had come to a bandit's lair. These people actually wanted to rob him. After observing carefully, he realized that this was undoubtedly the law enforcement hall. "You guys want to rob me?" Lu Ming's face revealed an inexplicable smile. "You can understand it that way. Hurry up or my fist will start to itch." The gorilla-like man glared at Lu Ming unkindly. The smile on Lu Ming's face grew wider. He swept his gaze across the room and said, "If that's the case, then fine. Now I'll rob you. Hand over all your storage rings." What did you just say?" As soon as Lu Ming said that, the entire place fell silent. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with their mouths agape. After a while, everyone burst into laughter. "Haha, I didn't hear wrongly, right? This 7th level spirit embryo realm guy actually wants to rob us? Who does he think he is? Did he really think of himself as a commander? Aren't you just as unlucky as us? You've offended someone you shouldn't have. What a joke." Bang. The black gorilla man took a step forward and his aura burst out. He waved his hand and grabbed Lu Ming. This person's cultivation was at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. Among this group of people he was at the top. Let's see what you can do. The black gorilla man revealed a savage expression. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He stretched out a hand and grabbed the black gorilla man's wrist at lightning speed. His vital essence burst forth and he grabbed the black gorilla man and threw him. Boom! The black gorilla man was like a sandbag heavily smashing onto the ground, causing the entire law enforcement hall to shake violently. If it wasn't for the powerful array inscribed in the law enforcement hall, it would have exploded. The black gorilla man fell to the ground and screamed. His cultivation and essential core were extremely fragile in Lu Ming's hands. They had been completely scattered by Lu Ming. At this moment his whole body seemed to be falling apart. He had no strength at all as he lay on the ground and wailed. There was a sudden silence and everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. The black gorilla man had a cultivation of the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, but he was actually defeated without any resistance in one move. How was this possible? Brothers, let's attack together. This person's combat strength is profound and he must have a lot of money on him. Let's attack. The white-haired old man shouted and the 80 to 90 law enforcement soldiers followed suit. They swarmed toward Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed over like a stream of light, his palms striking out. Pa! Pa! In the law enforcement hall, the sound of rapid slapping as well as wails and screams were mixed together. In less than a minute, 80 to 90 law enforcement soldiers were lying all over the law enforcement hall, wailing on the ground. One side of their faces was puffed up and they looked extremely miserable. Sun Lin was dumbfounded by this scene, his mouth wide open. Was Lu Ming's cultivation at the 7th level of spirit embryo realm? Wasn't his combat strength a little too strong? In this group of law enforcement soldiers, there were 5 to 6 people with great perfection in their spirit embryo realm. The others were at least experts of the 4th level spirit embryo realm. However, they were completely defeated by Lu Ming in less than a minute. They were as weak as babies. This was too terrifying. He felt that his brain was a little confused. You dare to fight with your father, you're looking for death. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Lu Ming now had the image of a burly man with a full beard. At this moment his glare was rather intimidating. He clenched his fist in the air and his essential core burst forth. The storage rings on the fingers of these law enforcement soldiers were all sucked over by Lu Ming. If they wanted to rob him, they had to be prepared to be robbed by him. First, Lu Ming picked up the storage ring of the black gorilla man and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He was dumbfounded. Aren't you a little too poor? Lu Ming glared at the gorilla man, completely speechless. In the storage ring of the black gorilla man, there was almost nothing except for a few spiritual crystals. There were no raw stones. He didn't have any good spirit weapons. Not to mention precious pills and materials, there was nothing. In any case, this was a storage ring with a great circle of spirit embryo realm. How could it be so poor? Next, Lu Ming looked at the other people's storage rings. Many of them were even poorer than the gorilla man. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. They were too poor. The lowest cultivation among these people was the 4th level spirit embryo realm. Why did it feel like they were even poorer than some martial king realm martial artist? Chapter 1099. 1099 The Miserable Law Enforcement Army. Lu Ming scanned through dozens of storage rings and found that they were almost the same. The contents were simply too tragic to gamble. They did not look like the storage rings of martial artists at the 4th level of the spirit embryo realm and above. At the sight of Lu Ming's dumbfounded look, the gorilla man and the rest looked embarrassed. With a wave of his hand, all the storage rings flew back into the hands of the black gorilla man and the others. Get up, stop pretending to be dead. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and said coldly. Lu Ming had not hit them hard just now. He had only temporarily scattered their essential core. It was not a big deal. No matter what, Lu Ming was now the commander of these people. He could not just kill them the moment he came. Only then did the black gorilla man and the others get up from the ground. Commander's battle prowess is profound. This subordinate is truly in admiration. As soon as he got up, the black gorilla man revealed a simple and honest smile. which was completely different from the wild and violent expression he had earlier. That's right, that's right. The commander's cultivation is unparalleled. He was able to take care of us in a few moves. This is the first time this subordinate has seen something like this in all my years of life. The white-haired old man also flattered. The commander is invincible. The commander is mighty. The other law enforcement officers were also flattering him. Lu Ming's eyelids were twitching. He was rather speechless. Who are these people? Just now she wanted to rob him, but now she changed her face so quickly. Why are you so poor? There isn't even a single raw gemstone in the storage ring? Lu Ming asked curiously. AI. Our law enforcement army is so hard. Commander, it's like this. The crowd chimed in and explained to Lu Ming. After listening to the story, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. The law enforcement army's days were worse than what Sun Lin had said. The law enforcement army had to enforce the law in the sacred city and protect the dignity of the ancient Saint dynasty. But now that the ancient Saint dynasty was on the decline, even though it was still a dominant power or even the strongest dominant power, it was still just a dominant power. It no longer had the strength to rule the world. Hence, when it did things, it had to be careful and maintain a good relationship with the other powers. Therefore, when the people of the big forces committed a crime, the law enforcement army did not dare to really arrest and punish them, but they had to protect the face of the imperial family. What could they do? Therefore, most of the time the law enforcement army could only pay out of their own pocket to give gifts to the disciples of the major forces and those who had committed crimes, asking them to do a good deed and apologize in public. In this way, the law enforcement army would naturally protect the face of the royal family, and the people who had committed the crime would admit their mistakes. The matter would be wrestle-levered just like that. However, they paid for it out of their own pockets. As time passed, it would be strange if the law enforcement army was not poor. It was no wonder that they wanted to rob Lu Ming the moment they saw him as a newcomer. Lu Ming was really quite speechless. The law enforcement army was too cowardly. The person who had committed the crime was fine, but they had to give the other party benefits. This was simply unheard of. The law enforcement army is used to enforce the law in the world on behalf of the ancient Saint dynasty. Unfortunately, the ancient Saint dynasty no longer has the power to do so. In fact, the law enforcement army could have been disbanded a long time ago, but the royal family has kept it for the sake of their dignity. However, no one is willing to come here. Usually, only those who have offended some big shots will be sent here. The white-haired old man sighed. Lu Ming finally knew why Xianxia had transferred him to the law enforcement army, and as a commander at that. It was getting closer and closer to the million-year national sacrifice. People from all the major forces had gathered. It was a period of trouble. If things went wrong, Lu Ming would offend someone and he would not even know how he died. Moreover, as a commander, the responsibility he had to bear was naturally greater. Xianxia, if you want to play, then have fun. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He waved his hand and a storage ring flew towards the black gorilla man. Here are 10,000 ori rocks. Use them to buy some fine wine and delicacies. Since we're new here, I'll treat everyone to a good meal. As for the excess, you can each buy a spirit weapon. These people were so poor that they had even sold their own spirit weapons. 10,000 raw gemstones. The black gorilla man received it. He was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed, saying, "Your subordinate thanks the commander." The others were overjoyed as well. They thanked Lu Ming and then went to buy fine wine, delicacies and spirit weapons in joy. The fine wine and delicacies that martial artists ate were different from ordinary people. They were all from powerful fierce beasts and demonic beasts. The wine was also spirit wine. They were all very expensive. Half a day later, the burly black gorilla man and the rest brought back a large amount of fine wine and delicacies. The 80 to 90 people were divided into several tables and ate to their heart's content. It had been a long time since they had such a good meal and they were quite grateful to Lu Ming. Everyone ate and drank as they chatted. Through the chat, Lu Ming learned that these people had offended important figures and were sent here. They had families and friends in the holy city, but they couldn't escape. They could only suffer in the law enforcement army. Everyone ate and drank for a few hours. Not good. Someone destroyed a shop on North Street and killed the shopkeeper. He's still there. Suddenly, a law enforcement soldier rushed in to report the news. What? Who did this? This is troublesome, something has happened again. The expressions of the black gorilla man and the others changed. What they were most afraid of was something happening, because if something happened they could deal with some unknown people and directly take them down. However, if it was some big figure they would be in trouble. It's the young master of the Huang family, Huang Ku. The messenger said. What? The Huang family is a family with many spiritual gods. What should we do? The expressions of the black gorilla man and the others changed. They could not afford to offend any force that had a spiritual god. Otherwise, the other party's spiritual god powerhouse could directly find their superiors and put pressure on them. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine and finished it. He strode out. You will go together. The gorilla man picked more than 10 people and followed Lu Ming out of the law enforcement hall. Their law enforcement hall was in the northeast of the holy city. It was very close to North Street and would be there in a short while. On the way, Lu Ming also knew what was going on. The Huang family's young master Huang Ku had his eyes on a treasure in a shop, but there were no raw gemstones. He said that he would owe the shop and take the treasure first. Those who knew Huang Ku well knew that he had never returned anything he owed. The shopkeeper naturally didn't agree, so Huang Ku killed the shopkeeper, destroyed the shop, and even wanted to kill the shopkeeper's entire family. The moment he arrived, he heard an arrogant voice. Fuck, I'm giving you face but you don't want it. I said I'll owe you first, so I'll owe you first. It's not like I won't pay you back, so why are you still not agreeing? You're looking for death, who can you blame? An arrogant voice sounded. Get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you too. A deep voice rang out. It must have been Huang Ku's servant. Move aside, the law enforcement army is handling this matter, move aside. The black gorilla man roared and the crowd made way for Lu Ming to walk over. A white-haired old man was lying on the ground, no longer breathing. Beside the old man's corpse stood a young man in luxurious clothes. His eyes were cold and his face was cold and arrogant. Chapter 1100. 1100 Chapter 1100 Punitive Expedition. This young man was Huang Ku. Behind Huang Ku there was a burly man. At this moment Huang Ku also saw Lu Ming and the rest. However, he did not show any fear. Instead he sneered. What's going on? Lu Ming walked over and asked with a frown. So it's the law enforcement army. This person offended me and was beheaded by me. You can collect his body. Huang Ku put her hands behind her back and glanced at Lu Ming casually. You killed him? This person was running a shop in the holy city and was under the protection of the law enforcement army. Why did you kill him? Come with us to the law enforcement hall and give us a good explanation. Lu Ming said coldly. What did you just say? You want to take me to the law enforcement hall? Huang Ku almost burst out laughing as if she had heard a very funny joke. She looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. On the side, the others were in a similar situation. The law enforcement hall dared to arrest Huang Ku? The Huang family was a big force in the sacred city. Now the law enforcement army was useless. Did they really dare to take Huang Ku down? Nonsense. Tai Xing, take him down. Lu Ming shouted. Tai Xing was the name of the black gorilla man. This. The black gorilla man revealed a difficult expression. Commander, it's not good to offend this Huang Ku. Tai Xing whispered in Lu Ming's ear. If you guys don't do it, I'll do it myself. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he stepped forward. You dare. Huang Ku shouted. Why wouldn't I? Lu Ming sneered. A mere law enforcement soldier. He's looking for death. Kill him. With a wave of Huang Ku's hand, the burly man behind him stepped forward. A violent aura burst forth. The aura of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. Go to hell. The burly man bellowed with cold killing intent. He unsheathed his saber and slashed at Lu Ming's neck. You want to kill me? Die. Lu Ming took a step forward and slapped. The space rumbled and the terrifying power broke through all of the burly man's defenses. A palm hit the burly man's chest, directly blasting a big hole in it. He let out a miserable scream and died with an incredulous expression. Even until his death, he still could not believe that the law enforcement army's trash had actually become so overbearing. You dare to? Huang Ku was so frightened that her face turned pale. She shivered and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. If you want to kill me, you have to be killed by me. You asked him to kill me, so I'll cripple you first. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. No, don't. Huang Ku was extremely frightened. Whoosh. Lu Ming flicked his fingers and a spear ray shot out, crippling Huang Ku's cultivation. Ah, you've destroyed my cultivation. I want you to die a horrible death. Huang Ku let out a shrill scream. On the side, the others were extremely shocked. This law enforcement army was completely different from the past. They were actually so ruthless and decisive. However, there were also many people secretly clapping their hands. Huang Ku had finally gotten his retribution for all the evil he had done by relying on his family's power. However, this law enforcement army was going to be in trouble soon, and the Huang family would not let this go. This. Behind Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the rest widened their eyes. They were at a loss. Although doing this made them feel very good and comfortable, now they were comfortable, but what would the consequences be? After crippling Huang Ku, the Huang family would probably go crazy. Lu Ming pulled Huang Ku's and the burly man's storage rings over and handed them to the two women. The old man and the young man were obviously the shopkeeper's family members. The two of them cried bitterly and looked helpless. Take these 2 storage rings and leave the holy city. Go live elsewhere. Lu Ming said as he handed the storage ring to the two of them. Thank you, my lord. The two of them thanked him repeatedly and quickly left the city. Tai Xing, bring this piece of trash back to the law enforcement hall. Lu Ming instructed, then turned around and headed to the law enforcement hall. Tai Xing and the others looked at each other. In the end, they gritted their teeth, picked up Huang Ku and rushed back to the law enforcement hall. On the way, Huang Ku cried and cried, attracting the attention of many people. There's going to be a good show. The Huang clan will definitely fly into a rage and kill their way to the law enforcement hall. They probably won't attack the law enforcement army directly, but they'll put pressure on the higher-ups of the law enforcement army before attacking the law enforcement hall. Let's go and take a look. Along the way, a large group of people followed behind Lu Ming and the rest as they headed to the law enforcement hall. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest returned to the law enforcement hall. When the remaining law enforcement soldiers in the law enforcement hall saw this scene and heard what had happened, all of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were finished this time. How were they going to deal with the other party's experts when they came to kill them? Forget it, I can't hide, I'll go all out. But I'm still fucking happy. That's true, haha. The other members of the law enforcement hall were discussing in hushed voices. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest, waiting quietly. Meanwhile, the sky around the law enforcement hall was filled with people. Some were waiting quietly while others were gloating. Time slowly passed. 2 hours later. The Huang family is here. Someone shouted. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at the sky. A total of 3 people stepped through the air. The 2 old men's clothes were very similar to Huang Ku's, so they should be experts of the Huang family. There was also a middle-aged man who was actually wearing the uniform of the law enforcement hall. It's the Lord Commander. Tai Xing's expression changed as he whispered into Lu Ming's ear. His so-called Lord Commander was the commander of the law enforcement army, commanding all the existing law enforcement troops in the holy city. The law enforcement army's commander's face was as black as a pot. He looked at Lu Ming and chided, Minglu, why don't you release young Master Huang Ku? The law enforcement army's commander was in a bad mood. He was extremely upset, especially when he looked at Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming not know the current situation of the law enforcement army? Not only did he not apologize to the other party, but he also killed the Huang family's guards and crippled Huang Ku's cultivation. It would be strange if the Huang family didn't fly into a rage. The other party's spirit god powerhouse had come to him directly to put pressure on him. Release him. Commander, this man killed a shopkeeper on the street. The shopkeeper had to be protected by the ancient Saint dynasty if he was doing business in the Saint City. Otherwise, who would dare to do business in the Saint City in the future? I'm doing this impartially, why should I let him go? Lu Ming sneered in response. The other people from the law enforcement hall behind him were secretly worried for Lu Ming. The commander of the law enforcement army was a spiritual god powerhouse. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to a spiritual god powerhouse in this manner. As expected, Lu Ming's words made the commander of the law enforcement hall's face turn even gloomier. However, he could not find any words to refute. It was because Lu Ming was doing the right thing. Lu Ming was carrying out the duties of the law enforcement hall. As the commander of the law enforcement army, how could he refute that? Commander Chen, it seems like your subordinate doesn't listen to you at all. In that case, let me do it myself. I'll cripple this person's cultivation and bring him back to the Huang family to deal with him. An old man from the Huang family said indifferently. A killing intent flashed in his eyes. Wherever the finger passed, a yellow light burst out, twisting the space like a wave and finally tearing it apart. Whoosh! A terrifying finger force was pointed at Lu Ming's glabella. This overpowered commander is finished. Such a thought flashed through everyone's mind. Boom! Just as this sentence flashed across everyone's minds, Lu Ming threw a punch at the sky. A fist ray soared into the sky and collided with the finger force. With a huge boom, the finger force and the fist ray disappeared at the same time. What? He blocked the spiritual god's attack. Cries of disbelief came from all around. Lu Ming's combat strength had once again exceeded everyone's expectations. He had actually blocked the spiritual god's attack. The eyes of the law enforcement hall's commander flickered. He was extremely surprised. As far as he knew, Ming Lu was sent to the law enforcement army by the 8th prince because he had offended the 8th prince. He had received news that this man's combat strength was only slightly stronger than the 8th prince's. He had recklessly injured the 8th prince when they were sparring, so no matter how strong he was, there was a limit to his combat strength. He did not expect that he could actually block the attack of the spirit god. It seems like this person has been hiding his strength. The commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army thought to himself. A murderous glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His gaze was like two dazzling spears of light that pierced towards the Huang family elder. He said coldly, "It seems like you want to be like him." The him that Lu Ming was referring to was the old man with a perfected spirit embryo. At this moment, the spiritual god of the Huang family could not help but feel nervous. At this moment, he could actually feel a terrifying pressure from Lu Ming. It was as if he was facing a terrifying beast that could tear him into pieces if it went crazy. This feeling made him panic. "What do you want?" The spiritual god of the Huang family said with an ugly expression. "Apologize in public and admit your mistakes," Lu Ming said. "Don't even think about it. Don't go too far. If you let him go now, I won't pursue the matter." The spiritual god of the Huang family's face turned ugly, but he had already given in by saying so. Lu Ming sneered. "This man killed the shopkeeper for no reason. I'm the commander of the law enforcement army and I enforce the law on behalf of the sacred emperor. How dare you come to the law enforcement hall? Do you have no respect for the ancient Saint dynasty, the royal family and the Xie family? Do you want to overturn the heavens? And you, as the commander of the law enforcement hall, not only did you not enforce the law impartially, but you also helped the other party to bully the law enforcement hall. It seems that you don't put the imperial family in your eyes at all." Lu Ming's every word struck the heart. The Huang family's spirit god and the commander of the law enforcement hall had a drastic change in their expressions. Lu Ming was pulling the wool over their eyes and giving them a big hat. However, this was too heavy a burden for them to bear. There were so many people here today. If Lu Ming's words were to reach the ears of the imperial family or even the sage emperor, they would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Although the law enforcement hall existed in name only and no one really took it to heart, in essence the law enforcement hall was still the law enforcement hall. Before the law enforcement army was disbanded, its significance was the same as it was 30,000 years ago, and it had the power to enforce the law in the world. In fact, the other people of the law enforcement hall could also put such a label on others, because once this matter was blown up, the imperial family would definitely intervene. However, the prerequisite was that one had to be strong. Take Lu Ming for example. If he was not powerful enough, he would be killed by the Huang family's expert with one slap. He would not even have the chance to pin the blame on him. However, it was different now. Since Lu Ming had already spoken and pinned the blame on them, if they continued to attack, they would have proven Lu Ming's words of not taking the royal family and the Xia family seriously. In the future, the royal family and the Xia family would definitely take action. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Damn it. The spirit god of the Huang family and the commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army gritted their teeth, but they were helpless. Alright, this matter is my Huang family's fault. I apologize. In the future, I will definitely warn the disciples of the Huang family to follow the rules of the law enforcement army. The Huang family's spiritual god had no choice but to apologize. Then he looked at Huang Ku and asked him to apologize. Huang Ku was extremely unwilling, but in the end she could only apologize. Chapter 1102. 1102 World-shaking news. Get lost. Lu Ming picked up Huang Ku and threw her to the Huang family's spiritual god as if he was throwing garbage. The Huang family's spirit god's expression was extremely cold. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the old man with a perfect spirit embryo, leaving without looking back. Today the Huang family had completely lost face. The commander of the law enforcement army snorted and left. The surrounding people looked at each other in disbelief. They had originally thought that this commander would be dead for sure since the Huang family had launched a large-scale attack. However, they didn't expect that even though the experts of the Huang family had come, they had returned with dejected faces. As for this commander, he hadn't even suffered a single injury. This was beyond everyone's expectations. This commander of the law enforcement army is really awesome. He's really awesome. He's the most awesome law enforcement army commander I've ever seen. The crowd was in a heated discussion. The people from the law enforcement army were also at a loss for words. They didn't expect the final result to be like this. But it felt great. The eyes of the 80 or 90 law enforcement soldiers lit up. They felt extremely comfortable. As for Lu Ming, he was full of admiration. The mighty commander. Tai Xing roared. Alright, cut the crap and get to work. Lu Ming waved his hands and went back to his room. The crowd dispersed, but the news of an impressive commander in the law enforcement army spread like a whirlwind. It gave everyone another topic to talk about besides cultivating. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the law enforcement army for half a month. In the past half a month, other than cultivating, Lu Ming had been strolling around the holy city. Of course, he wasn't really wandering around. He was just loitering outside the palace to see if he could find an opportunity to slip in. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. There were too many terrifying existences in the imperial palace. He had once sensed carefully and discovered that there were many terrifying existences in the imperial palace that could easily kill him. There were even some auras that were extremely terrifying, just like the aura of the Supreme Being. They were definitely at the Supreme Being level. Lu Ming could sense more than 10 auras like this. This was what Lu Ming sensed. There must be something that he did not sense. Even though the ancient Saint dynasty was weak, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The ancient Saint dynasty was still the most powerful overlord force in the central continent. This was normal. If they weren't strong, they would have been destroyed by the other overlord forces. Many overlord forces were eyeing them covetously. In the past half a month, more and more people had come to the sacred city. The million-year national sacrifice of the ancient Saint dynasty was getting closer and closer. However, due to the incident with the Huang family, some small forces would not be too presumptuous. In the area under Lu Ming's jurisdiction, there were no major events. On this day, a shocking piece of news spread in the sacred city. The sage emperor intended to choose a husband for one of the princesses in this 1 million-year national sacrifice, and he wanted to choose one of the heroes of the younger generation. The news was like an earthquake shaking the sacred city and shocking countless people. The current sage emperor had a total of 16 children. There were 13 princes and only 3 princesses. However, the 13 princes were completely suppressed by the 3 princesses. This was because 2 of the 3 princesses were famous throughout the world. They were simply too outstanding. Xianxia, one of the 5 young tycoons of Central Continent, was also one of the 5 great beauties of Central Continent. There was also a princess named Xianxia. She was also one of the 5 beauties of the Central Continent. Although her martial arts talent was slightly inferior to Xianxia's, she was also a second-grade heaven's favorite. She was as famous as goddess Tan Xiang. These 2 princesses were simply too outstanding, making countless people envious. It was said that there was also a princess who was the youngest of all the princes and princesses. She was also peerless in her beauty and temperament. She was not inferior to the other 2 princesses at all. Even her martial arts talent was shocking, but not many people had seen her before. That was because the princess was an anomaly in the royal Xia family. The word variant was a taboo word in the royal Xia family. The royal Xia family had declined because of a variant. Which princess was he looking for? Everyone was extremely curious. However, no matter which princess it was, many young geniuses from the major forces were tempted. After that, all the major forces sent people to investigate and verify the authenticity of the news. Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this piece of news. Who was the one choosing a husband for the princess? Lu Ming was filled with worry. He was afraid that it was Xianxia. 3 days later, even more shocking news spread. The current sage emperor had personally spoken, ordering people to spread the news. It was true that he was choosing a husband for a princess. This princess was Xianxia. On top of that, there would be a competition between the young geniuses on the day of the million-year national sacrifice. The winner would become Xianxia's husband and enter the ancient Saint Emperor's palace to cultivate. The second and third place winners would be able to propose a condition to the sage emperor, which the sage emperor would try his best to fulfill. At the same time, they would be able to enter the ancient hall for comprehension. As for those ranked 4th to 10th, they would be able to enter the ancient Saint Emperor's hall to cultivate. Once the news was out, the sacred city was shaken and countless people were shocked. At the same time, the news spread like a whirlwind to the Central Continent and even the 4 other territories. Countless young heaven's favorites were shocked and revealed a fiery glow. There were some geniuses who were not interested in first place in being able to marry a princess. They were interested in one of the conditions the Saint Emperor had set for them, which was to enter the Saint Emperor's ancient palace to cultivate. The sage emperor was an emperor, so there was no need to mention the value of his condition. The Saint Emperor's ancient palace was a holy land for cultivation. It was said that the ancient Saint dynasty's Saint Emperor's comprehensions were contained within. If one could comprehend them and gain something, it would be extremely useful for breaking through to the emperor level. The Xia clan of the ancient Saint dynasty had a legacy that had lasted for millions of years. They had produced many emperors throughout the generations, and this was why they had remained so powerful. Some people said that this had something to do with the ancient Saint Emperor Palace. This made the heavens' favorites who were interested in the emperor's path extremely excited. After confirming the news, they all rushed to the sacred city. Lu Ming heaved a huge sigh of relief when he heard that. That princess was not Xianxia. But at the same time, Lu Ming was extremely tempted. He wasn't interested in Xianxia, nor was he interested in entering the Saint Emperor's ancient hall. He was interested in one of the Saint Emperor's conditions. If he could get second or third place, he would be able to make a request to the sage emperor to let Xianxia go. At the thought of this, Lu Ming had already decided to participate in the competition. This news caused chaos in the ancient Saint dynasty and became the top topic of discussion. This news was discussed every day. Many people were also secretly guessing why the sage emperor would do this. However, it wasn't hard for those with foresight to guess that the royal family and the Xia family wanted to use this method to strengthen the royal family's strength. The Heaven's Pride expert who could get first place and marry Princess Xian must be from a powerful force. This way the imperial family's strength would be increased through marriage. At the same time, by opening up the Saint Emperor Ancient Palace, they could also befriend those geniuses and the overlords. This was something that they had no choice but to do. From this, one could see how weak the Xia clan of the ancient Saint dynasty was. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.